der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Final round was due to be held, which was October the 22nd. But here we are, it's November, the sun is shining. It wasn't first thing this morning. This is not our extra, but it's our delayed second round of the championship, and we've got 87 cars made it through qualifying. My name is Bruce Jones. Alongside I have Peter Snowden. First thing this morning, we both checked the weather conditions and fog. We thought, well, that's what happens when you run a race in November here. You're sort of held ransom by the weather, but it's come good.
Morning, Bruce, and yes, for those listening, Jones hasn't gone mad. He is right. It is the second round of the championship, but it's, of course, the 8th race of the season. This being postponed from back in April when it was snowed and on the Wednesday, and they cancelled and moved it on. So he's not gone completely mad. And it's really odd. I read a report this week, Bruce, where it said a small field of 94 cars, 87 made it through qualifying, as you've just said. But that is small for NLS. Normally we have 140 or so. It's just that bit of a... I think there's various things here. At the end of the year, we've been speculating all year long. This was a spare date, 5th of November, and we thought, what will the weather be like? I think we did very well to get qualifying delayed by just 30 minutes, I think, at most, for a bit of fog. That was it. Bright sunshine is basking the pit lane for us now. Exactly what we want. Forecast is to stay exactly like that. A little bit of fog maybe later on, I think, but towards the race end. We've said all year they'll be lucky to run this on the 5th of November. And boy, are we lucky. So, mixture of emotions here. Lucky to have the last race of the season. Sad that it's that one. And that's exactly the word I wanted to use as well. Sad. I can't believe it. It's the last one.
You know, because I think one of the things we absolutely love about the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is the diversity of machinery. But above all, it's the circuit that really makes it. The Nürburgring Nordschleife. If you have never, ever seen a race around here, you're in for a massive treat. If, like many of our viewers and listeners around the world, you're a regular, you get this. And of course, every time anybody ventures onto the Nordschleife, most notably as late in the year as November, there are going to be curveballs thrown. But the fact is, the track has gone from being damp in qualifying with a hanging mist above it to beautiful sunshine. Just seen Ferdinand Habsburg, sports car racer, smiling away down in the pit lane. He's one of several drivers here competing in a car they wouldn't normally drive, the BMW 330i, entered by Adrenaline Motorsport, with another GT3 racer, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. They're getting mileage and points for their ring permit, because, of course, you do need to have your ring permit to go and compete in the golden event of the year, the Nürburgring 24 Hours. And this is yet again another reason why the NLS is so popular, not just with drivers from Germany, but all around the globe. They get to race here, and you earn your stripes, and then you can step up to the big ones.
As you said, to reiterate, Bruce, we've mentioned this before, this ring permit, it's you can't just come and drive on the Nordschleife. You might have a super license for Formula One. You can't come and drive on the Nürburgring because it's multi-layer, as we say, in terms of classes, sometimes 20-odd classes. You've got massive speed differentials between the cars. You've got the most extraordinary, daunting 25-kilometre circuit through the Eifel Mountains. It's a recipe for everything to go wrong, yet it never does, because of the way it's organised and run with that ring permit. And it's an absolutely brilliant organisation, and it's a testimony to the organisers that set it all up properly.
But one of the things, just having a quick look back at qualifying, is the fact that you don't want to blot your copybook. An NLS event is held in one day. You can practice the day before, but you've got qualifying in the morning, and the race starts in the morning. It starts at midday. And just looking back at the highlights, the track was super greasy. At the start, you couldn't even see the cars. Hoover Racing, Porsche making big moves. That was Nico Menzel. Got it right to the top of the charts. Eventually was pegged back because the two Audis from which team? Yes, Team Phoenix, of course, came through and eventually were separated by 0.062 of a second. Kuba Gimaziak had pole, but then, of course, he knew who was behind him on the track, and it was Frank Stippler who came through on that final lap. The track conditions were so super slippery. A lot of experience really counted, and if you're looking for experience and speed, you look no further than Frank Stippler. He is the gold standard in this incredible 8-round championship. Of course, he has a challenge a lot, but yes, 62 thousandths per second. Frank Stippler first in his Phoenix Audi, then Kuba Gimaziak second in the second of the Phoenix Audis, then Nico Menzel, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, in third. Lucy Treffs in the best of the Mercedes, car number 55 in fourth place. He was under 3 seconds down. Then a bit more of a gap back to the best of the BMWs. Christian Cronjes, that's car number 34 from Walkenhorst. And Matteo Caroli down in sixth. Peter and I will talk about his car quite a lot. We've seen it in 2 rounds already. It's the next generation 911 GT3R on the 992 model. Matteo Caroli running that to 6th place. That will start at the back of the first group of cars. Now, last time, Snow, we had under 100 cars, so we had 2 starting groups rather than the regular 3. That's today. Again sensible, same numbers, and they'll do once more as they did, because traditionally if we have over, say, about 120 cars, we have 3 batches of cars according to their groups, and they set off. But in that top group, because the next generation 911 GT3R based on the 992 model is not yet homologated. It's running not in the SP9 class, but SPX. So that starts at the back of that first group. And there's another twist in the tail, longer pit stops as well.
Yes.
How much longer?
We'll measure that at the end.
30 seconds
30
longer.
Seconds, yes.
So,
no, sorry, I was thinking of the algorithm. Yes, sorry, I'm with you. Yes, of course. Yes, 30 seconds longer for that being in the SPX category. I've caught up with Jones, finally.
You have. Now,
I knew you were testing me.
I was. I was going to slip that in early just before, when you were starting to feel comfortable. But this car that's got this brand new Porsche that's got so many people so excited, they've been waiting. Of course, they want to get it. I've already seen some entered for championships around the world next year. One's just been put down to race in the GT World Challenge America. That's MDK Motorsports. They've got theirs on order. It's going to be, and I think they've already sold out, actually, their allocation. But the first 2 rounds ago in NLS2, we had Manthey Racing running it. That was on Michelin's.
Yep.
Last time we had Falcon Motorsport running it, surprise, surprise, on Falcon tyres.
Yes.
And this time, sharing the love, Dynamic Motorsport, the Italian team, are getting to enter the car, and it looks magnificent in a black and yellow swirly livery, will be on Pirellis. So 3 different occasions, but of course, it's the Nürburgring, 3 different weather conditions as well.
And it's another one of the layers I love of this NLS series is that it's not a tyre series, not a tyre formula. It's open tyre. Literally, anybody can run whatever you want all the way through the classes. So as you said there, just think about that. Normally, to have a new car from a manufacturer of the credibility of Porsche. 3 different teams have run it now, including this weekend. 3 different tyre manufacturers. The other 2 teams, Manthey and Falcon, are now going to be looking at their data, going, so are they doing something better or different, or is it the tyre? So
or is it the temperature? Or is it an amount of dampness?
Exactly. So all that data collection going into the winter and that second guessing, and you can bet your bottom euro on this at the end of this, but they are
spent it.
Well, you probably have spent mine as well. Working out for next season already. They're thinking ahead. We talk about the off season. We say it's sad. It's our last race, etc. That's because we're selfish commentators.
It's all about us.
Well, it is. It's our show. But the teams are thinking about not just next year, beginning the season. They're thinking about the 24-hour next year already in May, June. It is May, isn't it? Normally this year.
But that is such a good point, actually. The simple fact that a lot of them would like to get mileage in other championships, but they can't because they're bound to one particular tyre supplier, be it GT World Challenge on Pirellis or whatever, wherever you are in the world. So the fact you can come here and you can develop a car and give the team experience for manifold championships around the world, it's such an opportunity. Right.
And that's the car number 30 we're talking about, isn't it?
Car number 30, with Dynamic Motorsport.
Matteo Caroli at the wheel and Julian Andlauer.
Yeah.
The other wheel. It hasn't got 2 wheels, and the other driver at the wheel.
Yes.
Listen to what I mean, not what I say. It's a good premise going forward.
Now, the outright championship was sorted last time out, and hats off to the winners outright: Daniel Zils, Oscar Sandberg, and Sendris Satsas in their Adrenaline Motorsport Team Alpsa Automotive BMW 330i. They took the outright championship title. Now, the one that's going to be super exciting today. It's always competitive, and it's actually got one of the better fields of cars in its class, Cup 2. The Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class, and it's going to be between car number 120, which is Avia WNS Motorsport, Daniel Blickel and David Yarn, And K. Kramer Racing, 6.5 points clear, 128.5 to 122. K. Kramer Racing, Carsten Kramer, for it is he, Christopher Brook and Moritz Krantz. And when it came to qualifying, it was car 120, 2 places up on Moritz Krantz. They're in the top 10 because we've got fewer top-class cars than normal. The SP9 classes dwindled a little bit in this late season race. And just thinking about the numbers, Peter, it's the fact that also quite a lot of people might have thought, am I risking going the whole way to the Nordschleife and finding the race fogged off in November? I'm sure the considerations about weather possibilities might have eliminated a few, but 87 starters. How many championships wouldn't want that sort of figure?
It's fantastic. I think there are a few supply issues for a few teams. I think Falcon had this earlier in the year. They withdrew cars from one particular round, did they not? Because they hadn't got sufficient tyres to run the session safe or the race safely. Global supply issues. It's affecting a few people. I think that's part of it. It's also money this time of year as well. Some of the teams in the different classes, it's a big stretch of budget to come out here, but it might be an M240 or whatever it is. It's still a lot of money, and it's going to be privately funded as opposed to the big teams. So they'll probably want to focus on the earlier parts of next year. And like you said, I wouldn't have been at all surprised sitting in an office in the comfort of a chair, trying to predict whether this race would even happen, let alone what the weather would be like. And there's a huge financial consideration to get the cars all here. Never mind, if all of a sudden have it cancelled, you've still got to pay people, catering, wages, etc., etc. So,
and a lot of people are probably looking at their gas bill for the winter as well.
Exactly.
Now, fittingly, absolutely perfect timing there. One of the drivers being interviewed before the race, Christian Cronjes, he's a bit like Vincent Kolb. They come racing at the weekend, and there they are at the front end of the grid, because Vincent says, I'm doing okay, a couple of second places in a row, along with Frank Stippler, but I go back to the office on Monday morning. And I remember a handful of years ago where Christian Cronjes won the Spa 24 Hours. They said, are you going to celebrate much? He goes, no, I'm going back to Norway. I'm working in the lumber yard tomorrow. So, I like that sort of yin and yang alongside the professional drivers. And it's good to see people who are quick enough to be there at the front end in their own right, but they pay their own bills. And so Christian Cronjes having a bit of a laugh down with Matteo Caroli down on the grid, and it's again good chance for these drivers. It's a social event too. They do spend a lot of time together travelling the world, but it does seem at this late stage in the NLS series, if you want to shine, the best sort of car to have is a Shearer Sport Team Phoenix entered Audi RM8 LMS GT3 Evo 2 to give it its full name. And so we've got Frank Stippler on pole position and Kubik Imaziak, who won that class overall last time out. They share the front row, separated by 62,000. So you could say there's a team that can enter two cars of very, very similar calibre, identical, I would say. And certainly, looking at the smiles and the high fives in the pit garage, another job well done. But 2 1-2s in a row for Shearer Sport Team Phoenix, and they are riding high. One of the great beauties about events on the Nordschleife, and particularly the NLS events, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, is the diversity of machinery, and one that always draws a lot of admiring glances down on the grid is the green and yellow edged Aston Martin, that car number 17, that has been a staunch supporter of the championship, Pro Sport Racing from Belgium. And again, it does look super crisp. And obviously, Peter, Aston Martin, I cut you in half, and you do have Aston Martin rings up your middle.
It's a curse. It's a gift and a curse in equal measure sometimes. But just outside the top 10, that car qualified, as in 11th, Dumoulin and Goriot in that car again. Once again, in its traditional, I call it sort of British racing green and yellow colours. I do love the Skylux sponsorship on the strapline, Hello Daylight. It's a great way of advertising Skylight, isn't it?
It's actually Hello Daylight saving.
It's going to stick with you now, isn't it? Yes. But yeah, so just that car's, I have to say, Aston Mando I am, it's flattered to deceive all year, really. It's been quick, that's the pace is not the issue. But it seems to, sometimes, it really is the old adage of if it didn't have bad luck, wouldn't have any luck at all.
Yeah, I think one also has to bear in mind that is running in the SP9 Pro-Am class, which always gives you the quicker driver and the slower driver. But Pro Sport have been very, very staunch Aston supporters for a large number of years now. And again, it's nice to have the different cars in the mix. Those two Audis in the front, the Porsche, brand new Porsche, and one of the contemporary Porsches in there well, the Mercedes AMG, and it's great to have the Aston Martin in the mix. And of course, we've got 3 or 4 of the BMW M4 GT3s that Walkenhorst Motorsport run so very faithfully.
I have a sort of feeling that car's been the bridesmaid long enough now.
Yeah, well, it's a 4-hour race. Things can go right, things can go wrong. And one of the things, if you're watching this for the first time, you'll see that as if the Nordschleife with its 170-ish turns per lap isn't tricky enough in its own right, particularly when conditions are greasy, as they may be on the opening few laps. But when you see the closing speeds of the very fastest cars in the SP9 class down to the very slowest, the Renault Clios and things, you'll understand that making your way through traffic, being bold is one thing, being accurate is actually far more important. So you get treated when watching these events to some outstanding onboard footage from these cars. And the thing that really makes you sit up and pay attention, even now after years of covering this series, I still wince sometimes at just how narrow the track is. And when you think you're going past a slower car, diminishing options becomes a phrase that might flash in front of a driver's mind when he goes, I've got 1.5 car widths to aim for, 1 1/4 car widths, 1 car width, 3/4 of a car width. And that point, certain points on the circuit, the curbs are quite high. You do not want to clonk them. And when you go beyond the curbing, there's grass, inevitably a little covered with morning dew, I think we could say. And so you've got to be attacking, but with a degree of caution, I think we can say.
Yeah, and quite a few interesting onboards this race. We've got 188 Teichmann racing the Toyota Supra. That's got an onboard. Pro Sports racing also with their Porsche, their Cayman 437 is on board. Toyo Tires with their Supra, that's also on board 519. Quite a few others, quite a few interesting cars there to watch there. Now we've got a car stationary on track at the moment, which is a lovely head-on shot of a black and yellow Porsche. It looks like a Cup 2 category.
Yeah, it does look like a Cup 2. I'm just trying to identify that particular
number,
one.
I can't just see it. It's a number 606.
Okay, it's not a Cup 2 then.
It's not, is it?
So that makes it, he says, flicking through his enormous, it's an H4 class car, which is the one and only one in that class, and I've only got one driver, Ralph Schall, down in that. An interesting thing about him, he is third in all right, what am I talking about? All right. Class wins in this series. 46 class wins in the NLS and its predecessor, the VLN. Admittedly, the first two, Volker Strycek and Johannes Scheider, a little bit up the road on 135 and 134 class wins, respectively. But, that's really unfortunate for Ralph. So, more of a production class car for him, but alas, one that's going nowhere at the moment. Indicator on, but no movement.
Well, it stopped on the exit of the shortcut as well, so it's not got very far around. In fact, our GPS tracker still has it logged as being in the box, but that's probably because
hasn't got to the first point.
Exactly.
Lord. Okay. And it's probably one of those really silly little errors.
It'll be a fuse, won't it? Or
yes.
Something really, really irritating. The famous sort of 2-cent part that breaks on a £500,000 car. I mixed my currencies there, didn't I?
I didn't notice. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just automatically
dollars and pounds now. Yeah. Nothing between friends, is it really?
No. Makes the conversion easier, if not more eye-watering.
Yes. Topical comments so early on a Saturday. Who'd have thought?
Yes. Right, we'll move on to philosophy now. We've done market trading.
Still, only 3 prime ministers till Christmas.
But it is good to see the fans down on the track. One of the sort of hallmarks before the cars get a-rolling is that the fans who paid precious little to come to the Nordschleife and get in the paddock, they can get out on the grid. Such a rarity in international motor racing, and that's why it's very special indeed, the NLS. This really, above many, many series, I think, brings on the next generation. It's one thing watching the racing from the grandstand, or if you're on the Nordschleife, getting out to some of the crisper corners around the back where the cars get airborne. Of course, that makes its mark, but getting down and just seeing the drivers. Snowy's been there, I've been there as boys with sticky fingers. Obviously, we never touched the cars, but it was just simply... that access is what it's all about at that age. It's seeing the little things, the details that others might take for granted, but only when you see them for the first time do you understand them. And looking into a racing car and go, oh, we didn't come to the circuit in anything like this. The difference. Vive la différence.
It's funny you say that. As you say, we've both been there in different ways and facets. But that's a friend of mine a few years ago came to one of our FAA rounds at Barcelona, so 20 years ago. And he'd seen it and followed it, been passionate of it, knew what I did, etc., but came to the first meeting. And he walked into the garage and looked at the car, and he just went quiet. And I said, "What's the matter?" And he just said, "I didn't realise they were so big." And it was that almost sort of boyish schoolboy sort of, crikey, as you say, seeing them on television was one thing, but he just said, "I didn't realise they were so big." And GT cars, and we did it this year at and Hindy, Joe and others and I walked around the pits at this 24-hour event. And you get to see it, and you see an M4, and you think of the M4 road car, isn't the smallest of footprints. It's not as massive of some cars on the road these days. Then you see the GT3 race version. And you sit there and think, yes, that they're a physical mass, which is why we say so often when people lunge or try and go for a gap or whatever, cars don't disappear. There's a huge physical mass on the track. It may not weigh a lot as a race car, everything's optimal, etc., but it's a big footprint on the track. And as you said, Bruce, parts of the circuit incredibly narrow, and I'd say it time and time again. Call it the funnel, the pinch point. You come off the Grand Prix circuit and go through Sabine Schmidt's curve, that 180-degree hairpin, and there's a reminder there immediately on the right-hand side. There's a white line and a wall. So there's the tyre. That's it. That's barriers. No tyres. It's there. Off you go down the Hatton back, and it's that narrow, and you're sitting millimetres away from 1, 2, 3 other GT3 cars, plus other traffic, with massive speed differentials, and it just takes your hat off them every time. Watch some of the onboard if you get the chance, or listen to our descriptions of it, and it is absolutely fascinating. I can't convey enough how concentrated these guys are doing that down there for 4 hours.
Two things within that. One is the fact that if you have a GT3 car of, let's say, a Mercedes AMG, for sake of example, and alongside the GT4, which is the more standard version, you think, oh my word, that's been in the gym, hasn't it? It's really bulks out. But the other thing, I'm delighted that you were just touching on the number of cars that are carrying the onboard cameras, and it's not only informative to travel with the SP9, the fastest cars. It's when you're with one of the junior cars, maybe a production car, and you're on board with that, and then you see one of the fast cars come past, and you go, oh.
Yeah,
right. That's the level of performance.
Yeah, that speed differential, and reading the situation, and knowing not where you can overtake so much, but where you can't.
Yes,
that's the second layer of a pro driver. I think it was I'm sure it was Ayrton Senna that said years ago that I think it was Tiffany Dell that commented on Ayrton Senna, saying at the time that most drivers in F1 level are thinking a corner ahead. And not where they are at the time, they're thinking ahead. That bit's static. They've processed that already. And he genuinely believed that Senna was 2 corners ahead, as in it was a slight exaggeration for clarity, but that way of thinking. But that's what they do here on the Nordschleife. It's not just coming up behind a car and like, where do I go? You've got that information, that data collection we refer to all the time. That's part of that data, that mind map, that mind muscle of remembering, can I, can't I, shall I, won't I? But you've got somebody behind you, so you don't want to lose time. Give them the advantage of, it's not just like, can I go through here? Maybe now's not the best bit, but 2 corners later, or a second curve, or a bit of a radius here, this is the bit to use, you can, and then where you can go through.
And one of the things that always struck me is when you watch the best skiers before a World Cup downhill, they're standing and swaying, and of course you can see the movements as they're imagining the 3rd and 4th corners, the pre-jumping in for a leap. But the clearest I've ever seen it in motor racing, you don't really see it unless you've got a camera in a car with a roof. But I remember being at Macau for the Formula 3 Grand Prix back in, let's say, about 1990. And I looked into the cockpit in the collection area. Yes, it's amazing. I was there. I hadn't even been born. Quite extraordinary. But a good school trip, mind. I looked into Ricard Rydell's cockpit. Of course, he went on to great things. He should have gone further in single-seaters, did great things in all sorts of touring cars. But he was there, and his eyes were open, but they were moving, but he wasn't looking out at all. He was envisaging exactly how it was going to be when you move away from the sort of waterfront area, the flat area of the Macau course, and then it just goes in. Well, you talked about a funnel. Talk about a funnel. Going on, turning right again up the hill with the rock face on one side and twisting around Maternity Bend, etc. And he was visualising the whole course. I thought, okay, drivers do that as well. But Ricard was a very intense driver, and so he probably took it to a level beyond some of his rivals. But certainly, it was opening to me. The car's now revealed on the grid. The people have been ushered away to... They've got enough time to motor off with 21 minutes to go and get a little something to eat, a little coffee, a little beer, perhaps, cheeky little number. And
A sharpener.
exactly. And then perhaps, for a lot of them, either go over the track. There's a great big bridge that takes you from the pit side over to the grandstands, and watch from the grandstands there. Maybe a good place to watch the start. But then I think one of the beauties about the Nordschleife, if you've been there before, you know where you can hop in your car and then go to another viewing point around the circuit. And I certainly would have various points I'd like to get to. And you know what? It's not just an idle idea. A lot of these fans, these are the people that get the most from their racing because they understand how to do that. They've seen the cars, they've chatted to their favourite drivers, they watch the start, and they will go and work this event. A bit like someone following a rally in the old days where you could go from one special stage to another and, oh, don't go down that lane, you might get caught by course vehicles, and you work it out. And, you know, gosh, I mean, that was back when I used to do that in the 1980s, and you're going, and early 90s, you're going, you had to plan your route beforehand, and you worked very hard over 3 days following something like we used to do, the RAC Rally, which is now Rally Great Britain. But fabulous fun. Well, until you got caught in a snowdrift, but hey.
So 1 minute to go, and then they'll start our warm-up lap. Of course, the formation lap here at the Nürburgring is the whole way round. It is the full 25 kilometres. Get them, have a good last look at the circuit. Now, we mentioned this morning that we had a bit of fog and a tiny bit of rain, sort of Dottingerhohe, Galgenkopf, Dottingerhohe, Tiergarten, that area. So the end bit of the lap, which it just sounds like three bits of, you know, 2 bits of corners and a straight separated by. Well, pretty key to this circuit actually. Galgenkopf, a double fast right-hander. Super important to getting a run down that Dottingerhohe, which flat out with a kink part way through. We've seen people out drafting and etc. there. There's some fabulous footage that young Dan Harper put up earlier in the season of 3 M4 BMWs, Falcon Horse Rover and the BMW Juni team, all line astern, but all plying their trade, all learning from one another, all getting a tow, pulling off one gets the advantage, and then going around the outside of that kink and still keeping your foot in a GT4 car through the and we're doing 285 clicks down there roughly, so keep your foot in, keep committed, and get a place up to the Tiergarten. And then you couldn't have more opposite at the end of the Dottingerhohe, that Tiergarten section that really is the roller coaster ride and the barriers on the left hand side onto the pit straight, just to end the lap, just to sort of focus the mind. We said beginning of the lap was exciting enough, the end of the lap is pretty impressive here as well.
Well, I was about to say, if there was a grandstand there, I would volunteer to sit there, particularly in the final hour of the race. But one thing, when you get on board, you're not on board, the camera's on board, and you get the car coming into the Tiergarten twisters at the end of the lap, the barriers look as though they're hard across the circuit right in front of you. Only when you get close do you find they're angled at about 20 degrees because there is a bit of scope, but we've seen cars almost kissing those when trying to sort things out on the final corner of the final lap. Right, track conditions on the start-finish straight. Dry, but you can see there has been moisture, and certainly there will be a dry line appearing when the cars go round at racing speed, but with the large grandstand there casting shade across the track, it does make it a little bit damp. But this is key for the drivers as the first few cars now, the first group of cars wend their way through the first half of the Grand Prix loop before they turn, well, the first quarter before they turn right, and then go off towards the end of the Grand Prix loop. Looks dry, but the very merit of being taken around behind the Porsche safety car, the pace car, to check what's happening out of the back of the circuit, because in many a time we've been here where it's been completely dry on the start-finish straight, they get to the far side of the track and find it's either raining or what has cleared in the higher parts of the circuit where the track's not between the trees. When they get between the trees and no wind can hit it, or little wind, suddenly they find the track is greasy. So this formation lap is absolutely vital. Last time out, Snow, we had some drivers who were prepared to push very hard on the opening lap and others who weren't because it was really, really slippery. We had a few drivers coming unstuck. So there is always that bit of caution. What's the sky doing? White clouds by and large, blue sky. I'd say about half the sky appears blue as we look forward from the 188 Toyota Supra you were mentioning, and drivers as ever weaving to get heat into their tyres. The front 10 just going through the Vidal chicane, so any moment now they'll be turning left and left again through the Sabine-Smits curves. But it looks though we're set fair. You said the weather conditions should be pretty solid for 4 hours, and I think any driver on this grid now would go, I'll take these. These are not what I expected. This is far, far better.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here today is for drivers and teams and everybody involved, strategists, etc., is just simply temperature. It's a lot colder than normal. Tyres are going to work differently. Engines are going to breathe better, but tyres are going to work less efficiently. You're going to have to work your tyre harder to get it into its operating window. Little update for us: the 606 did get moving again. So
good.
They put a new fuse in, more money in the slot,
Yes.
and the meter, and off it went again. So that's fine. So that's a little bit of it was just a bit of drama. Just to get yourself on telly. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's get a mention.
Some people.
If I just stop it here and turn it off, they're bound to talk about us. Good marketing. I like it.
Exactly. So some people are just a little bit needy, aren't they, in their own way? But so 519, another Toyota, going around with an onboard camera and a Nakajima on board. It seems the way that since Kazuki Nakajima, I jumped a generation there, has sort of largely hung up his professional helmet racing at the top class in the World Endurance Championship. He's enjoying his time, and also with a representative role, an ambassadorial role for Toyota Gazoo Racing. He knows this is an event and a circuit that is absolutely lauded in Japan as the ultimate racing circuit, and we've seen over the years and even the decades now that a lot of Japanese drivers, they save up their money and they come specifically to compete in this series. So he's not just doing it for fun. I mean, it's 90% fun, but it's also because he's thinking, well, a lot of Japanese drivers would like to do it, and they'd like to do it in a Japanese car. And of course, with all of these manufacturers, the GT4 class is really growing fast at the moment. Toyota just brought out an upgraded Supra for 2023, and I believe the order book is turning over all the time. And certainly it's a good opportunity. The Toyota Supra always looks sleek and nimble. Looks like it's about to fall off the track at the moment. It's being warmed up so vigorously, but again, great to see, and great to see it in the sunshine, Snow.
What isn't, I don't know whether it's Nakajima or Clean on board that's the number 519 that you just mentioned, Bruce, there. But the reason that we see this weaving side to side to get heat into the tyres, it's not just the tread area you want to get the temperature into, it's the sidewalls. That's the bit to make the tyre compliant, because if you start going over curbs, early start stage when the tyres are not fully warmed up and the sidewalls are weaker, that's how you cause tyre failures and punctures later on. So it's all part of a driver's sort of toolbox, the armoury there, to get that done on. You've got 25 kilometres to go and do that, but you need to do that slightly severe stuff to get those sidewalls nice and flexible. Final 4 hours of 2022, hard to believe, isn't it?
Extraordinary.
Can't quite believe it. We're here, ready for the last one. Great weather, I think, I would say almost perfect race conditions, in fact. Nice and cool. I need to have a look at what the actual temperature is for us. I shall consult one of the myriad of devices in front of us and give us a temperature update. You know what's going to happen on Twitter before you know it, don't you? 4 degrees.
Einmal im Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid. Der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell. Benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen. Der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Von Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter
und TikTok.
willkommen zu NLS.
Racing. So, what's it going to be today? Is it going to be beer? Is it going to be coffee? Is it going to be biscuits? Just looking a shot of the crew catering, but the Audi engineers sitting at Team Phoenix, they have no time for biscuits or coffee right now. They're trying to get whatever information they can get, any data as the cars go around the circuit at the moment. How dry is it around the back? Or more to the point, how wet? Is it damp? It was damp and misty this morning, but as we ride around about 2/3 of the way around the circuit on this, the formation lap, it's certainly drier than when I saw the cars on the out lap. But again, interesting, as the cars sweep onto through Galgenkopf onto Dottinger-Hurt, it's still damp on the left-hand side of the track, or still dark as we treated a shot from the Rover Helicam. So the sun that is out is hitting some of the circuit. So again, drivers will have to factor that in. The track, I would say, is dry, but it's not fully dry, and it's not uniformly dry. When is it ever so at the Nürburgring? So, 2 Audis on the front row of the grid, both from Scherer Sport Team Phoenix. Then comes the car that was qualified third, the Huber Motorsport Porsche. Nico Menzel set the time he's showing with Dennis Fetzer, who's in his third different team this series. Fourth car on the grid is the best of the Mercedes, the only Mercedes in the top class, and that was qualified by Lucy Treffs. That's Landgraf Motorsport. But the sun is shining. I didn't expect to be able to say that before the start of the race here in November. A fabulous shot down the Dottinger-Hurt, a stream of cars. And of course, when you've got the front pack of cars, you've got plenty. Overall, we've got 87 cars starting this race. Yes, sometimes we have more, but 87 cars on, to me, the world's greatest circuit. And I'm not alone in that. Is a very, very mouth-watering treat. So, heat in the tyres. Peter said the air temperature was 4 degrees. We've got a lot of Cup 2 class cars nibbling away in the tail of the top end. We've got the brand new 992, next year's 911 GT3 Porsche. That is being run for the third time. It ran in round 7, round 8, and now this, the delayed second round of the championship. But the final round for 2022, and this time it's Dynamic Motorsport who will be fielding that car. And as the cars come towards the twisters at Tiergarten, Peter Snowden, the track does look grey, but also darker patches as well that could catch people out on this opening lap.
Yeah, just under the golden trees there at the Tiergarten. It's a little bit darker, the clue that it's you say a little bit damp there, but it's we saw that in the lap time, didn't we? 8:47 was the quality pole time, so quite a bit off. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we're down to 8:23.25 quite quickly with this. But our first starting batch coming through, 70 cars allowed per group. We only need 2 today for these last couple of rounds, which makes life a little bit easier.
Well, all the teams and drivers very, very much take this mix as they find it. Yes, they'll take this. This is November. You're really dicing with odd weather, but they've been very, very lucky indeed. The Porsche pace car pulls off a green, white and red Audi and a blue, white and red Audi on the front row. Frank Stippler, powered by a pre-race banana, sets off waiting for the lights to go green. Proper start today. A couple of the drivers in the Cup 2 class Porsche trying to dive down the middle and having to dab their brakes, nearly clattering the cars in front. And the Huber Motorsport Porsche, I don't think it's going to have any paint on the right-hand side, diving down the inside, or trying to, of Frank Stippler to go for the lead. Franks enters on the apex side of the first corner, bounce off the curve, spins around one of the Cup 2 Porsches. 3 cars, 4 cars, 5 cars on the grouse. The Aston Martin makes it back. So a little too hard too soon and cutting across. Stippler had nowhere to go on the inside. He was about a car length behind, but he had to turn into the corner, hit the curb. We've got a Cup 2 class Porsche in the lead of the race. It's car number 107. The Landgraf Mercedes was second. On the exit of the Mercedes arena, unfortunately gets pushed down to third. So Frank Stippler back into second. It's super, super busy out there.
Well, that's the Mattel Racing Porsche that's taken the lead. The 107, as you said, quite rightly, Bruce, there. But the Porsche that got turned around there just at turn 1, almost like he stalled it, or he just didn't have room to flick it around and go without taking out other people. So that's going to be very smooth. The Landgraf Mercedes also getting a good run. I think it was early part of that. I think that's up to
Third position.
Third position, I think it is, yes.
Yeah, change of position behind the one of the Cup 2 Porsches is being edged backwards. But Frank Stippler was really squeezed on the inside. In fact, they were 3 abreast into the first corner, and the Porsche in the middle was the jam in the sandwich, the jam that got squeezed, the jam that got spun, unfortunately. Now, making a bit of a move early on is the number 34 Walkenhorst.
17 Aston.
Number 17 Aston has not got onto the Nordschleife at the top of the hill just before the Sabine-Schmitz curve.
Big left rear damage, huge left rear damage on that.
Something has happened in the Vidal chicane. Unfortunately, it says punch on the back of the car, and someone's taken that as an instruction, and they've clearly thumped into the back. So very, very disappointing for Pro Sport Racing, for Maxime Dumouriez and Jean Glorieux. So 87 starters, down to 86 at the moment. Still waiting for the second batch of cars to get their start. But up front, very close indeed. Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW starting to pick its way up the order. And forgot to mention the green, white and red Audi that started on the outside of the front row is down in 6th position. Well.
Well, in Phoenix terms, that's a nightmare start for them, isn't there? 2 cars. Just not what they'd expect normally. The front row there, I did notice when they were coming through side by side on the Tiergarten, and that Porsche that came down the pit wall, the Huber Motorsport car, all I can say is, thank goodness it's got flush door handles. It would have needed them. It was that close to the pit wall.
Right, second batch of cars about to take the start, and we've just cut away from some action where we had Frank Stippler shaping up on the Nordschleife to try and take the lead of the race. First 6 cars very close. Right, how's it going to shape up to VW Golfs right at the front end of the second starting group? A blue one ahead of a black and white one. The black and white one was car number 303, I think it was, but nice and neat and tidy and far less aggressive than the first starting group. The first starting group really bunched up because the red light waited a very long time until it was flicked, and a few cars, as I said, dabbing the brakes, not what you want to do when you're trying to accelerate down to the first turn. But the second batch of cars, they know how to do it. They're largely staying on the black stuff, or in this sunny morning, stuff that's almost grey stuff now. Dare's improving, and how frustrating. 4 hours of racing. One car, the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, thumped up the back out of the race, having not even got off the Grand Prix loop. And again, of course, one of the Porsches, the Mathol Racing Porsche that Peter picked out, car number 107, spun around, doing well, and one of the sister Porsches from Cup 2 spun around, and going past the Aston Martin, waved yellow flags, and then they become green flags as the drivers get to Sabine-Schmitz curve. Now, some of the cars, the third car in class, has backed off so much. The first 2 cars in the second batch of cars must be about 10 seconds clear as they exit the Sabine-Schmitz curves.
Code 60 there now because of that number 16.
Oh, it's gone to code 60.
Yeah, literally that second.
Okay, well, this is the point. We've talked about this many a time. We'll talk about it again through this race. If a code 60 is thrown and you just got clear of it, that is a gift. Yeah. Particularly on the opening lap of the race, when it means the first 2 cars in the second batch are clear. They've suddenly been given this gift. They can concentrate on their battle. There's a white Porsche 103.
That'll be the car. I was just trying to say, I'm trying to work. That's the Black Falcon entry.
Well, possibly the Assailant. We don't know. That's,
well, I'm guessing, yes. Well, there's no damage. I was just trying to work out, Bruce, there. We saw the footage of that second batch coming through.
What we can't see, though, is the front right-hand corner, which may have tagged the left rear of the Aston Martin. We'll have to see.
I think there's going to be a third car involved in that, because looking back at that Pro Sport Aston number 17, we had a camera shot looking back towards it. You can see the left rear toe links damaged, and that the car's got huge toe out. That car's out of the race, end of, sadly. But this side of it, there was still some of the boards, marker boards at Apollo Siren that were damaged, but the Aston never got that far. So I'm suspecting it's been either tagged and something else has probably collected it. And turned it round, because it's a very odd part of the circuit to go around, unless it's just cold tyres, but it's just facing the wrong way. Lots of left rear damage, and at least a 103 Porsche Black Falcon out as well.
What we can tell you for sure is 2 cars therefore have not made it onto the Nordschleife. Up front, however, first 2 seem to have got away. Great little tussle. Kuba Gimasiak getting a little bit fed up being in 6th place. He's side by side with the driver in 5th place in the Huber Motorsport Porsche, goes past right onto the tail of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. And a little mistake from the Landgraf Mercedes, who's lost 1, 2, 3, 4. He's about to lose 6 positions in the space of about 2 corners. Clearly a problem for the 55 car. Oh, how unfortunate is this?
That's slowing. That's got an issue, that Landgraf Mercedes.
And that's just coming into the carousel. He's going to have to stay on the high line.
Exactly. Otherwise, taking the high line out of the way. There's an issue for that car, most certainly.
So 2/3 of the lap good. Last third is going to be a limp home. And the Huber Motorsport Porsche looks it's losing a little bit of its performance as well. But that's a place gain for Kuba Gimnaziak's car, the car that has been so strong in the last couple of rounds. Track still dark and light according to how the sun has hit it, but mainly dry. And the Walkenhorst Motorsport number 34 BMW really trying to shape up to find the space to get by into third place. Frank Stippler, though, when last seen, was leading or pushing for the lead of the race, and the cameras cut away just when he didn't quite make the move. That's when we went to see the second batch of cars make their start. Toyota GT4 number 188, really running very, very well indeed. That's Griezmann, Ronifat and Folter right up with some of Cup 2 racing Porsches and having a really, really good opening stint to this race.
So I'm still intrigued to know what happened exactly with the number 17 Pro Sport Atom. We've only ever seen the sort of the result, the conclusion of that car sadly being eliminated from the race a few turns in on the GP circuit. So there was me saying that it's always been the bridesmaid, and maybe it's a day to shine. Not today, but if it's not part of the race, and it may not be part of its own fault to be there, but it's certainly faced the wrong way with a lot of left rear damage, and we're not really quite sure why that's the case. And hopefully we'll get some intel on that at some point and let you know. But a great shame to see one of the top contenders out. One of the got a small number, I think it was 8 cars in Pro SP9 category, obviously Pro and Pro-Am.
And Am. We've got one of the Walkenhorst cars, of course.
Indeed.
Henry Walkenhorst car shared with Friedrich von Bohlen. That always runs in the Am class, and sometimes we don't get to see that so much because with 2 Ams, there's no way they're going to keep up with a Pro-Am class car or a Pro car, and it's the Pro cars at the front of the field.
Yeah, and Henry Walkenhorst at the wheel of that car at the start. So that was me saying that Phoenix, Sport Phoenix hadn't had their best start, and I was going to say, but I thought, do I, don't I? It's always that bit of a commentator. Do you, don't I? Say, yeah, this is where teams like Phoenix will show us what they can do. Come out the drop down. You said 8th at one point? Well,
yeah.
They're first and third now.
Yeah, first and third. Now, a car we're expecting to cut up the order. We've had it for 2 rounds so far. It's the 3rd team running it. It's Dynamic Motorsport and Matej Karoli sharing with Julian Andlauer, 2 drivers very much on the Porsche books, is being a little bit cautious. You've got a couple of Cup 2 Porsches ahead of him as he completes that up, just going through the final couple of corners, and then he's going to want to get clear of those. He started further back. That's what happens when you're running a car that's not homologated. You start at the back of the pack, but he should pick those off. But in Cup 2, and he's in the middle, if you can be in the middle of 6 cars, they are very, very quick in a straight line. He's going to have to work his corners, but he can't do it down into turn 1. But all looking good from Stippler, from Cronjes, the first 2, Kuba Gimnaziak, and then Nico Menzel. So Audi, BMW, Audi, and then Menzel for Porsche. Top class 2 car, brilliant start from Dorian Boccolacci, very talented young French driver. That's why he's leading the Cup 2 class in 5th place overall.
Well, Frank Stippler, our race leader, number 5 Shearer Sport Team Phoenix Audi R8 crosses the line and sets the fastest lap of the race at an 8:33. Christian Krones is the Walkenhorst BMW M4. That is the second fastest with an 8:40, so some 7 seconds between them still there.
Aston Martin's still there.
I was going to say that Aston's still there, going to be covering to it. I just wonder if it's got some kind of heavy transmission damage at the back of that car. That's why they tried to get a straight pull onto it, try to get it out of the way. Hence that second batch had the code 60 there to slow them down. But they obviously got that Aston's static. It's stuck itself to where it is.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised that given the whack it's taken on the left rear.
There is a certain irony that the one place that, you know, it's quite easy to get a camera must have been just turned and faced the other way, so we didn't see what happened. But this is one of the places it's easy to get a vehicle to the car to clear it, and something is preventing it from going. Right, Matej Karoli just picked off one of those Cup 2 class Porsches ahead of him. That was car number 123, which is being driven in the early stages by Michele Di Martino, a driver we often see, of course, for Conrad Motorsport in their Lamborghini, which, Franz, we're missing you. Such a supporter of this championship. Hadn't seen it really in the second half of the year. And it's always a pointer for Peter and I to check on the progress of the Conrad Motorsport car, because it seems to have 2 speeds, very quick and competitive, and then the speed where things have gone slightly wrong, which they most notably have for Landgraf Motorsport, because only now, as the leaders are now 1/3 of the way around the Nordschleife, does it make it back to the pit lane. So hugely, hugely frustrating for Landgraf. Patrick Assenheimer and the driver who set the time in that car, Lucy Treffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 4-minute 57 rotation to the pits there, so just under 5 minutes to get it back here. So lots of grass on the front of the split. That car's been off track somewhere, so that might be simple as that it's just been push wide, run wide, something. There's a little investigation going on the front right of the car. They're clearing out that awesome aperture, that grille of that car that always looks, I think, so menacing in the mirror. It must be for other drivers, but that's actually full of grass at the moment. That's been cleared out. That would obviously cause overheating issues, even on a cold day like today. We saw that in the last round, didn't we, with one of the Falcon Porsches, the new car, the 992. That had overheating issues. So
because of leaves stuck on the front of the car. I joked about it rather flippantly. Sorry. But I didn't think it would do that much damage on a day that wasn't hot. It's not 30-degree temperatures. Now, I wonder if this one went off. It was fighting for third position at the time, or if it's been off in trying to keep out of the way of the others. But I think it was probably in the heat of the battle, just did that thing that's so easy to do on the Nordschleife, ran a little bit wide in that thing that isn't very wide to start with, and has had to pay the consequence.
I'm going to speculate here, which is always very dangerous. I can hear you all, hands up in the air, gasping, don't. But they're looking around at, I'm going to suggest power steering failure. The way looking at that car, we've got mechanics underneath looking at it. There's a bit of damage on the leading edge of the front wing, behind the front right wheel. So they were looking there. I just went, and they were looking at some kind of reservoir in the engine room there, one engineer. I just wonder if it's got some kind of power steering issue, which if your power steering fails, and suddenly it goes to no power steering, it tends to cause what they call understeer, as in you will go off and collect lots of grass. And there you go. I've started with 5, worked back to 4.3. What's 2 plus 2? It could be anything. I could be completely wrong, and off and down. So I'm just saying here, for the record.
That is why you're here.
It's not saying what has happened. It's in my head what might have happened.
In fairness, viewers and listeners, Peter has been there, seen it, done it. So we might be able to list 32 reasons why a car can retire, but Peter, having possibly explained some of them to the team boss over the years, or just analysed what his teammate has done, trawls a far deeper reservoir.
I've got to say that driver error is usually quite high on the list.
I'm trying to paint you in a good light.
I know, you're very kind, Bruce.
So, if you just missed the start of the race, it's been exciting from the very first corner, where Frank Stippler found himself with nowhere to go, 3 cars abreast trying to take the lead of the race. And before the cars even turned onto the Nordschleife after a little bit of nonsense at turn 1, we'd already lost the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. The 103 Porsche from the Cup 2 class car didn't even get onto the Nordschleife either. That's pulled to the side of the circuit. And now the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes returned 5 minutes after all of its rivals, with the front full of grass. That's been cleared out, but, you know, it's not a quick fix. The bonnet is up, the car is back into the pit garage, and the crew from Landgraf Motorsport taking a look, but they've been listening to us. They're checking the power steering, no doubt, because that's what Snowy thought it might be. But again, slightly baffled as the looks under the bonnet aren't having people charging in with spanners and trying to sort things out. So Dorian Boccalacci, don't forget that name, leading the Cup 2 class. He's now been separated from Michele Di Martino because Julian Andlauer in next year's Porsche 911 GT3R, that's the 992 model, lots of numbers to throw at you, but the 992 having its 3rd run in 3 consecutive rounds on the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. It's not homologated yet, but in the interest of fairness, Porsche has let the first of those outings be run by Manthey Racing, this sort of quasi-works team over the years. Last time out, it was Falcon Motorsport using a different sort of car, no longer Michelin's. They changed to Falcon tyres, as they would. And this time out, it's Dynamic Motorsport, the Italian team, running it on Pirellis. So, again, a lot of experience and knowledge being gained by the parties there. And a lot of people around the world will be watching this event with a particular eye on how that car is going. A lot of them might have already got their names in the order book. And if they haven't, Snowy, they're probably too late.
Well, I was going to say you should do by now, if not too late, as you say quite rightly. Keeping an eye on second place car, the 34 Valkenhorst M4 SP9 Pro category. Christian Krohn's at the wheel of that, setting sectors now repeatedly a couple of seconds quicker than Frank Stippler. These two crossed the line with 6.7 seconds between them.
Yeah, and Christian Krones is now about half a second, under a second down. As Peter was saying that, we were suddenly treated to high-up shots from the Rovi helicam. Yeah, it's about a second between them. And there was a car limping very slowly on driver's right. And they went past that at full speed because it was on a wide section of the circuit. They're bringing it home down the Dossinger, not home, to the end of the lap. This is the end of lap 2. And
that's the 474 Team Mattel Racing Porsche.
So that's on its completing its first lap, perhaps. But again, it's a long straight, the Dossinger, and certainly Christian Cronjes, the Norwegian racer, using it very well indeed into the slipstream, right under the tail. But Frank Stippler, if there's a door to be left open, he knows how to make sure not to do that. No, he's got the key. So they go on through. So that Porsche Cayman will probably get back to the pits. But the straight is so super long. And if you're going in a Porsche Cayman in one of the junior classes, you're going to be passed at warp speed by the front-running cars in the top class. Oh, dive from Christian Cronjes down into the first turn. Surely not close enough to make that move. Gimasiak comes back in third. No, Stippler covers that off at turn 1. And Nico Menzel in fourth place, sorry. Stippler, Cronjes, Gimasiak and Menzel. 2 laps on the board, but Christian Cronjes pushing very hard indeed.
The key to that door was firmly in Frank Stippler's hands still, wasn't it? And it was a brave move by Christian Cronjes, who has set the fastest lap of the race at 8:11. I said it was going to go to 23s quite early, I thought. 8:11 straight off.
Well, we nearly had a change for the lead there. Bizarrely exiting the Mercedes arena. That is what's happened. Just before the cut-through, suddenly, having made a mistake coming out of the Mercedes arena, there was greater speed for Christian Cronjes. I thought, hold on, I did a bit of physics at school, this shouldn't work. And that is because Frank Stippler was slowing markedly for a code 60, and the BMW went almost past him on the outside just before they turned double right through the hairpin on the cut-through. And couldn't see what was being cleared up there.
It's probably Aston still there, 17. The Aston is it? It's just in that area.
No, it's further on, isn't it? It's at the Vidal chicane.
Yeah, it will be before that, probably.
Yeah, but they've sped up again. So it was a very slow one. Something, I think, has gone off at that little cut-through on the Grand Prix loop. They now come up the crest of the hill. No, all clear for them, and they're back at full racing speed as they turn double left. The 103 Porsche is being flatbedded away and going the other direction on an access road. So is the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. 2 cars. They had 25 kilometres of circuit to play in, and they were all over and out within a kilometre. Didn't even get onto the Nordschleife on the opening lap.
Now, those previous laps we mentioned, it was 6.7 seconds between these two on the opening lap. And just, as we mentioned, Bruce, they were closing that down. Across the line, 8:11 for Christian Krones and then 8:17 for Frank Stippler. So some 6 seconds in one lap. And then an unbelievable jump there from Christian Krones in the Valkenhorst BMW. They crossed the line 0.2 apart. As you said, that little lunge down the inside. But Frank Stippler, as you said, anybody's going to know this place at the back of his hand. I'm sure he really could drive it blindfolded. And I do not exaggerate.
But it's also what you get with Frank. I'm always blowing Frank's trumpet, but he is so excellent around here, is the fact he's also aware what the plan is. How many laps do you plan to do on this stint? We always know that the opening stint tends to be a lap shorter than the others, because of course they've done the full formation lap as well. But in full running, we can normally get 8 hours. 8 hours. Try that one again, Joes. 8 laps on the second stint. If you want to push your tyres a bit harder, 7 laps. If you want to have a completely curveball tactic and then do longer stints later in the race, we see some people coming in after 6 laps, even 5 laps. However, up front, Frank Stippler's assessing it's a cool, crisp morning on the Nordschleife. It's beginning to warm up. The sun is now out properly. It was just before the start of the race, but the clouds that were there are now starting to shift. He's analysing how far, how hard he wants to push these tyres. The team will have had a theory, and Shearer Sport Team Phoenix, they have just been so on it this year in particular. And they've made this their speciality. They race in other championships, but the NLS is their bread and butter. And Frank Stippler is doing what he needs to do. But right now, his job is to keep Christian Cronjes behind him, or let him go. If he thinks he wants to do a lap that may be extra in this opening stint, then he will do what he needs to do. But right now, as they go past back markers, he's using the narrow width, if you can put it that way, of the Nordschleife, leaving half a hint at where Christian Cronjes might go, but only ever offering him the outside line, the line you wouldn't normally take, the line that is still necessarily a little bit greasy. Christian Cronjes, though, been racing for quite a while now. He's an AM racer, but he's a driver who's had great success on the European racing season. And he's doing a good job, tucked in behind, not prepared to go for little gaps that don't possibly maybe even a little bit exist. And again, that just shows the experience he's built up over the years.
It's that old issue again, isn't it? The Christian Krones, 6.7 seconds on the first lap. Closes that right down, has a go for it. Frank Stippler, anybody's going to raise the game and just say no. As you just said, Bruce, he keeps the keys to the doors firmly in his pockets. He doesn't open doors. It's not done.
No.
He is the perfect motorsport doorman in that sense.
But while he's doing that, what's happening? He's letting his teammate catch up, and that's exactly what's happened. There's a gap of a second or so, just under between first and second, between Stippler and Christian Cronjes, and it was quite a tidy gap. There's 3.5 seconds back for the driver in third place. In the second of the Phoenix Audis, he's now what? The second behind in third place.
Hello, right on cue, as you've said. We're going to see some fabulous helicam shots this series, this race. Indeed, that's exactly what we switched to. And what do we see? There's an Audi leading. That's Frank Stippler. Just behind it, there's a BMW with Christian Krones at the wheel. But who's even closer? Mr. Gamaziak in the other Shearer Phoenix Audi. As you said, suddenly brought into play. And that's the level of what things people like Frank Stippler can do. You're sitting there, you're leading a motor race in a full GT3 spec R8 Audi around the Nordschleife. Yeah, a quiet, calm little circuit. Not. You've got a BMW right behind you that's trying to come down the inside or not. You're closing the door. And whilst you're doing it, I'm going to stay in the lead, but I'm just going to bring my teammate into play as well. So that Christian Krones there is doing his best to get past one Audi. And in the mirror, it's like, hello, I'm here too. And let's play. Now it's a Phoenix sandwich.
I was never very good at sewing, couldn't thread the eye of the needle, and that's exactly what the drive...
That's a skill you need here of all places.
You certainly do. In fact, just I'd had a sharp intake of breath as you were just finishing your previous sentence, because Frank Stippler went past the back marker, and then Christian Cronjes tried, but unfortunately the back marker moved about a third of a car width over. It may not sound much, but the track is super, super narrow, and you can be sure with these cool temperatures they would be off the circuit. If they touched that grass, they'd be into the barriers.
Now, no cheating, Jones. Don't look at your timing screen. Of the top 3 cars, who's setting the purple sectors, do you think?
Oh, could it be Gamaziak?
What a great guess.
There we are.
Yes.
The fact he
Top
caught
of the
up.
class again, Jones.
Yeah, so it's quite extraordinary, isn't it, really? But again, I'm going to throw something else into the little mixture here, is that when you've looked at this series across the course of many years, but just taking 2022, the Phoenix Audis don't often go herring off at the start of the race. They very much use their entire stint to get the best average pace. They've got so much data to play with, so much experience as well. And what we're starting to see now, the pressure's starting to come off Frank Stippler, because Christian Cronjes is having to look backwards. Kuba Gamaziak, fastest driver on the track, just how Frank Stippler wants him to be. He's backed it up. One little slippy, slidey mistake from Christian Cronjes, and that's got him off the tail of Frank Stippler. But actually, that said, he then had a better run through Galgenkopf, and he's now starting to gain. But he's lost about a second on Stippler around this lap, and having got right onto his tail in third place, onto the tail of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, Kuba Gamaziak then just slightly lost out. I thought he was going to be all over his tail, use the slipstream from the BMW M4 GT3 and try and make it a 1-2 for Phoenix Racing. Won't be prepared to take the risk, but he clearly wasn't as confident through those penultimate few corners, which did appear, from what camera work we saw before the start of the race, to be probably the darkest, therefore the slipperiest of the lap. And you commented, Snowy, that in qualifying, when you were looking at the images, that seemed to be one of the wettest parts of the track, the very tail before you get onto the Dottinger Her.
Yeah, there's still a few damp patches on the pit straight, and there's the last little bits of Tiergarten there. So that's not at all surprising. But Matty, as you said, just lost out a little bit. But as you pointed out, Bruce, if any team in the field uses their whole stint, they're known for it, this field. It's almost their USP. Christian Krones trying to go around the outside again and switch back again. Still damp bits on that turn 1. Gamaziak, let's face it, he's won 3 of these races already. 3 of the 7 races we've run already. Never mind this one being the 8th.
Right, here we are. Three laps done. 1.2 seconds between first and third. And catching all of them, he's another 8 seconds back, is Nico Menzel, Huber Motorsport Porsche. Got a little bit muscled out on the opening lap of the race. Mind you, he was the one, his car's probably a little lighter. As we pointed out, he all but scraped it down the pit wall, trying to take the lead on that rolling start. But first, second and third, 1.2 seconds cover them. No, that was on the start-finish line. We're halfway around the Grand Prix loop, and it's down to probably half of that. Gamaziak's coming back. It's Audi, it's BMW, and it's Audi again. And, well, it's ebbing and flowing, but here we are. Cracking racing, bright sunshine in November, Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is the bonus round, the second round of the championship that got cancelled, or postponed, we could say. Snow took it out in early April.
No, it didn't.
You did.
Don't blame me. Nico Menzel there setting the fastest lap of the race for 8:09.2. Kuba Gamaziak 8:09.5. It's only 0.3 between them. Gamaziak, I think, is just sat back a little bit there as they're now out onto the Nordschleife, and you can definitely see that there's still a little bit of damp around there. It's still not ideal racing conditions. It will dry out.
It will, and just towards before they got
being cold.
Yeah, before they got, it was around Straubenschwanz that there was a mistake from the BMW. But I think all of these drivers would have made. Yes, even the saintly Frank Stippler will have made mistakes because it is still slippery in certain parts of the circuit. Largely looks dry, but as I've said over the years, easy for me to say from a commentary position. But having seen certainly Christian Cronus and the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW get it a little bit twitchy, and then Kuba Gamaziak falling back a little bit, I think the mistakes are there, waiting to be made.
Well, you mentioned this earlier, Bruce, about watching this helicam shot and me do my weird nerd bit, but just watching Christian Krones and that Valkenhorst BMW, he's struggling with front-end grip, almost as if those front tyres are going off already, which is slightly odd at 3 laps in. This is their 4th lap. But what I've also noticed is that he's deliberately going offline on the damp bits, as if he's needed to cool those tyres already. So they haven't got much of choices in compound or whatever. But I just wonder if for some reason those fronts have just gone off on that M4 Valkenhorst run entry.
Well, I think that's spot on. That's sort of what I noticed when we had the high up shot. He was right on the tail of Frank Stippler. Then suddenly he wasn't. Suddenly he was off the tail of Stippler and was fighting with Gamaziak. And maybe quite often if one driver makes a mistake, driver who's close behind, as Gamaziak was, suddenly has to come off the power or adjust their line, and maybe that's why he then in turn fell back that little bit. So it is closing up, opening out, but what we have is about a second between the first 3 cars. Frank Stippler, the Phoenix Audi, Christian Cronjes, Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, those M4 GT3s, and the second of the Audis in 3rd place overall, the Polish driver who's got the SP9, the top class honours in his hands already, Kuba Gamaziak, and again, just a second between them. And now, a lot of the rounds of the championship have 140, 150 entries. Today we have 87. We know for sure that 2 of those cars are out, and we've got the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes in the pit garage. So fewer cars to come upon as the fastest cars go around the circuit, which we often say that traffic can make and break a battle, but you sort of feel that today it's not going to do as much. And we've got another car sitting in the pit garage as well. One is Porsche 976 that ain't going as the doctor ordered, and that's one of the cars from the best supported class. 14 cars in the Cup 3 class for the Porsche 718 Caymans, and 976 is FK Performance Motorsport. That's Jens Motorfind, Moritz Oberheim and Thorsten Walter. So frustrating to have a car that looks clean and crisp and apparently with no problems at all, but clearly with some. Driver's still on board though, so at least that's a positive sign. Right, yellow flag I noticed at Eschbach, so towards the end of the lap, that's Marshall Post 161. Yep, it's a long circuit.
Just watching this Valkenhorst car again with Christian Krones at the wheel, it's still, every time he tries to get on the power, it's pushing on, the front's washing out. It's only minuscule. That said, this is coming to a slow zone. Nearly caught one another. Now that's closing right up. We come into I think a yellow flag zone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Eschbach.
Yeah, coming up to the carousel. Frank Stippler backed up a bit. The BMW nearly collected him again. And then Kuba Gamaziak looked like he was going to collect them. They all missed one another through skill and judgment, I'm sure. So that's for all 3. Linus, a great shot going through the carousel, the logo of the NLS series. exactly why it's there, and back out again. And what happens? They all go in together exactly the same. They pull out, and what happens? Frank Stippler just pulls out 2 car lengths immediately.
This is a little something we've noticed in the last 2 rounds in particular, that Frank Stippler seems to read the situation. Yes, you're the lead car, and twice we've had Christian Cronjes so close behind that suddenly he pulls almost alongside. Well, he does pull alongside, but can't pass because he hasn't reacted as fast, possibly not with a clear line of sight, because he's behind Stippler's Audi. But Stippler has been exemplary. He's come off the power, he's slowed down to a code 60 or reacted to a yellow, and twice we've had the M4 pulling alongside and having to tuck back in behind. And all along, Kuba Gamaziak, the Polish racer, sitting at the back of that pack, but it is in clear track at the moment. Traffic reduced by having a smaller entry for this, the final round. But look, we're racing. It's November. The Eiffel Forest looks absolutely magnificent. Now, there's a message there from race control. I've got to find out what that message is going to be. I've seen a little graphic on the screen. I think the start might be under investigation. That's my little hunch. And I think Nico Menzel got going really rather quickly at the rolling start. That's why he was down by the pit wall, but just waiting for any messages. Oh, Frank Stippler's read the traffic so well. He's gained about 2 seconds in one manoeuvre. He didn't back off, and the 2 cars behind, Christian Cronjes, Kuba Gamaziak, had to pay heed, not overtake another car, and it just was in the wrong part of the track for the pair of them. They've got to fight their way back.
It doesn't matter what situation you find Frank Stippler in, he's always got an answer. Just when you think he must have used up all the talent, all the skills, and he's got, and all of a sudden you put him a new one and it has something else. You go, oh, I'll pull this one out now, I'll pull this one out now. There's an ever deeper toolbox of skills for that man.
I think he's probably got the Jackie Stewart nose, the nose that could smell mown grass and realise someone has spun around a corner in front of him. Cliche it may seem, but I think you just need here of all place. You've got to be that. Oh, and we've got a manoeuvre for second place down the Dottinger Her, and it was sorry, Dottinger Her, the Her Act. It was what am I talking about? Got completely. It was a Dottinger Her. Gone mad. Right, classic example there of drafting. Kuba Gamaziak got up alongside, but Christian Cronjes was going, no, I'm not having that, and he just hung in there. But he's just important when the track veers to the left. Just got his BMW back in front, and again, the diversity of the machinery, the difference between the BMW and the Audi. We've commented over recent rounds, in particular the R8 LMS, the Audi, just looks so nimble and balanced, and certainly you feel the drivers on board don't have to work quite as hard as the drivers of the BMW M4 GT3s or the Mercedes AMGs or the Porsches. Their cars look so well balanced, but right now Christian Cronjes, well, they've lost. I said it was 2 seconds gained in one little incident, and now we've got a challenge down into turn 1. Side by side they go. Down the inside went the Audi, but Gamaziak falls back into that 3rd place. But what was the gap?
Crone saw that coming and read that one a mile off.
He did. Right, the gap was well, I said he gained a couple of seconds, but Frank Stippler 3.3 seconds to the good. That's really worked well for him. The last quarter of that lap, of course, most of that was just using the straight, but the damage was done to the chasing duo of Cronjes and Gamaziak before they went through Galgenkopf and down the Dottinger Her. It was done before, and he was reading the rooms, if you will. And new fastest lap of the race for Frank Stippler, 8 minutes 1.275. You said they'd get down to the 8:23s.
Yeah, well, yes,
haven't they?
They did 2 laps ago. Yes, exactly. Yes, and some. Yeah. Well, that 23 mark is the Di Martino, actually, in the Muller Motorsport car in 9th. That's 22, 23. That's that area. That's the territory for that pace. But they've exceeded that, and by some far quicker than I expected. 8 of them been again sub 8 minutes at this rate, which is, of course, for the organisers, this 8-minute lap around the Nordschleife is the magic number. That's where they want the cars to be, and that's where they'll benchmark them to as much as possible. Christian Krohn there, under a little bit of pressure from Gamaziak in turn 1 there, but he did read it, and it's that famous switchback where you can't quite do it. Just a little on board there with a 952. This is our Porsche Cayman of Rink and Malini, having a little bit of a rub and a touch with a similar Cayman in front, just to prove that I'm here, by the way, as if he didn't know it was in his mirrors already. In case you've lost that, in your blind spot, I'm just here.
Yeah, and that's not even for the lead of the class. That's for 6th place in the class, and the driver in front is in 959 for Team Sorg Rennsport, and it's Philippe Mimois, who's got a new teammate this weekend, Fidel Lieb, who's been racing the GT3 level across the last sort of half decade or so. But one thing you always learn about on the Nordschleife is keeping it between the barriers. Good start. Using the slipstream along the Dottinger Höhe. And in fact, the car you were mentioning, the 952 Porsche, has done that in fabulous fashion. It's such a long straight. And just as you think you're settling down, suddenly you've got the left-hander, the little kink before you rise up to the Tiergarten. 952 was, Francesco Mellini at the wheel. Makes the move. Fit very nicely indeed. Sorry, it's not. It's his teammate Rink. I beg your pardon. I looked down, picked out the wrong name out of the hat. Quite hopeless, really.
It was a choice of two.
Christopher Rink. Yes, I was, because originally it was down as a 3-driver entry, and I was having a little scoot through, and I've got it wrong. I'm so sorry. So Cup 3 again. It's a class, the 718 Cayman. And clearly less performance of the cars in the top class, but having had 14 cars on their class entry, that was a fulsome pack of cars. And if you've never listened to, watched, or even read about the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the overall champion across all the classes is the driver who scores the most points. Of course he is, or she is. However, your points are allocated not as a set number, it's according to the number of starters in your class. So if you're in a really big class and you win that class, or even come second or third, you're going to get lots of points. If you set out in a class that's only got 4 runners, you can only ever score the best of 4, and it's not as fulsome. And the championship winners over the years do not come from the top class. Oh dear, we've got a BMW limping in. It's on the Grand Prix loop, going down the hill before rising up to the Vidal chicane, and front bodywork rubbing, tyre smoke pouring out. And looks so that front left wheel may be down to the, they're not very much at all by the looks of things.
I should be able to get through to the cut through out of the way there, not have to go on to the Nordschleife and cause more problem. They're not quite sure why that race control message, Bruce. I've managed to dig back and find out what that was. And it's a corker, it's a headliner. Stop-go penalty for a collision on lap 1 between 005 Stippler and 120 Yarn.
Okay, right.
Stip 005 having the stop-go penalty.
Okay, well that is our race leader. Now, he was the one down the inside. There were 3 abreast. The David Yarn driven Cup 2 Porsche made a stonkingly good start, so we're trying to weave through. That's David Yarn at the wheel, sharing that with Daniel Blickel, and his was the Porsche that was spun around, so clearly adjudged that he was not at fault for that contact, that maybe Stippler should have backed out. Stippler didn't have too many options, but anyhow, he made the clash, and David Yarn has done so well. He recovered from that in the number 120 Cup 2 Porsche and got it up to 4th place in class, 10th overall. It's a 653 BMW that is coming in with the tyre smoke when we went out on the circuit, but clearly front end damage, and that's Markus Nulken showing with Alexander Meissner, and that's one of the M240i Racing Cup entries. Really good little class, that one. Well, not little, it's a 9-car class. And bonnet up, driver out, possibly over for the day, but you know, it's the end of the year. Now, we've got various slow zones out on the circuit. Our front 3 cars just going past one of them. At exit of Carousel, we've got a car facing the wrong way in the track. It looked like a Porsche Cayman, but again, apologise, it was a very, very high up camera shot. Well, it should be, it's from a helicopter. And we'll get sight of that later. I prefer them higher up, the helicopter shots. Yes. And again, what happens on the restart when they get out of the slow zone? Who's quickest to react? Frank Stippler. He's got that number 5 Audi that's going to have to come in for a stop-go.
Now, Bruce, I'm just trying to read this correctly, but in Cup 2, 107 with the Team Matol Racing Porsche with Dortland Bokalaki at the wheel. That's had a moment, an instant.
It has.
That now puts 102, does it not, the Black Falcon car with Tobias Muller at the lead, at the head of the Cup 2 class. But the 107 still running, but he's had an issue. Yeah,
I was just trying to identify that. He's certainly, having led the class, he's tumbled back.
And 7th overall for that point, by so 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Is Cup 2.
Yeah, what's happened, we had some of them, as we saw, trying to challenge for the lead at the opening corner. Right, the 102 Porsche is stationary at the side of the track. That's the class leader.
That's our Cup 2 leader.
I think you better leave the commentary booth now. Every car you mention...
I know.
So we've had Dorian Bokalacci lead Cup 2.
I'm only reporting what happens.
No, that's absolutely fair. Tobias Muller stepped up to take over the lead of the class. He too has had a problem. We'll see what's happened with Boccolacci.
So that's going to put 1-1-2 at the head of that class. That's going to put Marit Krantz in the Kramer Racing Porsche at the head of Cup 2.
And it's leading the championship, and the only car it has to pay attention to is 120, which is going to go up to third in class. That's David Yarn, whose car was spun around. So we talk about cream rising to the top, and in this case, the two cars that came here trying to see which would end up as the championship winner in the Cup 2 class for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup racers, and it looks though it's far from settled. So
we said it would be exciting, this last race, didn't we?
We did, and I thought a lot of the excitement would come from extreme weather of not just one sort, probably various sorts. It is November, it is the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and I'm slightly wrong. It hasn't yet got down to the weather. It's just incident.
Yet being the operative word.
Yeah, but looking at the sky, we can see the sky, which isn't a given in the Eiffel Forest in autumn or spring, as we discovered, when this round was due to be run, but snow stopped play. And now we're starting to get a few cars coming in the pits. We've got one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs coming in, but
second right, that's the third place
Christian Cronje's car. Well, it was.
Stifler's in as well. Stifler may have to serve a penalty now. We've got Kubica Maziak in the Shearer Sport Team Phoenix, and now takes the lead. He's running a lap longer, so he's doing his full 6 laps. Out already is Stifler in this Evo 2 generation R8. Christian Krohn's taking the Valkenhorst driver change. There is going to be a driver change on 34 there, so that means that Sami Matti-Trogen will get into that car. I'm surprised that Stifler's out already, so they're not served that penalty at this point. Now, presumably there's going to be a finite time when race control authorities, officials say you can serve that. It's better to be served in the race, because then we know what happens on track at the end is physical and real time in front of us, not, add a bit on. But a very leisurely stop, I've got to say, for the Valkenhorst. Now I'm wondering, Stifler, did Stifler just come in and serve his stop-go, then disappear? That's all he's done.
Just checking, having left, I'm just waiting for the timing screen to update. I think it's just done the stop and go.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily see the logic, but then again...
No, I don't. That's why I was questioning myself of what's the logic of doing that. But they've served it, got it out of the way, but they've done 5 laps already, so they're going to need to pit that car fairly shortly anyway. 2 more laps?
One or two more. So back on the track, Stifler has stayed on board. He's done that as his stop-go.
So Valkenhorst, number 34 entry is out. Now, this is going to be interesting because the car that's in third position, 34, the Valkenhorst BMW with Christian Krohn on board, that did do a driver switch to, we believe, Sami Matti-Trogen should be into that car now. They're going to be in a strong position now because Kubica Maziak is going to need to come in at some point next couple of laps. I thought he stayed out.
One of the interesting things there, if you look at certain timing screens, we've seen Frank Stifler come in, and Sami Matti-Trogen has taken over the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Stifler went back on the track, but under pit stops, the number 5 Audi is not listed as having had one because that's only a stop-go. Because I thought that would be down as a 1 in the pit stop column, but the only car in the top class that's got a 1 next to it in the pit stop column is the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW that Sami Matti-Trogen has taken over. So yes, 1 lap or 2 laps. How much longer has Frank Stifler got? He's got to make up ground all over again. So Kubica Maziak leads from Nico Menzel, therefore Phoenix Audi from Huber Racing Porsche. The SPX class, the unhomologated Porsche, next year's car. Julian Andlauer moved, well, he was 5th at the end of that lap, but with a couple of cars in the pits, that means he is up into 3rd position overall.
So the slow zone at the carousel exit, the car that was facing the wrong way that you spotted, Bruce, has now been upgraded to a code 60. So no more stonking time to be set for the moment. We have got down to our fastest lap of the race so far is unsurprisingly Frank Stifler, an 8:01.
Yeah, a lot of the other drivers were very close to him within a second or two, so it's very competitive at the front, but the race has been given a shake. Someone's grabbed it by the neck and said, Frank Stifler, it's not going all your way this time. You are adjudged to have spun the Porsche around on the opening lap. That was car number 120 that went around. Now another car in the garage with trouble, 112. This is the car that just assumed the lead in the Cup 2 class, with others having their problem. K. Kramer Racing.
Does nobody want to win Cup 2 this year?
Front right-hand corner damage, is it anything more than just the edge of the wheel arch? Certainly the mechanics taking a look with their little torches.
The answer is yes.
Yes, clearly. So, there I was saying, with fewer cars in the race than per normal, still 87 starters. We had 2 that didn't make it onto the Nordschleife on the opening lap, and we've had others just making their own trouble. This is on a day when we have far less traffic than we normally have. Traffic with all these various classes of cars. It isn't always very easy to get around. Here they've got twice the space to play with in terms of the real estate of the circuit without other cars sitting thereupon. And yet, but what factors can we offer them as by way of mitigation and excuse? We can offer them the fact the track was cool this morning. It was slightly damp. Yeah, temperature was only 4 degrees. Of course, it's warmed up, but what was a sunny day turned a little grey. Conditions keep on changing. So, course vehicles out on the circuit, and suddenly we've had stoppages, well, not stoppages, cars stopping at the edge. We've got the 102 Porsche being pulled around the outside
Quite literally an old-fashioned tow rope.
It was rather.
It is, not rather, it was. That's quite extraordinary. Now, just looking at this, going back to the Kramer car that we've got in the garage here, this was with Moritz Krantz at the wheel of this, the 112 Kramer entry from Cup 2. It's saying it's just, I think Cup 2 at the moment seems to be, take a baseball cap, put all the numbers in the hat, and then every 5 minutes just pick a leader, because it's moving around like the one bit that needs to be decided today, and everybody's having to go for it. So there's damage to the front right of that car, but also the rear. So that car's been off and clattered itself down the barriers. I'm going to suggest steering damage to the front. They're doing something on the steering links on the front right of that car. So not particularly heavy damage, but enough to, if the bodywork just gives, then you clamp the wheel hard to pull it. And of course, they're going to get billed for all the Armco as well that they've damaged in the process.
Yes, this is something we
Not content that they've had a turnaround and had a second go at it.
Wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter
und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Noch nicht mal eine Stunde gefahren.
112 still up on the jacks in the pit garage. This is the car that arrived here, the 8th round of 2022 with the championship lead. And he is, we've got driver out of the car, we've got Daniel Blickel and David Yarn sharing this car, but neither driving it because it's going nowhere fast at the moment. In fact, it's going nowhere slowly. It's sitting in the pit garage, there is damage, and all they can do, it's a horribly unempowering position. I think I just made up a word there.
Move on.
To be in, which is simply the one in which it's out of your hands. You just got to wait, see if the car could be fixed, but if you could be fixed within a lap and there's only got one championship rival, there may be a possibility they have a problem, pick up a driver penalty, or as our race leader had. But right now, I think it's probably over and out for Carsten Kramer's crew. But let's keep our fingers crossed.
Not looking good, but you say. A couple of driver changes there for Bruce, 25 and 35. 25 being the Huber Motorsport Porsche that started on P3 on the grid. That's now handed, Nico Menzel handed over to Dennis Fetzer. And the other Valkenhorst car, 35, that came in with Jorg Muller at the wheel of that, has now got Mario van Bolen at the wheel.
So really, at the end of this lap, we expect all the other runners in the top class to come in and make their first standardised pit stop. And we have always a different array of when people choose to come in. Frank Stippler most certainly didn't choose to come in after 5 laps. That's because he was awarded a stop-and-go penalty. And for the rest of the race, it's going to be a chase to see if that time can be made up. But for the others, expect them in at the end of this lap. That means his own teammate, Kuba Gimasiak, who's who's leading the race and will be building up his advantage. It also means Julian Andlauer should bring in the SPX class, that's the development class, his dynamic motorsport Porsche. Of the front runners, that will pretty much conclude it.
We haven't mentioned Fricadelli Racing.
No.
This car 111, pretty simple to remember. That's just had a driver change with Felipe Fernandez Laser at the wheel. That I think Klaus Abelin started that car, but that is currently third in Cup 2 at the moment.
And unfortunately, we've got one of the Porsche Caymans, I think, number 940. No, not 940. Stopped at the side of the circuit. And again, what we normally don't have in the NLS is things going particularly awry on the Grand Prix loop. It's that's where the cars are easy to recover. Drivers normally specialise in parking their cars at the furthest point of the circuit, which makes life a little bit difficult. But we had two cars beached on the opening lap, the Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing and the 103 Porsche from Black Falcon. They'd had contact of some sort, but other cars have been having problems, and that latest Porsche Cayman sitting forlornly at the side of the circuit is just another example of that very thing.
And just to correct my own error, the Fricadelli car 111 did have actually, it wasn't driver change.
It was Laser.
Fernandez Laser. Laser was in the car at the start, so my apologies. Klaus Abelin hadn't yet taken me out. He's probably listening, just going, what?
Yes.
I'm here.
Am I late?
Yes, I'm on meatball duty.
Yes.
Yes. Am I driving duties? Somebody tell me.
Yes, it's we try not to mention the sponsors of the teams too much because we get very hungry, because normally we have Schnitzelarm Racing with their schnitzels and Fricadelli with their little meatballs. Track not as full as normal, but the racing has been fantastic. We've had a few fallers, we've had a few mechanical problems, and I think a really good car to race around here. I see why the Cup 2 class is so popular. It's all Porsches. The 911 GT3 Cup class car, which is a car that is raced all around the globe, and as that changes its nature and moves up to a new model from time to time, then suddenly the Cup 2 grid grows yet more as
race leader into
take
the pits.
over.
Bruce, we've got Kuba Gamaziak in the Shira Sport Team Phoenix Evo 2 GT3 Audi, or to give it its full title, Audi R8 NMS GT3 Evo 2.
I did that earlier. I almost ran out of breath halfway through.
I think car 16's easier.
Yes. The car
Gamaziak into the pits.
The car that's won the last two races. I think that's the way we sort of look at it.
And one before that.
Yes, it's had 3 wins, but...
So I'm guessing now Frank Stippler also into the pit, so we were right, he did say that does drive-through penalty. So their last 2 laps, 8:17 and 8:16 respectively.
So I suppose the question is, Stippler going to do the first half of the race? We've got we've got 3 hours, 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. So we sometimes get driver 1 does session 1, driver 2 does session 2, and then keep on alternating between 3 and 4. But other times they like to split it up. You could have driver 2. His teammate is Vincent Kolb, businessman who also goes racing. We're stressing that. And so you can do 1 and 3, 2 and 4, 1 and 2. It looks though Vincent Kolb, I think, is just looking on. Have we got Vincent Kolb leaning in with the spectacles, the horn-rimmed spectacles. I'm really painting the picture of him as a bank manager there, aren't I? Looking in, Frank Stippler staying on board. The sister car sitting alongside Kuba Gamaziak, just trying to look through his side window to see if he has climbed out. I think he stayed on board because Kuba is relatively short in altitude.
Tends to be in their SP this last couple of races that they tend to put one driver in for the first 2 hours, second driver in the second 2 hours.
In Kuba's car, yes. Not always in Frank and Vincent Kolb's car, because last time he did, Vincent did the second and third of the four.
Maybe that's what they're thinking in Intel on the basis that policy's worked in Kuba's car for the last 2 races. Well, let's try it on the other car as well. What have we got to lose at the end of this race? At the moment, Julian Landauer is also into the pits in the SPX category car. This is the as yet to be homologated new 992 run by Dynamic Motorsport.
Right, let's describe it. It appeared in the most famous livery on the Nordschleife, which is the Grello, the bright green and bright yellow luminous livery of Manthey Racing 2 races ago. Last race, that development Porsche, the 992 model, was in the aquamarine of Falco Motorsport, and today it's black and yellow largely, and very swirly indeed with its race livery. Again, it sort of slightly obscures the image of the car, but it's great when you look at it in close up. But had it been a grey day, that car really would have blended in with the track.
Well, talking of blending in as well, Bruce, we say these things unfold, and just looking a little bit further down the order, 969 is currently Schmickler Performance 718 Cayman GT4, okay, with Mauro Calamia at the wheel, which is a Cup 3 car in 11th place. So all this drama we talk about with Cup 2 unfolding in front of us could play into the hands of Cup 3. A Cup 3 car in the top 10 is not the worst bet you could put money on at the moment. I'll put your money on it.
However, that car has yet to pit.
Here we go, sage moment. Stand by, folks.
That car is yet to pit. It's a car that's done supremely well. It came to the penultimate round of the series with an outside chance of taking the overall title. Mauro Calamia, even Jacoma, sharing this weekend with Kai Riemer. However, they didn't win the championship, but they've been super strong in the largest class in the field this weekend. 14 starters in Cup 3. They will serve their pit stop. They will drop down the order, but if they keep on being there or thereabouts, they've had such a cracking season. And again, it's quite nice to be able to pick them out for their performance. So often we've got a really large field of cars. We don't talk as much as we ought about Cup 3, but you know, it's been a really, really good year for them. And Mauro Calamia, Swiss racer, has been, you know, just always very, very strong in that car, with even Jacoma in particular. Right, fastest lap of the race. I do believe it's still in the hands of the Frank Stippler car. Yeah, it's still 8 minutes 1.275. Might take several laps now the cars have loaded up with fuel from those regular, not fuel churns here, it's a pistol grip pump. But of course the car's now going out largely after their first pit stop. They'll be on a heavy load, take a little bit of time to get the heat into the tyres. And as you mentioned, 969 Porsche, we get to look at it. It's bright pink with darker pink, gold and white flashes on the side. It's, you think, My Little Pony or Barbie, but in fact it's the Pink Panther. And the Pink Panther is on the window just behind the driver's door, which is right, it's a nice little touch, holding its own steering wheel. Not the real Pink Panther, it's a sticker. But again, that car's really stood out through the years. So that's Mauro Calamia who's brought that in, and it's been such a strong season. Second overall in the championship. Behind a car from a different class, that's how it works. It's all about scoring many points as you can in your class and seeing where that puts you next to your rivals. Fresh set of slick Michelins going on there. So at this time of the year on the Nordschleife, I'm quite pleased to see those, not wet weather tyres.
I'm just marvelling at the relaxed nature of this pit stop here. Our windscreen cleaner was a lady with a certain brand of earpods in her ears. Obviously listen to her music while she's cleaning the screen on the 969 car. Why ever not?
Do you think she's going da-di-da-di-da? She's doing her job.
There's a rhythm to it, yes.
Yeah. Left and right, left and right. But again, they're a team who've had
At least it wasn't singing in the rain.
Exactly, quite so. So that's a Schmickler performance car, and it's been really, really strong. So we'll see who takes it over. Is it even Jacoma? Who knows? But Mauro Calamia did the opening stint and did a really, really good job. Now, looking to see
so
where...
Henry Valkenhorst into the pits in his eponymous entry as well, number 36, I'm guessing.
He'll hand that over to Friedrich von Bohlen, I would think.
Yes, indeed, exactly as I speak. That's just gone out again.
Some people have been wearing bobble hats this weekend, and Pro Sport, we're hearing from them. Of course, theirs was a shorter race than they planned. Chris Esser, boss of Pro Sport Racing, talking to Lucas Gajeski down in the pits, and his drivers Guido Dumoulin and Jean Gloria would have been very frustrated. Didn't get onto the Nordschleife on the opening lap of the race. Took out the one Aston Martin in the top class, but you know, thank you to Chris for coming out and at least talking to explain what happened. But what we saw of it, we never saw live action, any moving images, but the Aston Martin was sitting there with its left rear corner certainly out of kilter and possibly other damage as well. But it took a long time to move that car. Clearly something was locked in the transmission that the marshals couldn't shift it, even though it was in one of the easiest places to move a car on sort of terra firma, if you will, rather than just sitting on a grass verge somewhere out in the Eiffel Forest. But frustration. But Pro Sport Racing, you can be sure they'll be back because they just love this series. And I think the fans as a whole love having a different manufacturer up in that top class, SP9, and having Aston Martin here. But today, here, but not for long.
Well, I'm going to ask Lucas directly. I'm going to message him, see what happens. So we can find out what happened to that car.
Yeah, well, he's not. He won't answer you right now because he's talking into his microphone.
Well, one would hope not. No.
Actually, he's young. He's young enough to be able to multitask.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a generational thing, Bruce, and we're not in that generation.
But it does make me laugh that here we are, Chris Esser wearing a Pro Sport, very smart Pro Sport beanie hat, and start of the broadcast, Lucas was wearing a beanie hat as well. But obviously, for professional reasons, he's now stripped down into his race trim and eschewing the hat, but smiling as ever. If ever you look at a broadcast and you see a hugely enthusiastic, very popular member of the pit lane, that's Lucas Gajewski. Good man to have around.
A little, absolutely so. A little bit of further knowledge on that, intel on that. Some race control. 3 cars under investigation now are the 103, which is the Black Falcon Porsche, which we saw talking about.
Which may or may not have clattered
the 17 Aston, Pro Sport Aston.
Yes.
But I said there could be a third car involved in that, and it is indeed the number 35 Vulcan-horsed BMW, which has had Jörg Müller at the wheel at the start of that. So I said there could be something involved in that. That there was, I would have one had turned, one had collected, because the Porsche that we saw, the 103 Black Falcon, didn't have the corresponding damage that the Aston did, and the Aston wasn't far enough off track to hit the barriers and come back again where it was. So there had to be a third car there, and I just wonder if a chicken-egg incident, if you see what I mean, that makes any sense. I know it makes perfect sense in my head. If you can explain it to me.
I was doing that as I got as far as omelettes, chicken egg omelettes.
Yes.
But these were all just qualifying outside the top 10. The Aston Martin qualified 11th, but that opening lap was very, very fraught, and all the cars were bunched up a little bit. It was a rolling start that everyone had to back off a little bit. The lights hadn't gone when they thought, so we had more cars than usual, really compressed into turn 1. They then had their moment, and it compressed the rest of the group up even more. We saw about 5 cars going across the grass, nearly into the gravel trap on the exit of turn 1, and the Aston Martin was one of those. So
when that compression catches out the likes of Frank Stifler, then you know it's not sort of normal parameters, don't you? Well, let's see what happens to that. So those 3 are under investigation. I'm going to make a note of that just alongside, so I know.
Again, there are so many bits of information one can look at and analyse and try and understand in this race, and sometimes you just have to look at the timings, concentrate on the timing screens in their pure sense and the moving images, but there are sub-screens you can get to, and let's face it, even today we had 87 cars to try and cover across, and I'm just trying to see how many we've lost. So on the opening lap, we lost the 103, you just mentioned that was Nagel Disk driving the 103 Black Falcon Porsche. That was out. The 17 Aston Martin, Jean Gloria started that. Didn't get much of a race for him today. So his teammate Maxime Dumoulin never got to drive the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. And also out with very few laps on the board, the Lucy Treff started the Landgraf Motorsports Mercedes. We saw that limp around the opening lap, 5 minutes slower than the others. It came to the garage, its grille absolutely filled with grass, and that has done no further mileage. And another car that came in at the end of the opening lap and has gone no further. We did see one limping in slowly. It's the number 474, which is production class, Porsche Cayman, and that was started. I didn't get very far. It had the Argentinian racer Nico Verone in there, so he was a late entry for the car, and you might be wondering why he bothered, because it didn't go so far. But anyhow, that's the housekeeping on the few that got not very far into this race. And WNS Motorsport number 460 Porsche Cayman. I saw the number on the door. WNS Motorsport Porsche Cayman, that's running in not running in the V5 class. So we lost a few early on to niggling little problems, but of the front runners, to lose 2 of the SP9 class cars and the opening stint, very much the early stage of the opening stint, was not really what we were looking for. Now another car I just wanted to look back on, it's still running, but it's a lap down on its rivals. It's the 107 Dorian Boccalacci car. It was leading Cup 2, and became the first car to realise that that was a bit of a poison chalice in that class. Lead it and thou shalt tumble. And Dorian Boccolacci fell way down the order. Long recovery time, but is still going. That's good news at least.
We've got a code 60 now, Bruce, up at Adenauer Forst, and that's for the 325i BMW, entry number 712 of MSG Bayerische Welt Untern, and that is with Christian Schotter at the wheel of that currently. That's one of our V4 class cars. It's currently, there's intervention wheels there. Whether it's gone off or caused an incident or not, I'm not sure, but it's certainly that far out. Monsters Post 98.
Oh, good, yes.
So quite early in the lap then.
Not quite the ton.
Exactly.
That's all good. So, just to reiterate, Matti Trojan leading the race, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW by 25 seconds over Kuba Gimasiak, who started the race. He's doing the second stint as well. So that's the way that Team Phoenix are handling it this weekend. In fact, that's pretty much how Kuba likes to handle it through the course of the year. Dennis Fetzer in third, the Huber Motorsport Porsche. So we've got BMW, Audi, Porsche. Then Frank Stippler back in fourth place. For why? If you weren't here at the start of the race, or even at about just before the hour point in this race, drive-through penalty. Was leading the race by just the tiniest of margins, a second or so, sometimes 2 seconds, from the chasing Christian Cronjes in that number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. However, Cronjes has handed over to Trojan, but Stippler has been in the pits twice, once for a drive-through penalty, well, a stop-go penalty, and then once for a standard pit stop. So that is why he's back in fourth place, and he's got to find 25 seconds to catch up with the Huber Motorsport Porsche. So that, the story of the race is going to be really whether Frank Stippler and teammate Vincent Kolb can come back from that, but certainly a driver who won't be too interested in letting that happen will be Kuba Gimasiak, sharing with Kim Lewis Schramm, their teammates, and he's not going to hand over that advantage as easily as that. So just to reiterate, the gap between Kuba Gimasiak in second place and his own teammate Frank Stippler after the drive-through penalty, well, you're almost going to have to take more than a second a lap, even around a circuit as long as this, to close that down. And certainly Kuba Gimasiak is on a roll. He's won the SB9 Championship. That's for the top class cars, and he's won last time out, the time before, and once early this year. So with 7 rounds run, he's got 3 wins in the bag, and Kuba Gimasiak wants to make it 4 to win half of the rounds of the championship, and looking pretty good for that. Snow.
Yeah, just good old Lucas Gajewski. Thank you so much, mate. He's replied almost immediately. He said he didn't whilst he was on air, but Team Boss, which is Esther being interviewed, said there was a light touch with a Cup Porsche, then the spin, then bigger contact with another Cup Porsche. I'd guess being up to it, the 103.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Lucas, as ever. One of our crew, sometimes on Creventic, Hancock series, and multitasking, as we said he could. It wasn't even a challenge, was it? We just knew he could.
Yes.
Live pit lane interview for a different broadcaster. Message him, answer, job done. We like this.
Whereas if I was down there, at the end of the race, I'd say, oh, look, I've got some messages.
Well, you'd be looking
hopeless.
Yes, do I need to consult my telephonic instrument? Yes. I shall wind it up again.
Hold on, where's the man who does that?
Yes, exactly.
Pass me the phone. Right, let's see how this is going to start to settle down. We've got 2 3/4 hours remaining, and blink of an eye since I last looked at a timing screen, we've got a new code 60 zone. That's at Klostertal, who has tumbled. So very much the nature of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, or any race around the Nordschleife, particularly with as many cars as we start with. As soon as one incident is cleared, there's a very big likelihood that you may get another. And so we have. So Klostertal, fabulous bit of the circuit. It's just before you turn right at the Stylstrecke and go up the hill to the carousel. It's a wonderful sweeping part. Once you got out of Bergwerk, you really get a fabulous flow. We all know what happens if you flow just a little too wide on a corner and find the grass and then find the barrier.
Well, exactly as appears to happen to the 712. Just had it confirmed there that the MSG Bayerische BMW 325i with Christian Schotter wheel, that is an accident and has left the track and connected with the solid stuff at the side.
Thank you very much. And again, it's about keeping on your toes. A team that does that week in, week out. Number 501. And this weekend, we've got quite a few names on board. Ferdinand Habsburg, he was here at the previous round, a LMP2 racer in the World Endurance Championship. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. This weekend, they were just the two going to be driving, but I see that Benjamin Goethe, who was here last time out, and Charles Weerts have joined as well. And for Benji Goethe and Charles Weerts, it's sort of extra important. It's not just about getting stuff for their ring permit, but also they're now they're no longer Audi racers. They both race for Team WRT. That's the family team for Charles Weerts, but back again, getting experience, and also knowing someone like Charles is doing it for the fun as well. You know, you're a young professional racing driver. There is racing to be had. FOMO doesn't even come into it. You just wouldn't want to be at home if you could be getting more mileage and on a circuit like this. So they are out there and doing a decent job. Just trying to see which of them is at the wheel at the moment. But again, don't expect them to be at the very front end of the field. They're running in a BMW 330i. But the important thing is they're going around and gaining mileage. It's Jean-Baptiste Simonauer driving. He's in 53rd position in that 501 BMW, black with orange livery. Is running 6th in the VT, bear with me on this one, VT2R plus 4-wheel drive, so rear wheel or 4-wheel drive in the VT2 class. And Adrenaline Motorsport seem to have tidied that up for many, many years in the championship. And again, you have to, if you're trackside, you can really get to appreciate the various classes, the way they can go about the racing. But from the sublime SP9 class cars at the top of the field down to cars of far more modest performance, and it's very much the nature of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series to have all of these on the track at the same time. And the drivers have to make of it what they will. They have to learn how to keep out of the way, how to pass the slower cars. And then, of course, when it comes to the pit stop, luckily there's a minimum pit stop time and a variable pit stop time, which I will come to later. Peter likes that in particular. He starts to become fearful when I start to veer towards the varying pit stop lengths.
On the contrary, I salivate.
Yes. The reason I'm saying that, my wife was saying that her rather eccentric grandmother decided saliva would be such a pretty girl's name if it didn't mean what it meant. And I thought, I've got to go to bed. It's just...
Yes.
So you can all sit at home and invent names that might be pretty or attractive or masculine names or whatever you want.
There are times when retiring is better.
Yes. So again, just looking at the gaps, looking at the pace that Sami Matti Trogan, having taken over the 34 BMW from Christian Cronjes, what sort of pace he's managing. Not as quick as the three chasing cars, but not losing too much time. Kuba Gamaziak took half a second off him last time around. Dennis Fetzer, who's now on board the Huber Motorsport Porsche, was another second quicker than that, and faster than all of them, Frank Stippler. But again, not by a whole lot. And again, time and again, it's very difficult on a really long lap to gauge people's accurate performance, because it's according to where you hit a slow zone, where a yellow flag has made you come off. And again, there are areas where there is barrier repair, and that's presumably, is that the one we were looking at Klostertal? Just trying to gauge. No, it's not. That's earlier on the lap, so someone else has clanged the barriers. Bergwerk had its a moment, but again...
No, that's the Adenauer Force one.
That's the Adenauer Force, yes. Sorry. You have a big choice there.
That's a 712 car.
Oh, okay,
on the left. We saw the onboard with the 437, which is the other Pro Sport entry, not the Aston that's out of the race. This is their Porsche Cayman.
Okay, that explains the little chicane. So, okay, that's... again, you do need several things in life. One of them is you do need personally to go and drive around the Nordschleife, and the beauty is you can turn up and do that very thing. No, I'm not making it up. You can go and pay your euros and drive this legendary circuit. And another thing, possibly the thing you should do first, is watch this championship or any series where you've got onboard cameras riding around this circuit. So many twists and turns, rises and falls and challenges that you might as well get us some mileage in the bag before you put your backside into the car and go and take on the challenge. But again, it's so complicated, and it's not uniform in any way, shape or form.
The other thing I would advise, if you're going to do a tourist lap around the Nordschleife, is read the small print.
Yeah, Peter's quite big on small print. We started looking at it the previous round, and
Don't give it all away.
no. Still, ask your family for a token for you to drive it for Christmas.
Yes, the 25 euros seems it's like a lot of motor racing. It's only 25 euros. Okay, I'd say read the small print. Going off might be substantially different.
And going off is a possibility. And the whole point is to learn the circuit. Don't go diving in. You're not going to be super quick to start with. Enjoy the experience and put in another 25 euros and go a little bit faster. But it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. And whatever you think you know about the circuit before you head there, you do not know. Because there are sections you will not have seen. And don't forget, television cameras have been known to flatten inclines and change the aspect of a corner.
It will surprise you. It will throw something at you. Hence simulators and the like, and other games we've seen. Well, not so much. Yeah, games. Just go and run it that way first before you get yourself again. Give yourself a bit of a mind map and give yourself a chance to save some pennies, not be in the barriers, paying per metre, per length, grass, nuts, bolts, washers, etc.
And
recovery.
Yeah,
you get the picture.
Yeah, that's the top of the list. It then flows off the side of the desk and curls onto the floor. But another thing that's very worthwhile doing, apart from the fact it's fun and you might as well do it anyhow, if you could possibly go and watch a race or a practice session beforehand, it's not the worst thing to do. Go and stand at various points around the circuit and see it from the outside looking in. But however you do it, it's going to be rewarding, but just slightly less rewarding if you go too hard too soon and perhaps make a bigger dent in your wallet as you do in the cars around you. Cup 2 is now being led by 1, 2, 3. I haven't counted how many cars have led that class. I think it's about 5.
I just at least 4, I'm going to say, yeah.
And that's Marcel Hopper at the wheel. The car started by Michele Di Martino from Mulner Motorsport. You can tell it in its blue and white race livery. And Nick Zaleski is also in that car this weekend. So they're leading the class by 30 seconds over Daniel Blickel. And they wouldn't be expecting to do that. But don't forget, Daniel's car was spun around at the first corner of the opening lap of the race when David Yarn was driving it. He has then since handed over, but he made up a lot of ground in terms of recovery. And that is a remarkable performance for 120. Heading towards the title, one has to say, it came here second in the Cup 2 class, but scrolling towards the bottom of my screen, just double-checking where is 112, the championship rival. It's back on the track. Christopher Brook is on board, but he's only got 7 laps on the board after that long time in the pit garage. And so he's a full lap, or a lap and more, down on the Cup 2 class leader. No, 2 laps down. They've just clocked up their 9th lap, just across the start-finish line. That's number 1, 2, 3. 7th place overall, leading the Cup 2 class. But importantly for 112, the only team that can beat them to the title is 120. And Daniel Blickel is second in class, so heading for the Cup 2 class. Not even halfway through the race, but you have to say the writing is almost on the wall there. Just noticed that Pro Sport Racing didn't only bring 1 car to the meeting. That's the SP9 class Vantage. They also got number 437, which at least might give them some reason to smile, because that is coming second in its class. And the class of which I talk is the production class, V5. Gabriela Jilkova and Ivan Peklin and Hugo Sass showing that. And they are second in class, at least, in the Pro Sport Racing Porsche Cayman. Now, this is a little factor here, Snowy. We have a lot of teams running a lot of cars, but a lot of them are running lots of different cars in the various classes. How easy do you think it is for a team to have full focus if it's running a Porsche Cayman and an Aston Martin Vantage in the top class and perhaps a BMW 330i? Splitting your knowledge and your focus, it must be tricky.
Less than you'd think, actually, because they've got separate teams for that. The dedicated team that run each car. It's cohesive. It's under one banner, one name. But one will look after, in this case, the Aston, the GT3 car, SP9, etc., etc. But you will share the pleasure and the pain as a team, and it's going to be, the Porsche's out there, but unfortunately the Aston isn't. And we've said this ourselves many times, and we fall into the trap as well, Bruce. We're guilty a bit of focusing on what's happening at the front? SP9, maybe Cup 2. And you said, forget Cup 3, 4, V5, etc. and all that. And they get overlooked. They shouldn't do. Pro Sport are doing a great job out there. They've been unlucky, as it looks on the start of the race, with that Aston being entirely blameless, turned around and then tagged, unfortunately. It happens in motor racing, but they've done nothing wrong. But their feature, their headline entry, we've all been talking about the Aston's taken out. But they're still doing a great job out there.
No, exactly. But one of the things I like, it's great. There are a lot of teams that aren't running teams in the top class. So they don't expect to really hog the camera. But just been watching Matilda Racing, staunch supporters of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, and they're running a VW Sirocco R. It looks small, it looks tidy, it's not festooned with wings, it's not a GT4 class, it's a production level car in VT2, but it looks neat, tidy, and it's sharing the track with the absolute monsters from SP9, down with the little Renault Clios, a host of Porsche Caymans, and it's the diversity that really adds to the mix. And one of the other classes that we don't get to talk about as much as we'd like is SP10, which is for GT4 category cars. Again, the series has its own designation, so SP9 for GT3 and SP10 for GT4, and a very, very good looking Mercedes in that class, racing against the Toyota Supra from Teichmann Racing and Pro Sports Aston Martin Vantage GT4. But Janice Waldau, Max Lameche and Andritz Patzel, neat, tidy. And have you driven a GT4 class car, Snowy? Have you ever? Have I ever?
Guess what make? Yeah, there you go. From the other side of the desk.
I thought we were going to say Wartburg, but it doesn't exist anymore.
Yes, Aston Martin.
And
Ginetta.
The driving experience. How would you say, if someone was moving into motor racing and they really fancied going into an international class, GT4, easy or difficult?
No, I think it's a good challenging entry level. It's not too difficult, nor is it too easy. It's a very, very good entry level. Certainly, if you were in the UK, perhaps the newly rebranded Brit car into British Endurance Championship GT4 car there. But of course, then you can go into British GT and start to build up to this. I think it's a very, very good entry level to get in there. And there's so many brands available there. That's the beauty of GT4.
Well, look, in the last week, maybe even 10 days, we've had the announcement of a sort of upgraded GT4 Toyota Supra. Nissan's just broken cover with its latest GT4 Challenger, and it seems almost at the end of each year is the announcement of what else is following along the track.
It's such a broad church, because you can go front engine, rear engine, you can do your Audis, your Astons, mid engine, front engine, BMW. I think it's a great level, and it's a great level. And the advantage of there being so many choices is that people are going to have different views and different ideas. People who are paying the money will have a favourite, and they'll like a brand in particular and go with it, get their pro driver alongside. But you're going to have some competitive fields there, which is really good. Then you can come and do the Nordschleife.
Exactly, it gives you a tool to play.
Or go and do Creventic, go and start in Hancock, something like that.
Yeah, and I think that's been the greatest thing of the past 10 years in particular, the way that GT class cars have grown and grown in number and diversity. And you're quite right, if you've got the gentleman or the gentlewoman in your team who specifically wants to race a Mercedes, yeah, they can. And in GT3, if they specifically want to drive, let's say, a Ferrari doesn't do a GT4 class car, but the GT3 class, it may cost more, but if that's what you set your heart on, I want to race Ferraris, there is the scope. But again, with GT4, the number of manufacturers has grown and grown and grown. I remember when the early days of GT4, if you had 6 manufacturers, you were doing quite well, but now it's well into double figures and is only going to grow. And the championships all around the world, in some places they run alongside GT3 class championships. In others, like the French series, they have their standalone GT4 series. There's a standalone one in Germany as well, the ADAC GT series, DTM trophy for GT4 class. There are plenty of championships in which to go out and play.
And that's what you need, because it's an expensive thing to go and do the motor racing, commitment financially, and then time-wise as well. And never underestimate, we always talk about the amount of money things cost, the amount of time this takes to go and do this properly at a competitive level, unless you want to just make up the numbers, and not many people want to do that. And certainly successful businessmen are not of that ilk, they want to be there at the front. So a GT4 car, the big advantage is there are so many possibilities with it.
Yes.
You can go and do all sorts of things, and you can enjoy it, and if you find you don't enjoy it, you can stop and still have something of an asset of some value at the end of it. relatively, in motor racing terms. Yeah, I'm trying my best here, help. But, no, you know what I mean. But you can, there's different series, and not everybody wants to be ultra competitive. Say British GT or a national championship might want to go and do something a bit more of a friendlier paddock, for argument's sake.
Yeah, exactly. And
I'm not saying British GT is unfriendly. I'm miswording that. What I'm saying, ultra competitive. It is still a national championship to move up the ladder, where some people might want to do a little bit more gentlemanly racing, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, and I think that's been the evolution of the...
I'm digging a hole here.
No, you're not. No, not at all. Because I think this circuit alone, for some people, just competing on it is what they're looking for. It's not about winning their class. Of course, in time, people are competitive, they want to do that. But the starting point is they enter the NLS because they want to have a lot of track time across the season on this circuit. Who wouldn't? If it was all... you couldn't have the equivalent if it was only racing around the Grand Prix, the short Grand Prix circuit at Hockenheim or whatever. This circuit is so majestic. So I do think people come at it for all sorts of reasons, but I think I love the fact they can race on this circuit in all sorts of cars. They have brilliant racing, and as I say that, I look at the screen, there are cars 3 abreast running down Döttinger, because of course you've got the different classes of cars. You've got 2 cars, I think, in the same class, might have been Porsche Cup class cars, that's Cup 2, passing one of the back markers who'll be running one of the production-based cars. Plenty of BMWs in that category. BMW 325i's have long been popular, but what you get the ebb and flow in this amazing championship, in that there'll be the sort of contemporary class subclasses like the M240i Racing Cup class, and then in time that will be phased out, and then the cars will be used by others, and likewise 325i's were much more numerous years ago, but in time they too will reach the end of the road, and there'll be another class of car that they can come and play in. So you get some really standard class cars out there, but drivers just going for it, and I think that's again very, very much the case of how this series draws so many people in. The good news is quite a lot of the slow zones, Klostertal now clear. Klostertal in, Klostertal out, Kesselchen now clear, that's just before, so suddenly we should start getting better lap times, because the last handful of laps, even for the front runners, well, the very best last time around, the race leader, that's Sami-Matti Trojan and Kuba Gimasiak in second place, 8 minutes 57, so effectively about a full minute down because of delays on the track to their ultimate pace. But through the course of a 4-hour NLS race, sometimes some races just more incident-filled than others. How many laps do the drivers actually get at full pace, without interruption, without slow zones, without yellow flags? It can be remarkably few.
We mentioned earlier, Bruce, about it being very well regulated, this series, and a couple of more penalties coming in. A bit further down the order, a bit important to 2 cars involved, 660 and 952. Both are Smurless Racing entries, BMW M240s, for changing tyres on the grid. You put your car to the grid, on the wheels it starts the race, and they've obviously taken an option to change those, and it's been spotted, and they're getting a penalty for it, which I imagine will be stop-go penalty for those 2 cars.
I think the penalty is only because they took them off the car next door while they weren't looking.
Put them on the wrong cars. But ever vigilant.
Right, here we are. Just under 2.5 hours, this 4 hours race remain, and the advantage for our race leader, Sami-Matti Trojan, nearly 23 seconds ahead of Kuba Gimasiak's Audi, with Dennis Vetzer another 25 seconds back in the Huber Motorsport Porsche in third, and Frank Stippler, having served that drive-through penalty, has closed up to within 7 seconds at the start of this last lap. That's lap number 10. Sorry, the end of lap 10. They're only 7.5 seconds back. Sami-Matti Trojan looking very comfortable in the lead of this race, and not having a drive-through penalty has really, really helped. Or put it the other way, having a drive-through penalty has really, really hindered Frank Stippler and Vincent Colburn. Their run of second places, they've been metronomic in this series in 2022. Looks like it's going to come to a close, all because of what happened, within the first 400 metres. It was the run down to the first corner and contact as 3 abreast into the first corner with Frank Stippler on the inside. Didn't go too well. Porsche was spun around. It was David Yarn in his fast-starting Cup 2 class car But the stewards took a look at it, probably another look and even a further look, and then decided, right, stop and go penalty for Frank Stippler. Came in at the end of 5 laps, came in again 2 laps later. That's because that was when he wanted his standard regular pit stop, but it's hurt them a lot. But lap pace is looking good again. They've just got to see if they can pick up another top 3 finish. They're in 4th place at the moment, but they run this season. Poor start, 8th place in the opening round, 13th place in the second round. The rounds then were much more stacked. We had all the drivers, all the top international teams coming to play that won't play for the whole series. But since then, it's been 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 2nd, 2nd. So it's been a remarkable run for Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb.
Good driver pairing and lots of consistency there. I think they might get onto the podium.
I think they might, because, well, let's see. They've got
2.5 hours to go as well.
Okay, they've just gained 4 seconds on the car they were chasing down. So Dennis Fetzer in the Huber Motorsport Porsche has come through after 11 laps with 3.5 seconds advantage. Across the start-finish line as the race leader. That's the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, goes between the first part of the Sabine Schmitz curve and the second, and its advantage has come down by 5 seconds. So Kuba Gimasiak is hunting him down, and the fellow Phoenix Audi racer Frank Stippler is equally hunting down Dennis Fetzer. One hunting for first, that's Gimasiak, one hunting for third, which is Stippler. Stippler still, no doubt, slightly aggrieved about having been given a stop-and-go penalty.
Well, still, it's a long way to go. Say 2 hours 23 minutes to go, so we're nowhere near half distance yet. The pace has dropped a little bit. We saw 801s, 2s, 3s, 4s quite consistently earlier on. There's been the front-running cars, all of them consistently. The M4, the Audi, the Porsche, all up there. We're now currently running in the 830s, 833s, even 840s for Fetzer and Stippler. That will change shortly, I guess. So maybe my 823 wasn't so far off in the first spot.
Yeah, but it's again and again the problem of just not having clear running. We've had lots of slow zones. A lot have just been cleared. Flansgarten, Stefan Beloff, Schwalb and Schwanz. So towards the end of the lap, they've had their problems.
Sami Matti Trogan in the leading number 34 Walkenhorst BMW, just set the purple sector 1 already, declaring his intent. They currently have a 17-second lead over the Shearer Audi. My timing screen's just flashed up. Like you, Bruce, it's gone pink with the fastest lap of the race being. I'm just going to read what's on the screen. Do with this information as you wish, but it's just gone. As I said, but it was an Audi RS3.
It's car number 830 in the TCR class.
The fastest lap of the race, apparently.
A whisker under a minute.
Yeah.
Super fast. Also running by Team Shearer, you see.
They obviously found the warp speed button.
Yes.
Yes. And unsurprisingly, it disappeared off as soon as we tried to talk about it.
54.567 seconds. So there'll be a wide-eyed, grey-haired driver there that started off young and fresh, but clearly that is a timing screen glitch. But 830 has been having a good, tidy run, but not quite that excessively tidy. Still, these little anomalies keep us on our toes through the course of a broadcast. But what we can tell you is Sami Matti Trogan leading by 17.5 seconds. So his 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW sitting pretty at the moment. Kuba Gimasiak has been lapping at similar pace, but again, so many laps are interrupted. In fact, no, I tell you what, Kuba Gimasiak has actually been taking time out, several seconds a lap. In fact, 4 seconds and 5 seconds the last couple of laps out of race leader Sami Matti Trogan's advantage. So Walkenhorst Motorsport, I was about to suddenly look back through my files and find out when they last won a round of the NLS. It might have been when it still went under the name of the VLN. But at the moment,
2019, that was.
Ah, very good. As you look at your machine, I pluck out my piece of paper. And the winning drivers were?
I can't remember the last round of VLN. Go on.
David Pittard? No. Walkenhorst won in 2020.
Yeah.
You threw me there.
Yeah.
Right. David Pittard and Mikkel Jensen won the Adenauer Rundstrecken Trophy, 27th of June 2020. So leading, but the gap is coming down. And actually, when I said the last time Walk on Horse Motorsport won a round of the championship, I was wrong. 2021, I started looking too early. Christian Cronjes, David Pittard and Ben Tuck, of course. That was a Grensland Rennen. But before that, they had one in 2020, and they don't think they won any before that. Not that I can see, looking back to 2015. No, they won one in 2015. Michela Cerruti, Jesse Krohn and Philip Fernandez-Lazer. So I committed to a statement that didn't help me too much there. But again, they're sitting pretty at the moment, but the gap is coming down all the time. Kuba Gimasiak, who's just been on super strong form this year, he's doing his best to close in, and it was 17.5 seconds last time around. It was 22.5 seconds or 22 seconds the time before. So Phoenix Racing, they know this track so well, but you do have to ride your luck a little bit. You have to obviously avoid any flatbed trucks that are going around the circuit. You might catch them on a straight, no problem, past you go. Now, earlier in the event, we were talking about the driver of car number 606.
So this was the car that stopped on the formation lap, wasn't it? On the Grand Prix arena loop. Its fuse is still intact, clearly.
No, this is a different one. This 606 was stopped at the side of the circuit, was it? No, it is, sorry. Looking side on, it looks slightly different. So this is the driver who's third, Ralph Schell, third in all-time class winners. He's hoping to get another. This will be his 47th, which puts him third in the all-time standing. But the two most successful drivers, or the most successful and the second most successful, Volker Strycek and Johannes Schied, 135 and 134. They have been prodigious in winning their classes in the championship.
It's quite a tally, isn't it? I mean,
of race wins, of class race wins
around the Nordschleife. Yeah, you say some people just like to come and drive it. They might win it multiple times. 100 and how many? 140?
135 against 134. So close. Okay. And then the driver we're looking at now.
Well,
we'll be heading, hopefully,
between friends.
Yes.
Very important.
Yes, exactly. 47. It wasn't important until it very much became so. So, Sami Matti Trogan waiting for the next lap to go on the board for him. Kuba Gimasiak hunting him down. Quite a lot of the slow zones and yellow flags have been cleared. Oh, yes, really quite a battered BMW now arrived on the latest flatbed bed to make it home. So it's car number 712. The rear door on the passenger side has come off. It looks like that car may have actually even
might have rolled.
Might have rolled, I was just about to say. So that was Christian Schotter, Trevor Andruszko and Sergei Nikolai, driver from Bucharest. And that's running in the production class car.
They're not driving that one home.
Good news, the 112 Porsche that came here leading the Cup 2 class, it's not going to win it today because it's had long delays in the pit garage. We saw the front right corner was not as it would have left the garage, and a lot of attention to the steering. So clearly a small clatter has done enough damage, and that's dropped it so far down the order. I'm trying to find it, but they were between 1 and 2 laps delayed compared to their rivals in class.
2 laps down the order at least.
2 laps.
Yeah.
Yes, it was 2. I was just waiting to see if it was something where they flipped it over. But if you're looking for who's leading the Cup 2 class, it's 7th place overall, and it's the 1-2-3 entry in that class.
Now, a little gamesmanship and game of draft.
Place change.
Literally on the Dottinger Hoa there, as we have. Is that Mr. Stippler by any chance?
Mr. Stippler has just gone past Dennis Fetzer. He was catching him, so 4th has become 3rd. They just come through behind the AM entry from the Walk on Horse Motorsport BMW crew. So Stippler has had his stop and go penalty. He's had his first pit stop. He's went out on the track, got up to 4th place. Now that's become 3rd place. Dennis Fetzer, the Huber Motorsport Porsche, was powerless to resist.
Is that the Vulcan, one of the Vulcan horse BMWs, number 36 there? Is that the...
Yes, the AM entry.
AM entry, okay. The all-black, sort of stealth-looking Vulcan horse car. Very distinctive with its red radiator grille highlighted.
So, race advantage actually stretched. Sami Matti-Trojan was 17.5 seconds clear. He's now 19.1 seconds over Kuba Giemasiak. First and second well clear of the pack. Another 3/4 of a minute back to Frank Stippler, who's now just moved up ahead of the Huber Motorsport Porsche into third.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
World's first Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zu NLS.
It was sunny. It's now really quite grey, but the important thing for all the drivers in the NLS, this is the final round. This was supposed to be round number 2. It's the postponed replacement. And here we are in November. You're really playing the lottery of the weather conditions. But the fact is, the last rain that fell was really just a case of a little bit in the fog first thing this morning. That then burnt clear. It's been dry ever since. Right, Kubica Maziak running along in second place. Let's see what the interval was. It went out from 17.5 seconds to 19.1 seconds. It's down to 8.1 seconds. Why has it come down so much? Because Sami-Matti Trojan has come in from the lead of the race. He's making his second pit stop in the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. So 5 laps followed by 8 laps. That's why we're up to 13 laps completed. And bear in mind that Kubica Maziak could go for a further 2 laps if he wishes. He did a 7-lap opening stint. So that's why the gap came down. But Kubica Maziak in the number 16 Audi from Shearer Sports did not visit the pits. It's green, it's white, it's red. It's turning through the little cut through to shorten the run through the Grand Prix loop. A trio of more standard cars from the production classes just up in front of him. He'll dispatch, but be careful going past them. Then he's going to go through the right-hander that drops you down the slope into the compression, and that fast right-hand sweeper that leads up the hill to the Vidal chicane. So for the pole, the lights are flashing. Wants to go past before the chicane. Is it worth the risk going past the Porsche chicane? Yes, just enough space to do that. So his pace wasn't compromised, but he had to be prepared to have it so. But just enough space to squeeze through without having to come off the throttle. So through the first part of Sabine Schmidt's curves, through the second part, and at that point, if the message hasn't come through loud and clear, Peter Snowden, that you're heading onto the Nordschleife, well, nothing will.
Like I say, exactly, that doesn't get your attention. I don't know what does. At number 34, Falkenhorst car in the pit, looking remarkably clean, I thought.
No, indeed. So we're just being treated to a camera ride around the front of it, and it's got 1 corner, 2 corners, 3 corners. I think we're quarrant. We have all 4 corners on that car. Will Sami-Matti Trojan stay on board, or Christian Cronjes get back in? Can't tell for now, but I haven't seen, when I've glanced at the little tiny screen to show that pit stop, haven't seen Sami-Matti hop out. So one guesses they're doing, driver 1 does session 1 and session 4, and driver 2 does session 2 and session 3. But we'll get confirmation when that goes back out. So Sami-Matti has done a decent job, and waiting for driver to go back out. The pit stops, if ever you get to watch them, they seem inordinately long, but that's because there's a minimum pit stop time. And in the interest of safety and in the interest of not having to have as many mechanics to service the car, it means there's plenty of time for a crew of 2, if you wish, to get the job done. So the driver then, with all the refueling and the fresh tyres, has to sit and wait until the signal's given. by a member of their crew, and then and only then can they get going. And as, of course, as in all modern racing, Peter, you want to get going as fast as you can, but you cannot get going too fast before you leave the pit lane. And oh, how many times have we seen drivers speeding in the pit lane? They undo almost all the good work they've done. Yeah, and well, even in a 4-hour race, it can really, you don't just get to make time up like that.
No such mistake for Christian Krohn, who has indeed taken the wheel of that number 34 Falcon horse car.
Okay, so he went back in. So some of the drivers in the top class still haven't had a go. Patrick Assenheimer was never going to get a go because his Landgraf Mercedes was out before Lucy Treff's. Well, he brought it back into the pit garage at the end of the opening lap, but it was over and out for him. Maxime Dumaret, his Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin never came back to him other than on a flatbed because poor Jean Gloria was damaged on the Grand Prix loop on the opening lap. Kim Lewis-Schramm has not been given a go because Kuba Gimasiak, well, he will offer him a go when he comes in this time because Kuba's done all the race thus far in the number 16 Audi from Scherer Sport Team Phoenix. And the sister car, Vincent Kolb, is waiting to take over from Frank Stippler. Most of the teams have rotated their drivers in the top class, have alternated them. Just going to have a little look at the lap pace last time around of, oh yes, Frank Stippler. He took 3 seconds out of his teammate. And I can't really tell you how much he took out of the 34 Walkenhorst BMW because that came into the pits. And of course, slowing down to come in obviously compromises your lap pace. Another flatbed truck, as always, with behind it another course vehicle warning with the lights flashing on its roof. Anybody coming up behind, which is anybody circulating on the track. There is a slow-moving vehicle ahead. I
think that's one of the sort of unimogs they use, the officials, to send out. It has a trailer behind it with all the barriers on to do the repairs. So I think that's what that's coming in. It's not actually a flatbed bringing a car in, I don't think.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. You're getting a closer look right now. The leader in the Cup 2 class, Marcel Hopper, coming into the pits. That's the 1-2-3 Mullner Motorsport Cup 3 Porsche. And his margin over Daniel Blickel, who's gunning for the championship title in that class, was 37 seconds last time around. What tends to happen in Cup 2, they're really quite religious in that they tend to stop at the top of the hour, at the end of hour 1, hour 2, hour 3. They don't tend to juggle around with stint lengths as much as the cars in the top class do. And don't forget, of course, all the cars in Cup 2 are the same. They're all 911 GT3 Cup Porsches. And as I say that, I shoot myself down because the 120 doesn't come in to serve a pit stop with Daniel Blickel. He's going on for one further lap. That's possibly the only lap of scope for them.
So driver change for the 1-2-3, which was started by Michele Di Martino, had Marcel Hopper, and it just jumped out of it, literally hopped out of it. I had to do that, sorry. And therefore should be potentially Nick Saluski into that car now. Is the third driver. That may not be at this point, but it would appear to be the most logical thing to do. We'll see when the update goes out of the pits. And our driver ID updates for us.
Yeah, always have to see how the crews work this out. So, the order may well change at the top as we come up very much towards the halfway point in this race. Nearly 2 hours done. Not quite. Don't jump the gun yet. But Christian Cronjes has taken back over the race-leading BMW, which will no longer be the race-leading BMW for a short while at least, because neither Kuba Gimasiak nor Frank Stippler have called in at the end of lap 13. But next time around, it's very possible they will. But the story of the race, well, it's about Frank Stippler leading, spinning a rival, and having a stop-go penalty. But right now, it's a time of driver changes up and down the pit lane. So again, if you've got a 4-hour race, you split it as tidily as you possibly can. And today, unusual in the history of the NLS, we have not had weather-induced tyre changes for drivers going on from slicks to wets, or eventually sometimes wets back to inters or whatever. It's often a tyre war here, but today it's all about a coolish circuit, but a dry circuit. That's been the important element here in the championship. The final round, it was delayed because an earlier round was snowed off, but it's been full of drama from start to finish. It's the halfway point, and Kuba Gimasiak is leading the final race of the year but it's a false premise, one could say, because his Shearer Sport team, Phoenix Audi, owes us a pit stop, most likely at the end of this lap. He hasn't let his teammate even get as far as a sniff of the cockpit of that car today. He did the qualifying, but Kim Lewis-Schramm will get to take over for the second half of the race. And at the moment, of course, he's always aware that he's got a challenge from the sister car in the Team Phoenix camp, but teammate Frank Stippler led away from pole position. It was an all Phoenix front row, but it was fairly busy down at the first corner, and Frank Stippler ended up spinning a Porsche Cup class car that had an amazing start and dived down the middle of the pack, and it was David Yarn who was spun around, and then Frank Stippler got given a stop and go penalty. That's dropped him to what was fourth, has become third now. He's moved ahead of the Huber Racing Porsche, the other car I'm not mentioning. Until now, Walkenhorst Motorsport led the race. They've been pushing Stippler very, very hard indeed. Christian Cronjes in the opening stint of the race. His teammate Sami Matti Trogan took over, did a fantastic stint, was about 20 seconds to the good over Kuba Gimasiak. But Kuba trying to make it 3 wins in a row. It could be his day, and certainly helped by his teammate having had to have that stop-go penalty. But he's about to come to the end of his double stint. The pit stop is coming. So at the moment, this Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW ahead of the 2 Phoenix Audis. It's an exciting way to bring the conclusion to the season. So there we have it. That's the summary at the halfway point in this race. We didn't think we'd get to the end of the opening hour, Peter Snowden. It was super, super busy from the first corner to about the 10th corner, and then they set off onto the Nordschleife, which is normally the bit where the problems occur. But today this has got busy too quickly.
Slightly so, and we had there was a driver change, by the way. It is Nick Zalewski in the Cup 2 leading car now, the 123 Müller Motorsport Porsche. Our third place man Fetzer in the Huber Motorsport Porsche is now into the pits as well, and of course Kuba Gimasiak is on this lap. He's 7 laps in now. This is his 8th, so he will need to pit at the end of this one. So that means that we should put Krones and Stippler back up in the order there. I'm still not going to discount those 2 Audis. I'm just going to say, I'm going to put that out there. And I mean for race win. I wouldn't discount them.
No, I wouldn't either.
It's a longish shot. They've not made it as easy as they could do, but sometimes this happens. If anybody can adapt, they can.
What I will throw in as mitigating evidence is that Christian Cronjes was really pushing Frank Stippler in the opening stint of the race. Then at 5 laps, suddenly Stippler was in to serve a stop-and-go penalty. But up to that point, there was only 1 or 2 seconds between them. Then we saw Sami Matti Trogan doing a decent enough job, not quite matching the pace of Kuba Gimasiak and Frank Stippler. No shame in that. But just remember, the advantage just coming up to the 2-hour mark, just before we saw the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW come in, was around 20 seconds. That is quite a tidy margin. But 2 hours of racing, a second here, a second there. You sort of think Kuba Gimasiak and Kim Lewis-Schramm should be able to do it. I think it's going to be a much bigger ask off that stop-and-go penalty for Frank Stippler and his teammate Vincent Kolb, who isn't as fast as Frank. He knows that, but he's put in some really tidy drives. But I think the pendulum has swung towards the number 16 crew again.
I will add just one little caveat in there for the Walkenhorst BMW there, that Christian Krones did indeed push Frank Stippler really hard there. But what did it take out of the tyres of that, and especially the front tyres of that Walkenhorst BMW? It had the pace, but for about 3 laps in reality. And that's a long time around here. Granted, that's 75 Ks. But for 3 laps, but it lost its pace. It couldn't. We saw it. We talked about it earlier. It struggled.
I would concur that it did and it didn't. The track was really quite greasy early on, and when watching with the Rover Helicam, which is just supreme around the Nordschleife, we could see that the BMW was having to be worked that much harder. It was getting a little bit loose at various points. The front end just didn't want to turn at all. But as the track dried out, he kept constant. He kept about a second down in second place, being chased all the time by Kuba Gimasiak. We commented that Frank Stippler seemed to be backing Cronjes up to try and let his teammate close in onto his tail and then make life easier. But there was one moment where Frank suddenly gained in traffic about 2 seconds, but thereafter it stayed solid and.
I think we've had there's a code, the 62 plus line Cayman GT4 CS, which is SB7 category, has had an incident, but has appeared to have got going. It said it's actually crashed at the Hoa Act halfway around the surface, the circuit, highest point, Hoa Act, unsurprisingly, and it is back to the pits according to its GPS, but a little bit of an incident there for that car. It appears to be out there. Remember, this is our Plus Line Racing Cayman GT4 for number 62 from the SB7 category. Our third place car, Huber Motorsport, is back out again with Fetzer at the wheel, so no change there, if I'm right. I think Fetzer brought that car in, so Dennis Fetzer brought that in. Yes, Nico Menzel started that car and did a first stint, so Dennis Fetzer is stayed at the wheel of that car. Our fifth place car, which is the Dynamic Motorsport 911 992, the SBX category car. It's not yet homologated. The new generation Porsche is into the pits with Julian Andlauer, and indeed our sixth place car, the Valkenhorst BMW M4, Van Bolen at the wheel. Number 35 is also in the pits. That had Jörg Müller. And that's one of the cars that's under investigation. Remember, we had the Pro Sport Racing Atten number 17, the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW number 35 with Jörg Müller at the wheel, and of course the Black Falcon 103 Porsche, all having under investigation. I've not got any further news on that yet, but I have seen some of the onboard as well from a little bit further back, and it does look like the 103 did tag the number 17 and turn it round, which would coincide with that which Lucas Gajewski mentioned on the interview he had with Essa, our team principal of Pro Sport. Great shame for that, for the Atom taken out so early.
Well, as Chris Essa mentioned, it was a small tag that spun it round, and the big impact was the second car coming into the back of it. So for Aston Martin fans, a disappointing day for Maxime Dumouriez. Super disappointing. Didn't even get to drive a centimetre of the race today. Right, now, just again to see, at the end of this lap, we should have Kuba Gimasiak coming in. Just bear in mind this little figure here. Started this lap before the pit stops. About 44 seconds was the gap between first and the first of the Shearer Sport cars, which is Gimasiak's, and then Stippler. That drive-through penalty, that stop-and-go penalty has really, really hurt. Half an hour of this race remaining, but I'd say Gimasiak and the driver who's going to take over the number 16 Phoenix car, Kim Lewis-Schramm, more than good enough to resist that, and particularly as Frank Stippler is handing over to Vincent Kolb, who normally doesn't quite match the pace of Kim Lewis-Schramm. So it's a big ask. However, as we've seen, as early as 200 metres into this race, incidents can happen. And you know what? It's the Nürburgring, so they do happen. Mattia Caroli has just taken over from Julian Andlauer. This is the car we haven't had to talk about too much, but it's a rather special car. It's in its third global outing.
It's only the first driver change for that car, isn't it?
Yes, you're right, actually. Sorry, because I remember early in the race I jumped a bit quickly and put down Mattia Caroli as having taken it over. Started it, and it was Julian Andlauer. So he's done the double stint. That's pitted after lap 14. So that's we're just really waiting for Kuba Gimasiak, number 16, and the sun has suddenly come back out from behind the cloud. This bright green Audi has become much, much brighter with big red flash over the roof and the white key lines on the side. But travelling down Dossingerher at a high speed of 263, 266 kph, 267. I could keep counting up the number scheme here, but 268 was the highest speed. The little sweepers just before Tiergarten. Tiergarten's complicated enough anyhow, but the fact you've got those little left and right combinations beforehand certainly makes it tricky. As if on cue, as if they've been listening to us. In it comes, that will be...
But with that speedo running, they wind off 100 Ks going up through Tiergarten.
That's the point, isn't it? That is the point. So 15 laps on the board, out from the lead of the race. But the important thing for me will be how far behind the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW this Audi is. The number 16 is at the end of the next lap. Once it's served its pit stop, Kuba Gimasiak waiting for the door to open. Replacement driver, out comes Kim Lewis-Schramm. What will the gap be? Just remember, it was around 20 seconds before... A few laps ago, we had the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW come in.
Out comes Gimasiak coming in, and in goes Kim Lewis-Schramm.
No, I meant out onto the pit lane comes Kim Lewis-Schramm.
Yes, the
diversity of language.
Yes.
But worth tidying up in case someone else fell into that trap.
No, I thought I was going mad or madder.
No, well, who knows?
It's entirely possible.
So both of the Phoenix Audis entered by Shearer Sports alongside each other in the garage. The green one that Kuba Gimasiak is handed over to Kim Lewis-Schramm at 45 degrees. The other one was a parallel with the garage, but that too has been pivoted around. It's one of the rules in the teams need to adhere to. And Frank Stippler is out. You can see he's leaning down next to the car, the white and red stripes of his helmet visible as he briefs his teammate Vincent Kolb. And again, Peter, with these longer standardised pit stops here, it does give the outgoing driver more than a chance to say, aye, aye, off you go. They can actually impart some information and always need to know what the situation is, not just with the car, but what's the track like. That's what lots of tracks, there isn't much of a variable, but here, most notably, there is.
And how their particular car, their Steed, is behaving on those conditions. And then we'll get to say there could be debris, all sorts of, by the way, just things that you can't necessarily see other than from a driver's point of view. And also the view a driver has is very different from the wheel of a car compared to everything else. We get this great helicam shot, and fantastic that it is, the Rover helicam shot. But the driver's eye, sat down below, you've got that windscreen banner, you just see a certain view. It's a very, very narrow perspective, as well, very drivers have narrow perspectives anyway.
Yes.
in many areas in life, yes. But it is a different view, and you just need that from somebody who's just got out of the car. It's fresh, it's intel. And one of the things I love about endurance racing is it is such a team effort. You need that, and it's one of the things I always used to enjoy about this side of it, and still do. The historic stuff is it's still, you work together. You've got to bring that car back and hand it over in a certain condition, and every driver will have a different way, a different nuance, but you've got to understand one another. The more you understand one another, the greater the result's going to be.
Well, as you were just speaking there, suddenly 3 Marshall's Post 160, which is S-Bash, 162 S-Bash out, and Brunchen entry 164 all went green, and it's the information that you could impart how long you reckon it'll be. Would it be another few laps? Or, I'd be saying to you when I got out, the damage at S-Bash, I reckon it'll be clear in a couple of laps, or it's going to be a long one. And you just need to know that when you're approaching it, because you don't want to suddenly get to a slow zone and not be prepared, but you want to be like Frank Stippler is. I reckon his team is always saying, it's about to clear, because that's why he's so good. When you get out of a slow zone, he seems to read it every time and get on the throttle faster than anyone else around him, sooner than anyone else around him, and he finds an advantage time after time. Right, Kim Lewis-Schramm is on board the number 16 Audi. Frank Stippler just waiting for his sister car, the number 5, to lead the pits, and it is indeed Vincent Kolb who now finally gets a go in that. So all of the front-running drivers have been given a shot, as they should be when you enter the second half of the race. Klaus Abelin, such a supporter of the series, the circuit, wearing the sort of hat you might wear on a duck shoot that looks as though it's been in the boot trunk of his car. It's frayed. It looks like the collar on my shirt, you might say, but such a character. And Fricadelli Racing, hugely popular around the Nordschleife. And I think, it's an international series, but it's very much a national series in some ways, because there's so many races that, we see Klaus in the top couple of classes, Cup 2 or sometimes in the SB9 class over the years, but lots of people support all the levels all the way down because it's their circuit and it's what they like to race on. But Klaus, well, great to see him interviewed, still smiling.
I've never seen a cap quite so warm. It's obviously an old favourite.
Yes. We need to know the history of that cap now. That's one for Lucas. He could tell us afterwards.
It's seen many a duck shoot, as you said.
Yeah. Or else my dogs visited his house and had a good nibble at it, perhaps. Moose on the loose.
I was going to say moose on the loose in Germany. That's just what we don't need.
Great cap. I think more people should have caps like that.
It just invites a question, doesn't it? You've got to. It's a statement in itself, because you just don't wear something like that unless there's a reason.
Maybe this is the first time it's seen, because the championship normally ends in October and he's only allowed to wear it in the winter months. So he's only allowed it in November, December and to January. Right. You're firing off a question to Lucas.
Exactly so. Exactly so. You know me too well.
Things we didn't know we needed to know, but that's how it goes. So, how is it going to be at the end of this lap? The Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, the M4 GT3 car number 34, should be leading. It had about a 20-second advantage. It then pitted 2 laps before the rival Audis from Phoenix. and therefore we'll have a different pit stop tactic later in the race because it's banked those laps. But just remember, when we get the cars to the end of this lap, it should be Christian Cronjes from Kim Lewis-Schramm and Vincent Kolb. That shouldn't confuse us. However,
never mind the hat. Breaking news. We are green flag all the way around the circuit for the first time in a long time.
And what's the latest message? Yellow flag at MP 111 at Callanhart exit. As you said that. But now it's green again. There we are.
I had to get my moment in, though.
You did.
It was there. It was valid when I said it.
Yeah. A sentence could be a long, long time.
Live broadcasting. An ever-movable feast.
Let's say feast. I haven't had lunch. It's always a sore point. Breakfast was at 6 in the morning. No, it wasn't. It was before that. Yes. Now, interesting. Lucas Gajewski has just wandered around and found a beautiful, clean, looks like a brand new BMW M4.
That'd be GT4.
Yeah. So, well, that looks. Well, they might as well open the door and invite people in to have a little look-see there. GT4 class cars arriving thick and fast.
But in the Fricadelli garage, interesting.
Yes, but you may not be able to read anything into that because every garage has to be shared by many, many people. So waiting for the end yellow flags have been shown, Peter. You really did jump in at the ultimate moment. Not telling us where as yet. Around the circuit. Waiting for Christian Cronjes, who's leading this race, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW driver, to see how far clear of Kim Lewis-Schramm in the number 16 Audi. You might say the number 5 Audi, the second of the Phoenix cars, is in the hunt, but not really. It might yet get second place. They could have a brilliant second half of the race. However, a stop-and-go penalty has taken them out of overall contention. It's got back into the top 3, and they're waiting to see what the margin is over the car that was passed by Stifler just before his pit stop, which is Nico Menzel's Huber Motorsport Porsche. But really, the story at the moment, it's the Walkenhorst BMW leading the 2 Phoenix Audis, and you'd have to say, barring incidents that may be untoward, that really the only Audi that can challenge the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW is the Kim Lewis-Schramm car that was started and run for the first half of the race by his fairly regular teammate now, Kuba Gimasiak, and just waiting for that timing interval to crop up. And don't forget, we're not comparing like for like, never are, on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, because simply they've got different pit sequences to the way they've broken down the 4 hours of this race. And the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW will be doing longer later stints in the second half of the race, maybe just in the final stint of the race, than the chasing Audis, because they made their first pit stop ahead of their rivals. Sound complicated? Well, there is another element that certainly can add to that mix, because the later you make your final stop, the shorter that stop can be. So one little twist in the rules that sort of does have a role that's not always obvious until the stagger unwinds at the time of those final pit stops. And just remember, just to keep in your mind, the later you pit in the race, the shorter your final pit stop can be. It's a factor.
That's a huge factor, isn't it? It can make all the difference. I'm talking in pit stops. We did mention earlier, of course, we've got the one car in the SPX category, which is for the as yet homologated cars. It's like what X really means experimental, but that to me sounds a little bit unfair, because it's just really a case of it's cars that are yet to be homologated. That's what they could mean by experimental, as in it's not quite finalised in its full production status yet when it's going to be delivered to customers. The car running in that one at the moment is the number 30 Huber Motorsport. No, my apologies, that's the number 25 car, number 30 Dynamic Motorsport 992 generation Porsche. As you said, it's been run by Manthey already. Falcon have had a run at it, now it's Dynamic's turn. And of course that's subject to, as we said, starts at the back of that group normally, and also 30-second longer pit stops. So running in 5th already. It's already had a podium this year. It's Falcon didn't do so well with it. It had a water issue, didn't it, when it was parked inside the track steaming.
Yeah,
it was the full of leaves issue.
Full of leaves in all the air intakes, and we didn't think too much of that. It wasn't a particularly hot day, but by golly, clearly, I'm sure they'd have adjusted it. But of course, it's now in the hands of another team, and to make matters complicated, but possibly also help them learn lots of things about it. It's for the third race running on a different make of tyre. Michelin in the opening round, the opening round of the 3 that it's entered, then Falcon Motorsport last time out, and now Pirelli's this time for Dynamic Motorsport. Right, here we go, start-finish line about to be crossed, 16 laps completed. Had a best lap of 7 minutes 54.3. First car under the 8-minute margin, driven by Christian Cronjes. But how fast will the chasing lap on fresher rubber, but with a heavier fuel load, be for Kim Lewis-Schramm and Vincent Cole? But more to the point, what will be the gap? 12.4 seconds is the gap. It was 20 seconds or so between the 34 BMW and the 16 Phoenix Audi before the pit stops, and afterwards down to 12.5 seconds.
Yes, but Bruce, there's being first car under the 8 minutes and then being nearly 6 seconds under 8 minutes. That's by some margin.
Well, you know what? I think until Christian Cronjes could be sure of what he needs to do, he's just going to push as hard as he can. And unlike when he drove in the opening stint of the race and was very quick and was challenging Frank Stippler for the lead, the track is uniformly dry now, and he certainly struggled a little bit when it was a little bit wet, a little bit dry in that first stint, but was very quick indeed. So he's got the pace in the car. And now we've probably lost. I'm going to have a quick scroll. We started with 87 cars, and we've got, I would suggest, 75 or so still in the race. 74, I would reckon, unless some of the others. No, we've still got, hold on, still running. What do you say? It's anyhow. About 80 cars that are still running competitively. We lost a half dozen or so. Starting to see other drivers setting very, very good times, and another driver in the 7-minute 54s, Nico Menzel, the Huber Motorsport Porsche. Now, what we have seen, okay, you don't expect ultimate speed as yet from the Audis that are running second and third, Kim Lewis-Schramm and Vincent Kolb, and they do seem to always just take a little longer to get the heat in their tyres, to get the confidence. But across the whole stint, those Audis are very, very strong indeed. But right now, Christian Cronjes, 2 laps earlier into the pits, was his car. He took it over from Sami Matti-Trogen, having done the opening stint himself, and now pressing on, winding it up, going faster and faster. Just remember that figure, 12.5 seconds between him and the chasing Kim Lewis-Schramm. What's it going to be at the end of this lap? Of course, it's actually, we're waiting to see if it's going to be a lap run under full green, which is always a little bit of a luxury here on the Nordschleife. But I suppose you could say every time there's an incident, someone is removed from the fray, that's one car fewer who could just drive into the path of the front runners. So it's sometimes a bit of a helping hand.
I'm just looking at that lap time, Bruce, and I'm thinking here, I know you're a man that's got these sort of figures deep in your archives of parchment over there. I'm recalling a 7:53.
That rings a bell.
Qualifying time of possibly Di Martino or even Jordan Pepper in that Conrad Lamborghini earlier in the year. But I think 7:54, 339 might be the fastest NLS lap of the year. I think.
It's certainly...
It's a contender.
A contender, or what we call of that ilk, but I'm just quickly flicking back through... Oh, hold on. Looking back to the earlier rounds that I covered, I was trying to see if I'd scribbled the qualifying times on the back. But I can tell you 7:57 for round 2. No, let's not go there. I'll become too distracted.
Okay.
Going deep.
I wasn't setting you a task, sorry.
No, but I accepted it. I ran off like a dog chasing the rabbit at the start of a greyhound race. So
anyway, moving on.
Yes. Good dog.
Yes, heel boy.
Yeah, that's interesting. Nico Menzel has been very tidy in that Huber Motorsport Porsche. We saw him, running higher than we're used to seeing that car. Yes, there are fewer cars running in the top class this time, but sometimes you can see the progress of a team and a driver over the season, and equally, sometimes you don't necessarily consider a driver lineup. And then you notice they've actually changed one of the drivers who maybe is 2 seconds a lap faster than someone else, and that across the course of a 4-hour race can have a huge, huge difference. So suddenly, maybe Nico Menzel's been doing wonderful things all season, but if he gets a different teammate, suddenly he could be given the opportunity that he's been sharing quite a lot this season with Joachim Tyson and the driver under the pseudonym Enzo, but suddenly having a different teammate this weekend, can give very much a helping hand, and certainly with Dennis Fetzer, who's jumped from one car to another. This is his third car in the championship. It looks a better balanced pairing, but Nico Menzel has been the star in that car, and he's going very well. Second fastest lap of the race. Now, how fast will they go this time around? Because I suggest, as I say that, a yellow flag is thrown at Vauxhall at Foxereur. And that may slow them a little bit, but just it depends how long, where the drivers were. Had they already passed that on this lap? Will we see a lap faster than the 7 minutes 54.3? That's Christian Cronje's fastest lap of the race, leading the race. Or 7 minutes 54.9 by Nico Menzel in 4th place overall. Cup 2, Daniel Blickel, car 120, moved into the lead, but now he was later for his second pit stop, so he'll drop back down behind 123, which had already served its second pit stop. And as you pointed out, Snowy, into the hands of the third driver in that car. 123 was started by Michele Di Martino, taken over by Marcel Hopper, and now the third driver, Nick Soleski, at the wheel. So he'll go back into the lead of Cup 2. But for car 120, it came here second in the championship, 6.5 points down on the 112 entry from K Kramer Racing. Being spun on the opening lap of the race, and David Yarn having to fight his way back up the order, and since then they've done a really good job. But for 112, 45th last time I looked, and 2 laps down after their repairs in the pit garage. And have they risen or fallen, just according to where they make their second pit stop? But certainly their hope of winning the Cup 2 class was given a bit of a hit. But last time I looked, they were running 4th in class, and that's a very decent position and gives them a good helping a point, and I would suggest would actually be enough.
Yeah, we've also got the 4th place car there now. Menzel's Huber Motorsport Porsche is stopped at the side of the track at Metzgersfeld, which is causing the yellow flag there. So I'm not quite sure why. That just currently it appears to have stopped with no incident for that. But that's that's our 4th place car, which has had a really strong run. That's got that had Nico Menzel at the wheel of that car. Then Dennis Fetzer took it over. I think Nico Menzel's not long since just taken that car back again.
No, he's just taken it over and just banged it
outlap. Yeah,
well, he did a flying lap.
Sorry, yes,
7 minutes 54. So just a whisker, half a second down on the fastest lap of the race, set by Christian Cronjes. So that was at Metzgersfeld, was it?
Yeah, it's where it's parked.
Oh, dearie me.
So we've got it's a yellow flag there. It's just become a 120. I suspect that might become a code 60.
Well, this is a long shot. Are we going to see a Cup 2 Porsche GT3 Cup class car get in the top 3? I think not, but they're going to get in the top 6. They're already in the top 6.
Top 5 are going to
Could be top 4, because they've still got the experimental, as we call it, the SPX, Matteo Caroli driven 992 Porsche in 4th place. That's going metronomically. Oh, gosh, it's interesting, isn't it? We've just had...
Don't forget we're going to get Cup 3 in the top 10, as we have already still.
Yeah, well, the highest one, yes. Again, this is just the point at which they then owe us a pit stop. It's that same car, the 969. As I say, that comes into the pits to serve its pit stop, and Snowy nearly laughed and blew his trumpet there. But so I think they'll stay just outside the top 10, the Cup 3 class cars. But just it goes to show, there was Nico Menzel just running really tidily and well, just putting the fastest lap of that car. Car's raced the second fastest lap overall, and then suddenly it stopped at the side of the circuit at Metzgersfeld. So clearly all was fine, then all was not. But all the Cup 2 and Cup 3 class runners are pretty much completing their second pit stops now. So the order will be a little bit juggled, but expect 1, 2, 3 with Nick Soleski at the wheel to be leading the Cup 2 class for Mühlner Motorsport when this round of pit stops is out of the way. So an hour and 30 minutes remains in the final 4-hour race for the 2022 NLS season, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. This round wasn't due to be as late as November. The last round was supposed to be the 22nd of October. However, weather is always a feature, or often a feature, of the series across the course of the year. And this is effectively round 2 that was postponed because of snow in early April.
I'm just stunned that we've had this weather this late into the season. I was very, I wouldn't say cynical, but I was very cautious about this ever going to be quite the weather it was.
Just had an outside shot, a high-up shot of the Huber Porsche being given a tow, and it seemed to be rather smoky, to put it mildly, waiting for a further shot to see if we can catch it. Oh, we're just coming through Galgenkopf now onto the Dottinger Höhe, so still the distance of a normal circuit to get it back to the pits. In fact, at this point, it's not smoking. I think it might have just been going over a patch of quick dry, but the car has been removed from the circuit. It's now on the grass, just on the exit of Galgenkopf.
It's still something.
Oh, it is smoking now. Yes, now you're sitting still.
So
maybe that's why
something mechanical on that.
Okay, so the tow driver has pulled it to the grass verge, driver's right on the exit of Galgenkopf as they come onto the Dottinger Höhe. And he's gone back possibly because he wants to investigate, is your car actually on fire, or why is, I'm not going to tow you if your car's on fire.
Of course, the towing car gets to control all this, so
yes.
if the driver's not happy and wants to stop, he'll just put on the brake and stop the tow vehicle. You've realised you're not actually pulling the car you're meant to be towing, so there's a bit of a message just saying, hang on, we need to stop this for a reason, so, and quite rightly by a marshal's post, so it does look like there's some issue there. Now, I'm going to second guess once again, but maybe not a puncture because you try and get that back. So something mechanical, maybe looked a bit oil related, engine. You obviously don't want getting onto hot exhaust and destroying your lovely Porsche.
No, and at this point, it's the final race of the calendar for 2022. You do actually want to return a car that's not been charred.
Well, they're tired enough as it is at this time of the year.
Yeah.
And needing a long winter rebuild and reparations. So we'll keep an eye on that number 25 Dennis Metzel car. How about Nico Menzel as opposed to Dennis Fetzer rather than Dennis Metzel? Mix them two up completely.
I saw where you went. I know,
and you just let me go. Yes, thank you.
I did. Well, no,
no rabbit hole. Help yourself. Yes.
Not at all. I didn't want to highlight it, but unfortunately now look.
I highlighted it myself. Yes.
So for Dennis Fetzer, this is his first run with the Huber Motorsport Porsche. He'd driven last time out. He was in a Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMW. And if I keep turning the pages on my, as you say, on my vellum, I should find what Dennis was driving. A Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi for the bulk of the season. Did 5 races in that, moved over, and then unfortunately only got one of his 2 stints that were planned for today because teammate Nico Menzel, as he was really picking up the pace, has now lost out and is stationary at the side of the circuit, and in fact has now been demoted from 4th place to 5th because Matteo Caroli has now completed 17 laps, which is one more on the board than the static Menzel has managed in the Huber Motorsport Porsche. So Christian Cronjes to Kim Lewis Schramm. Time difference between them? 22 seconds. Kim Lewis, actually, there I was thinking he'd be able to pretty much match Christian Cronjes, but that lap, don't panic, the gap between them went out by 9.5 seconds. But again, it's about where you find the slow zones, and clearly it caught the German driver and not the Norwegian. But every helping hand, as the clock counts down beneath 1.5 hours remaining in this race, will be taken. Walk-on-Horse Motorsport desperate for their first win of 2022, no doubt cheered on by the likes of David Pittard, who won for them in 20 and 21, but not here.
Yeah, and wherever that, whatever's happened to that number 25 Porsche Huber Motorsport entry, it's a long way back from home. We saw a slight camera there. We said initially, Bruce, that it was at Galgenkopf. It's actually a bit further back at Callenhard.
Oh, is it?
It's got a long way to go back yet. So that's pulled over the side of the track there. When we saw that tow vehicle, I think it was just the slight camera angle caught us out.
Yeah,
it was even further back than we expected.
Okay, well, half a lap back.
Exactly.
So
my point being, it's got no chance coming back around again in a hurry. So at Galgenkopf, you could have perhaps got to a bit further down the Dottinger Höhe and got it back.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Exactly. And of course, thinking about that again, tightish right-hander. Yeah, it had stopped at Metzgersfeld, hadn't it? So in fact, it would have had to been towed very quickly to get round to.
It's got a bit further around, but no more.
Galgenkopf. Again, no mitigating circumstances apart from the fact when you've got a high-up shot from a helicopter and it's showing you trees on either side of the track and a bit of twisting tarmac, you don't always get all the reference points you might require. But then again, for what, 70% of the circuit? What have you got on either side? Trees.
Well, the context really I was trying to make was, of course, it's at Galvin Golf. There was a chance. Now,
Entirely. I was just trying to cover my tracks. I think I got away with it.
You did.
So, what is going to happen at the front of the field? Does Kim Lewis-Schramm, did he only lose 9?
Well, somebody will win.
Well, I hope. But did he lose 9 seconds on the race leader Christian Cronjes because he was 9 seconds slower in terms of lap speed, or did he lose it because it was artificially induced by a slow zone or yellow flags? And in fact, he lapped at the same place as Vincent Kolb, give or take a second. But again, interruptions can just hurt you a little bit. Christian Cronjes being very positive in traffic, yet again running down Dottinger, picks off a Cup 2 class Porsche, and so he's got that luxury for his Yokohama shod BMW of clear track ahead. We started with 94 cars here, 87 qualified. You often get a few fallers, that some that just don't make it. Some probably decided, well, it's November, it's probably going to be snowing, maybe we'll give this one a miss. But the final round could be a good one for Walkenhorst Motorsport, pressing on, neat, tidy, and sometimes I would suggest across a 4-hour race, just a 2-driver format is better. It means the drivers are more dialed in. A lot of the teams, though, are running with 3, but in the top class, it's all about 2-driver entries. Again, looking to... another lap under 8 minutes. 7 minutes, 57.097 seconds for Christian Cronjes. It's not his best. That was the best part of nearly 4 seconds faster. However, what's going to be the lap speed in about 20-odd seconds' time? Has Kim Lewis-Schramm lost more time? Was that 9-second loss on the previous lap something that was representative or something that was artificial? But any lap under 8 minutes around the Nürburgring is a great lap.
It's mighty. It's mighty, yes.
Christian Cronjes doing a fabulous job, and all along the clock is counting down. 1 hour and 23 minutes remain in this race. Best result for Walkenhorst so far this year was the 3rd place by Christian Cronjes, sharing with Ben Tuck. That was earlier in the year. That was July. That was a 6-hour race, and Andy Soucek. But the one who remains standing in the team at the moment is Christian Cronjes. It's a 2-driver lineup, and Sami Matti Trogan, who had been driving some of the other cars for that team, is his teammate this weekend. Will they be looking at the team's first win for 2022?
Well, it's certainly looking positive at the moment. 31-second, we'll call it 32-second lead.
And the reason it's gone out by 10 seconds is for 2 consecutive laps now. Even though we saw the pace picking up for Kim Lewis-Schramm, he lost 9 seconds and then the best part of 10 seconds on consecutive laps. So those both can't have been induced by just hitting a slow zone after the race leader had gone through. But suddenly, the gap was 12 seconds when they had both done their second pit stops. Then it was 22. Now it's nearly 32. There's a bit of a story there.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an odd one, because that's going to put Schramm into the clutches of its sister car, number 5.
I don't think it is, because just looking at the lap pace,
heading that way.
Well, he gained 5 seconds on. Vincent Kolb, with all the will in the world, is not as quick as Kim Lewis-Schramm. He lost another 5 seconds on that lap. So the gap from first to second is 31 seconds. The gap from second to third is another 48 seconds. It's going out all the time. Maybe Vincent Kolb takes a little longer to settle in. Maybe there was a bit of an incident, and there are still incidents. Car number 488 BMW
Rennsport.
It's coming in not what we call 4 square on the track.
Front left, not quite delaminated itself yet, but the inner sidewall has failed. That's bringing itself back to the pit slowly. It's just towards the end of Dottinger now, so it should get itself back into the pits, no problem at all. That's 488 Team Sork Rennsport entry, BMW 128 Ti.
So what's happening? What is happening with 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining in this race is Walkenhorst Motorsports have had a very good first half of the race, but what's happened just past the start of hour 3, the first sort of 40 minutes of hour 3, is after the pit stops, is that Christian Cronjes has stretched his legs. Kim Lewis-Schramm has not been able to respond, nor in the second of the Phoenix Audis has Vincent Kolb. But how long before the end of the pit stop, before the end of the race, will they serve their final pit stops? It is a factor, and I reckon that we could well have about a 17-minute difference between them. As for sake of argument, if you came in with 47 minutes remaining, your pit stop would be 299 seconds. Let's call that 300 seconds. If you came in 17 minutes later, it's 254. So we are looking at a swing of 43 seconds difference. The later you pit, the shorter your pit stop can be. And I think there's going to be, as I say, a 43-second difference. That's why Kim Lewis-Schramm doesn't have to push so hard. He's going to push as hard as he can, but he doesn't have to take the risks, because the buffer, though it's going out, Christian Cronjes will pit the sooner and hand over to Sami Matti-Trogen. And that is why Christian Cronjes and Walkenhorst Motorsport are having to press. Still that one pit stop to be served, but yeah, each lap is going to be critical at the moment for Walkenhorst to keep stretching that advantage.
Well, painful though it is to see the Huber Motorsport car, which is entirely out of contention now, but is being towed back. It's just got to the Adenauer Bridge part of the track, so it's a long way back, but it is being I'm not quite sure it's been pulled that far around, just really to get it out of the way. But I'd have thought there were places sooner where they could have been. There's a really good close-up from the Rover helicopter camera shot for us, and absolutely no physical damage external to that car whatsoever. So you were right, Bruce, about it smoking. There's obviously something, I'm guessing potentially engine has had let go of something somewhere.
Well, it was absolutely flying along. It just set the second fastest lap of the race. Still only two cars have lapped under 8 minutes. The best lap, 7 minutes 54.3 by Christian Cronjes. The race leading 34, Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. And number 35, Nico Menzel, tumbling down the order. And that was a 7 minutes 54.9. So very, very competitive indeed. Now, what's the story? Vincent Kolb, 48.5 seconds down behind Kim Lewis-Schramm. Lap times won't be too quick because there's a extended code 60 zone at Exmüller. So that's when you've gone through Versifen before you got to Bergwerk. It's on the twisty bit. That narrows it down, doesn't it? It's the twisty bit in the forest.
Yes. Clarify, Jones.
Yes, very twisty. Uphill twisty, downhill twisty. Certainly many differences.
Ah, see what you did there? You threw an elevation.
Yeah, spoilt for choice.
I've got to say, it is. I know it is slightly. There's some pit changes to happen, and accepted will change the order very slightly. But just looking at your top 15 on the screen here, you've got SP Pro, SP9 Pro 1, 2, and 3, SPX 4th, Cup 2 5th, SP9 Pro Am, and then we have Cup 2, Cup 3, all the way down through to 16th.
Yeah, your Cup 3 runneth over, so that's the Porsche 718 Caymans. And through the history of the VLN, which was what this series was called until the name changed to NLS, it has been a case of, some classes of cars suddenly become really well supported, and often with the input of a manufacturer like Porsche or BMW, they bring in their own class of car. But at the moment, Porsche are enjoying those two fabulous classes.
So the getting the car off the track, this 25 entry, it's still at Exmühl at the moment, and it appears to have stopped on the side of the track there, which I was slightly surprised at. Well, the marshals must know something about that, or officials dealing with that. I'm not suggesting that it's not done the right way. It just surprised me that it's still at the side of the track there. So we saw that earlier, didn't we? With one of the Aston number 17 Aston was difficult to remove from track through no fault of the marshals. It's obviously had such a whack on its suspension there. It obviously done something with the drive shaft of the car wasn't movable when they tried a straight tow. You've got to get a lift to it and pick it up. Sometimes you have to do that and just physically lift the car up. A straight tow won't suffice. So number 25 at Exmüller, that's now created a code 60 that is also now just cleared at the same, almost as soon as it's been mentioned. So we are full course green once again.
Well, that is great news. I always wanted it's just totally down to me, but it just helps me understand the pace these drivers can run
We
at
accommodate you, it's fine.
without interruption. It's quite shameful, really. Right, suddenly race leader Kim Lewis-Schramm has just been credited with the race lead. Have we had Christian Cronjes coming into the pits? Has he hit a penalty? Because he was leading by, what was it, 34 seconds? Interesting. Keep an eye on that. There can be timing anomalies, but we haven't seen that
glitch,
as yet.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen? Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
willkommen zu NLS.
Cup 2. We came to the final round. With car 120 from W&S Motorsport, 6.5 points down on the 112 entry from K. Kramer Motorsport, but losing almost 2 laps with car damage and damage repairs for the K. Kramer crew has hit it hard. However, maybe some good fortune has come their way. Other cars in the class hit their problems, some even on the opening lap of the race. We're thinking of car number 103 in the Cup 2 class. And even though 112 in other rounds of the series would be completely out of it with that sort of knockback, 2 laps lost in the pits, last time I saw 112 was running very nicely in class. It was running in 4th place, way down, but it could yet come their way. 6.5 points was the gap between them. Yeah, still there with Christopher Brook driving it. Doesn't have to push too hard because there's no point taking any risks now because they're not going to move up to 3rd place in class. So as long as they keep circulating, they don't have to worry about catching Klaus Abelin in the Fricadelli Racing Team entry, and they're not going to catch that. They're not going to catch David Yarn, who is in the 120, 2nd overall. But today, having kept their noses clean, the Mühlner Motorsport 123 crew in the Cup 2 Porsche Series sitting pretty at the front of the field. But you have to feel for David Yarn in 2nd place. He may have done everything he can. He may have almost taken the lead at the start of the race, got spun round in the clash with Frank Stippler at the opening corner, but since then hasn't put a wheel wrong. And yet, by dint of some of the class rivals not getting to the finish of this race, I think the maths probably mean that 112 would just have enough to take the Cup 2 class title. Not the way they would have expected to do it, but all they can do now is just keep circulating.
I'm still stunned by that time.
That lap.
I mean, its last lap was a 7:51 already. 7:49 was quick enough. Another 7:51. It's not hanging about for 25 k's around the Nordschleife, to say the very least. I would love to see some on board of that. I really, really would. Just see how much the boundaries he's pushing, or how easy was that 7:49.
Almost more than the onboard, I'd like to see a helicam shot of the lap, because then you can really gauge how much he was sort of dicing with the perimeter of this circuit.
You say 10 seconds in a lap, that's stupendous. Absolutely
well,
stupendous.
just looking at what Christian Cronjes had to do to hopefully hand the car over with more than a 43-second advantage, which he now has, 44.2 seconds. He'll be coming in at the end of this lap. There are 20 laps on the board. Can only do an 8-lap stint, so it'll be 21 at the end. Frank Stippler's pressing nothing. It's Vincent Cole pressing on in 3rd place, but his lap pace hasn't been as good as Kim Lewis-Schramm, who's just done a 7-minute 54. That's the 3rd fastest lap in this race.
Now, Sami Matti Trogan, who presumably will take over that lead car, 34. His best lap so far of the race has been an 8:08.
Yeah, but it must be said in that stint.
8:04.
I was going to say no one was under 8 minutes at that point. He was lapping fairly ballpark, not quite as quick as Christian Cronjes, but it's really how he stacks up against Kim Lewis-Schramm. But Kim has just proved he can do a 7-minute 54. Kim will be staying in that 2nd-placed Audi. Kuba Gimasiak did the 1st and 2nd stints, but it's down to no fumbles in the pit stop. But you know what? Even with the teams allowed, by pitting as late as they can, a shorter minimum pit stop time in this sliding scale, there's no rush in the pit stop, so you don't expect any fumbles. It's just simply going to be down to what is going to go on out on the track, and all that Christian Cronjes can do at the moment is just keep pressing. This will be his last lap before he comes in to serve the final pit stop for the race-leading Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, car number 34. They've wanted to win all year. Their best result so far, the Walkenhorst crew. was a third place, and one of the 3 drivers achieving that was the driver at the wheel at the moment, Christian Cronjes, and he's had a cracking end to his season. And then it's going to be in the hands of his teammate.
Well, we believe he's on an in-lap. He's done this super fast Kesselsen section of the track up through Klostotol and up to Caraccio, the carousel, very shortly. That'll then come out of the carousel and up towards Hoaracht, which is the highest part of the circuit, down through Wifferman, Brunchen, Flansgarten and on, keeping it all nice, neat and tidy. We're just seeing the Klaus Abelin driven Fricadella 911 GT3 Cup car, which is our Cup 2 third place car, in 8th at the moment. So we've got Cup 2s in 5th, 6th and 8th at the moment on track, which is quite extraordinary. And Cup 3s in 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th for that matter.
Lofty company, but we started with fewer cars than we do in the first half of the season. That's exactly the standard format for this series. It attracts like bees to the honeypot in the first part of the season, with lots of drivers trying to get their ring permit to compete in the Nürburgring 24 hours. A lot of them just feeling their way in this series and developing their cars for other series as well, because one of the beauties, even though this meeting is run over one day in terms of qualifying and the race, qualifying doesn't provide a lot of track time, but the race most certainly does. We have 4-hour races in the NLS, 6 hours, and of course the double 6, the day, well, the 6 hours one day, 6 hours the next day. There was such a success this year, Peter, with the way the cars were birthed, where the intervals at the end of the first race were exactly as the starting intervals of the next race. It was an experiment, and it worked beautifully, because with so many championships, as long as you're on the lead lap, and here it's 25 kilometres, you can start nose to tail the next day. Not this way. If you were 34 seconds down, you were flagged away.
Exactly.
34 seconds in arrears. So,
well, it's quite, it might have been overnight, and as we said at the time, it was to encourage the crews, a little bit of more harmony in the paddock, a bit of community, go and have a bit of schnitzel, maybe a beer or something. But the point is, in terms of track action, just press pause. That's all we did. Just press pause, put them in park firme, unpause, play again, off we go. But the crew get to have a bit of a rest, get to see that, the fans get to see that side of it, pick up the next day. As you say, it's like these safety cars. Unless you get a virtual safety car, you get a safety car, you work your 30-second lead, just as our race leader come over, Christian Cronjes, has done, and all of a sudden it's taken away from you. So we don't have that here.
And another thing that was, I thought, really, really good this year with the 12 hours was the fact that there was so much laid on for the fans around the circuit. There was a concert, and it really, you could see how many, well, wherever we saw tents, there were large numbers of them, so lots of people coming here and camping. I think it was a really good experiment, and I'm sure for 2023 the field will grow even more, but more than the growth of the field will be the growth of the fans coming in, because they'll realise it's a special summer holiday sort of feel, and even though it was held in September, just about the end of their summer holidays.
So I'm just looking, our race leader is just coming up to Tiergarten, should therefore be coming into the pits. We believe on this lap, Bruce. I'll be very surprised if it doesn't. We're just seeing our 437 car going through turn 1, and indeed our race leader is in the pit slowing down, so there we go straight away. So Christian Cronjes in the Valkenhorst number 34 BMW M4 brings into pits that stupendous fastest lap of the race, being a 7:49.578 so far.
Right, the gap between him and the chasing Kim Lewis-Schramm was 44 seconds at the start of the last lap. I'm waiting to see what sort of lap pace Kim Lewis-Schramm has managed to do on this lap. If it's slower, if it's above 8 minutes, he's lost even more time. And bear in mind, Christian Cronjes 8 minutes flat included slowing down to come into the pits. So
our Cup 2 leader also into the pits, the 123 Mühlner Motorsport entry.
And just for sake of argument, it was, I think, an hour and 3. No, it was almost exactly on the hour that our race leader came in, which means his pit stop is 333 seconds. And even including his slowing down, his final lap for Christian Cronjes was 1/10 of a second faster than Kim Lewis-Schramm managed without slowing down as he came past the pits. So
Schramm's just gone through in a 8 minute dead.
Exactly, 8 minutes. 0.3 as opposed to 8 minutes 0.2 for Christian Cronjes, including slowing down at the end of that stint. So it means that margin is effectively rather more than the 44 seconds we see on the clock. But I think the final pit stop for the 34 Walkenhorst BMW 333 seconds is what it would be. Let's add 17, it sounds quite silly really, but add on 17 minutes to that, or more to the point, take it away. So with 43 minutes remaining in this race, 289 seconds will be the pit stop 2 laps from now. The pit stop, minimum pit stop time, the shorter minimum pit stop time for cars 5 and 16, the Phoenix Audi. So doing the maths on that, 44 seconds all in is the margin that has already been built in, but it's how Sammy Matty Trogan handles the final stint of the race. Kim Lewis-Schramm may be a whisker faster, may be able to haul it in. So in fact, we are going to be super, super close when the Walkenhorst Motorsport car, back up to full speed, is going past in 2 laps' time as the Audi number 16 emerges from the pit lane. They could be almost identical piece of terra firma. How about that? Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, is that being given a push start or just moved away? No, moved away.
Changed pumps, and changed fuel pumps. They were struggling to get fuel into that car there. I thought it was going in slow. They've had to put that fuel pump, we described this nozzle as per a supermarket. So our race leader drama into the last hour, it's being refueled in the pits. The fuel nozzle doesn't work. They took it out. I wondered why they left the fuel filler open, not like a team of that, and of course it'd be black flagged immediately. They put it down to the next pump. So pump number 7, please. Go and fill the car up from there.
And even now there is a problem.
I think there's an issue. I think there's an issue with the fuel nozzle.
The nozzle was
on the car, not the fuel pumps.
Yeah, the gun was taken back out. This is the second gun, and bear in mind, I've just been building this up, that this car, the BMW from Walkenhorst, was going to come out almost precisely the same position on the track with under an hour to go. Once the Phoenix Audis had, come back out on the track, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW should have been pulling clear, but they've lost already, I would suggest, about 40 seconds, and it doesn't look, let's have a look at the side of the car. Is the fuel going in? It's turning, it's a problem with the nozzle. He's having to keep turning the gun to get anything going in. It's going in super, super slowly. The door is being opened, a mechanic getting on board. He's shaking something around on the inside of the car, the inside of the
rear passenger window, as it would be on the road car, as it were there. It's a panel on the race car there, but the mechanic leaning in there trying to get something. Fuel's not going into, it's not being accepted into the tank. Calmness as ever though, drilled and disciplined when they took it onto the next fuel pump.
Right,
They do take their fuel.
74 litres in, but not at the speed they'd have wanted to do. So suddenly, having done all the hard work, you really have to feel sorry for Christian Cronjes. The car back out onto the track. Oh, dearie me.
Staying on board that car as well. So just as you say, that 40 odd, was it 43, 44 second apart?
44 seconds, they've absolutely built it in. That really upsets me. I did all the maths and all the sliding scale.
All for good reasons. Not your fault. Not your fault. So, game on. Less than 1 hour to go. 55 minutes to go of our final NLS race of 2022. It's NLS2, but it's race number 8, the final one. 44-second lead for the 34 Walkenhorst BMW is wiped away in 44 seconds exactly in the pits because the car can't accept the fuel that's been put in. Tried 2 different fuel pumps and it still didn't work. So,
and here's
Kim Lewis-Schramm and Vincent Kolb, Phoenix Audis, BMW, Audi, let's go.
Yeah, but here's the other little factor.
Now, hang on, sorry, just there, Christian Krohn.
He's weaving.
He's weaving the car around, trying to get that fuel around it. There's some issue with that car. Is it going to get to the end, Bruce?
Well, don't forget, we saw the Huber Motorsport Porsche that had just been passed by Frank Stippler. A bit of a wobble there coming out of the Vidal chicane.
He's frustrated.
He's very, very cross. He'd done all the hard yards, and that advantage he had of 44 seconds was relevant because in 2 laps' time, or in a lap and a half time, when the Audis come in from second and third, their pit stop, by dint of stopping 2 laps later, would be 44 seconds less.
Yeah.
And then we were going to be set for the final, well, what it'd be by then, about 45 minutes with the car, with the number 16 Audi, Kuba Gimasiak and Kim Lewis-Schramm, with Schramm on board, going to the finish, and it would be a straight fight to the finish of the race, of the season. Now, another car in problems in the pits is the SPX class Porsche. It looks as though it's a front splitter being replaced there. The nose is off that. Run this weekend by Dynamic Motorsport. 3rd team to run it. 3rd tyre manufacturer this weekend. It's Pirelli, Matteo Caroli, and the driver who started it, Julian Andlauer. But can't see any damage to that car. Was the nose taken off and the nose simply put back on?
Yeah, I think it was taken off to inspect something inside there. So there's obviously intakes and all sorts, and they're extraordinary colour scheme in that car.
It's a bit like oil and water, except with yellow over black.
I mean,
Swirls.
they don't mix.
Yeah. Well, okay, but bear in mind that they've got time to do that because every pit stop they make, because it's in the SPX class, for experimental cars, they have an extra 30 seconds at a standstill.
Yeah, it's Matteo Carioli, isn't it? At the wheel of this, I think he stayed on board that. I didn't see any drivers.
Yeah, Julian did the first. Julian Andau did the first half of the race. Again, measured, but that is always interesting. People around the world looking to see what the next generation of 911 GT3R Porsche is. This one, of course, based on the 992 model. It looks fantastic. It picked up a podium on its first outing, and that was bearing in mind it started at the back of the lead class, regardless of where it qualified in class. It then had an extra 30 seconds at each of its pit stops. So to come through to third place overall was an astonishing performance from the Manthey Racing entry there.
Seeing a close-up of that car in through the driver's window, looking at the dash, giving us the details of counting down, and it's in first gear. It's got its timer to go 20 seconds in red, 15 it goes down to yellow, and obviously it will go to green. It came up with an alarm, gear engaged, which is fine. You can have it in gear, which has indeed got it in first gear. Matteo Carioli ready to get that, away it goes, and it turns to 0. Your pit time is up, and it goes to green, and you may go. So number 16 is Kim Louis Schramm Shearer Sport Run Team Phoenix Audi. That's just on the Tiergarten at the moment. Now we want to see what the gap is now between that and of course the BMW when this crosses the line very shortly and triggers our sensor. It's coming up to Tiergarten, now approaching it into the left, the right, and then the right left. That does make sense. It's in the right order. It does. It's in the correct order, yes.
Shuffle.
I think myself now.
Shuffle accordingly.
That's into the pits. So number 16, our second place car, into the pits. This is the key bit, isn't it, Bruce, of what is the time going to be after this, when this lap settles down then, as we get into the final bits of this race. 51 minutes left on the clock, just coming up overall of the race to go. Kim Louis Schramm brings number 16 lead car into the pits for now.
Okay, well, this is actually giving a bit of sucker for Walkenhorst Motorsport, because what have we got left on the clock? We got they came in with 51 minutes remaining. Let's call it 52 between friends, and that isn't such a big gap. That's more like a 21 second differential. So I thought it was going to be more. I thought they could do another lap, and if they'd done a further lap, an 8-lap stint, then this final pit stop would be the shorter. Kuba Gimnaziak standing in the pit garage can do no more. His teammate Kim Louis Schramm is staying on for this final stint. Fresh set of Michelin slicks put on board. However, 44 seconds was the magic margin for us, but then we had the Walkenhorst Motorsport problem refueling on their BMW M4 GT. It took forever and a day, and then yet a bit more. So all the time margin that had been built up with that series of super fast laps from Christian Cronjes out the window. But by dint of this earlier pit stop than expected from the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi, it's handed about 20 of those seconds back to them. But maybe it was just going to be a little long, an 8-lap stint. I don't see why. Maybe they're simply playing it safe. Maybe they were encouraged by the time lost in that final pit stop for Walkenhorst. It gave them the option to come in on this lap, and they've taken it. Just waiting to see what the sister car does. Is the number 5 Audi going to come in as well, or Vincent Kolb gone another lap? Well, I tell you what, he's gone on to another lap. So that is running the 8-lap stint that I thought it could and should do.
Now the other Walkenhorst car, which is the 35 entry, which is currently running in 6th position, that's going to get a stop-go penalty for a collision with 103. That would be early on. That was the beginning of the race, wasn't it?
That was the third car in that batch. It wasn't Anders Buchart at the wheel at the time. It was I've thrown my paper everywhere. Frankly, I can tell you who it was. It was Jörg Müller, of course. It was.
Yes.
Press on Jörg.
Yep. Well, he pressed on a little bit too much there by the look of it. So that's going to get a penalty. Stop go.
Now, one constant across the 3 outings for the next generation 911 GT3R is that Julian Andlau has driven for all 3 of the teams. He shared that 3rd place when the car made its first appearance with Manti Racing, shared that with Fred Machiavicki. Last time he moved across to Falcon Motorsport, joined by Klaus Bachler. This weekend, Mattia Caroli alongside. So Julian very much a favoured driver there, and it gives Porsche that sort of element of consistency within the development programme.
So Christian Krones brings the 34 entry across the line. And again, it looks like that screen hasn't updated for a minute. I've not seen a lap time for that one there, because currently it's just saying, oh, could be 11 minute 54.
11 minutes 54,
yeah,
including the pit stop. So
that refueling issue.
Yeah, I didn't think it had cost them that much
that's why
time.
I double take. I thought it couldn't be right, but it has. You're right. So 22 laps completed by the top 3 cars, both the Phoenix Audis and the Valkenhorst BMW. Galling, this is the car that set the fastest lap of the race at 7:49. It's just an 11:54 with a pit stop, all because of that refueling issue. 1:08 now between. Sorry, 3 minutes, isn't it? 3 minutes 3.
Yeah. Yep. Just waiting to see. Was it really nearly 12 minutes? I mean, we didn't pick up on it. I think the thing is, to start with, you did as soon as you saw your fuel wasn't going in, and I thought they couldn't jump-start the car, having not noticed the fuel not going in. That was being pushed forward to the next pump that was available. But then, obviously, still it went on. But all Christian Krones can do is just keep firing. He may well now be behind. I'm trying to see if he's going to be behind Mattia Caroli, but of course those slow pit stops, the extra 30 seconds at each of the pit stops for any car running the SPX class car, removes the hopes of Caroli of getting that up into 3rd position. But the point you made, Peter, is that refueling just a problem when it's at a standstill, or is there a problem with the fuel pump, and that will manifest itself in the remainder of the race? We've got to see what sort of lap time could be achieved by Christian Krones next time around. But to lose a race at any point, but when you've really done the hard yards, is very, very annoying indeed.
Well, it's beyond frustrating. It's also racing. That's what happens. But we needed to settle out a little bit yet. Trying to look where our 16 Kim Louis Schramm is on the track. That's currently coming up to Callanard, so a long way to go before we see that car come through and this timing scheme sort of balance out. We've got 45 minutes to go. Unbelievably, we said Team Phoenix just consistent. They're always up there. Another 1-2, etc. All the phrases we use, and then it didn't seem to be quite working out for them. They just let them a little bit out of reach, didn't it? So they just can't quite reach it there on the table. And then the Valkenhorst BMW, who'd have predicted you couldn't put fuel in the car, couldn't get it in? In what world is that going to happen? But it can throw up things all the time. The other Valkenhorst car, the AMM, just into the pits behind us, as our 976. Oh, is that our Cup 2 entry? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
976.
Yeah, it's the 900s.
Comes out.
So, even at this late point in the race, things can occur that you just don't expect. And for Walkenhorst Motorsport, if they haven't had that problem before, and they run 3 cars on a regular basis, you really have to feel for them. It's bad enough if you have it and you only run car, but one car at any time. But you think of the number of pit stops they've done, the number of seasons they've been running. Okay, they were with M6 GT3s a while ago. They've transferred very well across to M4 GT3s. However, just so tricky for them.
Well, I'm just trying to sort of unravel it and sort of deconstruct it. If you look at it, initially it looked like it was the fuel not delivering from the pump, but that was okay. They switched to a next fuel station down. Notice again the efficiency and professionalism of a team like that. They followed all the correct procedures. you have to have a man there with the fire extinguisher whilst that car was rolled down. You thought they were trying to bump start it. I noticed the fireman was going with it because they knew it wasn't being refueled, so that take the fire extinguisher with it. 'Cause otherwise, you could get a penalty for breaking the rules on a safety basis of you left your fire extinguisher there. It's only a few yards, but it's got to be with the car. So they did that, kept their discipline, kept calm, re-engaged another nozzle, and it's like the car's not accepting the fuel. You then got a mechanic going inside, effectively banging at pipes and things and whatever. Basically, quite rudimentary. The fuel's not getting into the tank by the look of it. And then, just to add to that, it gets out on track with its, what did we see, 75 litres went on board?
Yeah.
And Christian Krohn, he starts shaking the car around like it's the end of a stint, trying to get those last bits of vapours up, like, damn it, there's got to be some fuel in here somewhere. Well, it should have 75 litres in it, which doesn't last very long in an M4 GT4 car, I don't imagine, GT3 car.
You really got to feel. Just looking at timing intervals around this lap. Who's fastest at the moment? It's a very angry Christian Cronjes. First sector, bang, faster than the race leader. Second, he's taking chunks out here and there. But I just want to see what the interval is. It was 3 minutes between them, 3 minutes and 3 seconds between the race leading number 16 Audi, Kim Lewis Schramm at the wheel. He's just got to go through the method, go through the motions. He's got over a minute's margin over the sister car of Vincent Kolb. And in fact, hold on, Kolb still owes us a pit stop, doesn't he? He's only had the 2 pit stops. So he'll be coming in. So that means the gap between Christian Cronjes and Vincent Kolb will come down, but Kim Lewis Schramm, having got that final pit stop done, is looking good. And if you just joined us late in the race, we've got 42 minutes remaining in this race. Where have you been? Well, I hope you had fun, but glad you come and joined us. But if you're wondering, one little element that isn't obvious on the timing screens, as Kolb does come in now, it says pit visits 3. It's actually pit visits 4 for the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, because a stop-and-go penalty was awarded for Frank Stippler, contact at turn 1, lap 1, when a Porsche Cup class car challenged him and got spun around at that first corner. And now, at a standstill, Vincent Kolb should be staying on board. No sign of Frank Stippler, so that's the case. Frank did the first half of the race, Vincent in next. Where will he come out? Well, he should still be comfortably, one would suggest, ahead of Christian Cronjes, but Cronjes has got his dander up. He's on the charge. The refueling problem that after having done all the work that meant that the final stint he should emerge in the lead and continue from there. And when the Audis served their pit stops, they'd come out behind him. But the cruelty of a problem there with the refueling has cost them big time. Down to third.
Well, that other car is just going to cross the line short any second now. Kim Lewis Schramm, number 16, Phoenix Sport Audi, will be with us very shortly. It's just coming up to the end of the dotting, however, onto the Tiergarten now, so we'll get this gap between them. Of course, Christian Krohn's a man on the charge at the moment, trying to have built that 44-second advantage. Had it all wiped away by a refueling issue on that BMW, just the car not accepting fuel, seemingly.
Well, it could well be that Christian Cronjes actually gets through past the pits, is into the final sweepers, ahead of the number 5 Audi getting back out. In fact, I thought it might be quite close, but it's less close than I thought, because the Audi is still at a standstill as the start-finish line, just waiting for it, is crossed now by Christian Cronjes. Oh, he is crossed 7 minutes 55, not mucking around. It looks like he's come out about 10-12 seconds clear, come past before the Audi emerged back onto the circuit. So second place could be his. That would be the best result of the year as the Audi gets going and blasts down the pit lane for Walk and Horse Motorsport. But what it could have been. 1 minute and 34 seconds is his margin, his deficit. That's to Kolb's car, though. However, that was at a standstill in the pit lane. It's 54 seconds back on Kim Lewis Schramm. Kim's got to defend that for under 40 minutes. I think Kim Lewis Schramm should be enjoying a third win of the year with Kuba Gimasiak, and that'd be Kuba's 4th win in the 8 rounds of the championship. But this one, push as hard as he could, has been handed to him on a plate.
Well, if that is the outcome in 39 minutes' time, then that means that Kuba Gimasiak's won half the NLS rounds this year.
Well, that is astonishing. You very seldom get drivers who gather more than a sort of token handful. And again, with so many drivers coming to compete in this championship, so many teams, so many cars, and frankly, as we know, so many options to get it wrong. That's what the Nordschleife and its associated weather patterns can do to anybody. But great job, and no wonder he's the season's champion in the top class SP9.
So we've got a code 60 at Act, which is 4. You're not going to believe this.
Who's pulled off? 1, 2, 3.
Correct.
No, I was joking.
No.
Class leader in Cup 2. In fact, no longer Cup leader because he's suddenly falling down the order.
Yeah.
That was Michele Di Martino back.
It's parked to the side of the track, the Müller Motorsport entry.
So who's leading? David Yarn, the car that sort of needed to win the class to have a shot at toppling 112. 112 then spent 2 laps in the garage, but that in the next lap or so will be up to 3rd place overall, and I think that should give it enough points. Has a 6.5 point margin. Ooh. Okay, need to have another look. That's that area. You saw the car off on driver's right with some rescue vehicles around it. So just again and again, when you look at events on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you're aware that just one tiny little slip up is all it takes.
Yet to know the cause of the 123 Mullers 123 numbered Müller Motorsport Cup 2 entry being parked at the side of the track. But you were saying not half an hour ago that poor David Yarn just not going to see it today. Well, now he's ahead of the class again. But if Cup 2 have done anything this race, they have mixed it up. I said the metaphorical numbers in a hat earlier, and it does seem like somebody's taking a little shake of the hat again. And so actually, time for a new number.
Yeah, no, entirely.
It's quite incredible.
It's the village tombola today.
That was what I was looking for, tombola. Thank you. That's what it is. It's Klaus Abelund's hat. That's what it's been used for.
Yes.
That's it. And he's in 2nd in that class now. So, a final shake of the hat.
It really
quite
is.
Literally.
But I think the hat will be back next year. You should be sure that Klaus will be. So, how many times this race have you drawn breath and just gone, so?
Well, if ever there's a moment where there's a pause in this race, all you need to do is go, let's have a look what's happening in Cup 2.
Yes.
That's all we need to do.
Except you can't just blithely throw your eyes across the timing screen because there's always a story as to why. Hold on, where's that car gone? You know, it really has been very tricky. Just running through the classes at the moment. Okay, SP9 Pro, led by Vincent Kolb, heading towards his first win of the year, except he's had a long pit stop, so he isn't at the top of the charts. That was him in the pit lane. It'll be Kim Lewis-Schramm leading the race. He had a margin of 40 seconds over Christian Cronjes. Christian Cronjes will be pulling his hair out. They lost so much time with the refueling problem in the pit garage, or just in front of the pit garage. One pump didn't work, moved to the next one, but maybe the problem wasn't the pumps, it was the system. The nozzle was not working. They got 74 litres in the car. I don't know how much they wanted. I guess that would have been as much as they wanted because that was clearly enough to get them to the end. But is the machinery going to live up to a 4-hour race or not? Let's hope the problem was only something they had in the pits, not something that is on the car. But who's the fastest driver on the track? Christian Cronjes, Walkenhorst Motorsport. He's set so many laps now below 8 minutes. For most drivers to do one in a race is something, and the next best driver's done a 7 minutes 53.9. His best 7 minutes 49.5. A dominant performance that really truly deserved a first win of the year for Walkenhorst Motorsport. But all Cronjes can do is keep on charging.
I do love our collective. We haven't mentioned enough of them this race, Bruce, but one of our regulars, Ian McCarthy, is obviously at RSL_studio, has tweeted in, impressive NLS season from Audi. Was BMW's attempt to take this race from them a fuels errand? Very good, Ian. Thank you very much.
Peaking at the final round. We like that.
You've waited 3.5 hours to make a comment in the final race, but you've come up with that. I think that's the winner. Brilliant.
Right, there's a challenge. Right, how can we better that in the remaining handful of minutes? But yeah,
was
35
minutes. Was that I did it?
Yeah. It's very cruel to put in your best shot when there's little time to respond. Don't go early. Don't show your hand.
Good strategy, though. Good strategy, Ian.
Very, very good indeed. Now, again, around the course of this lap, yeah, the story is that Christian Cronjes is chipping away at Kim Lewis-Schramm, but surely that margin of is too much to be hauling back. 39.8 seconds between them as they completed lap 23, but they're not going to fit that many more laps. And surely for Kim Lewis-Schramm, it's a case of hang on and do something you've done already this season, which is take a win. 3 wins for Kuba Gamaziak, his teammate this season. 1 win for Kim Lewis-Schramm. He wasn't here last time out, but when Kuba shared his car, well, very handy person to have alongside South African racer Kelvin van der Linde, and they took victory overall. But Kuba wears his heart on the sleeve, but the good thing for Kuba and for the fans over the course of this season, the smile has been more than the frown that we've seen in previous seasons, and certainly if he can make that 3 wins from the final 3 rounds to add to his one in round number 3 back in June, then that will be a phenomenal season for Kuba. Already he's got the SP9 Class Championship in his pocket, and now there's nothing he can do about it. Is it going to be win number 4? He's done his 2 hours in this race, into the second 2 hours, into the third of the third hour is completed. We're now halfway through the 4th hour, near enough. And his car, Kim Lewis-Schramm, a lap of 8 minutes 17. Don't think that's quick or slow, because there have been slow zones around the circuit. They come, they go, they get cleared. Sometimes they catch you, sometimes they do not. And however fast Christian Cronjes is in giving chase, the clock is not going to be his friend. 32 minutes or so remain, and whatever Christian Cronjes does will not be enough.
Yeah, just going back to that 1-2-3 Müller Motorsport entry, the Cup 2 leader as it was at the time, 1-2-3 being the race number on that car. It looks like it's actually gone off and collected the barriers. There's quite a bit of damage on the right hand side of that car, so it looks like it's an incident connection with the barrier.
Yeah, no,
as opposed to mechanical.
No, exactly. So you can see a bit of debris in the circuit when we saw the car. The leading cars flashing past. We looked at it on the onboard, but didn't get a long lingering shot. But certainly it did look as though barrier and car had an interface.
It's what can happen at this place so easy, as you say. So we joke about it being narrowed and twisted and there being no non-twisty bits, etc. But that's the problem. There's no margin of error here. There is no safety net. Certainly not on the Nordschleife, which is the vast majority of the lap. Let's face it. And you've only got the slightest deviation, and obviously it's catch, and you can almost hear that driver, being asked, A, you're okay, yes. What happened? I can almost hear the driver saying, I don't know. I don't really know. Because it can be that slight twitch on a curb or something. It's so quick, but because there is no safety net, bang, barrier, job over. Game over, done.
You're absolutely right, but game over. Nobody has told Christian Cronjes. He's now down, he's just found 5 seconds from the race leader. We've got 30 minutes remaining, therefore let's call it between friends 4 laps, maybe 3.5 laps. He's not going to hold it down. 34 seconds in the rear, and just been doing my sums, and I think that refueling element cost him 1.5 minutes. And he is going all along, closer, but it isn't going to be enough. Surely this 4 hours. He needs 4.5 hours, I would suggest, maybe 4.25, do his best to catch Kim Lewis-Schramm. He is doing his best, but it's just simply not going to be enough time for him to do that. So Kim Lewis-Schramm will hopefully, from his point of view, give Kuba Gamaziak his 4th win of the year. It will be his 3rd, but we're not there yet, and Christian Cronjes is still charging in the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, seeing what and if and maybe he can take a shot at victory.
Zeitpunkt können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Bist du auch bereit für Action?
Möchtest du mal in einem virtuellen Studio arbeiten?
Oder das Live-Programm in der Regie aktiv mitgestalten.
Oder mit der Kamera die schönsten Momente in der Boxengasse und an der Strecke aufnehmen.
Möchtest auch du Interviews bei der NLS mit den Fahrern führen?
Oder im Schnitt kreative Videos erstellen? Dann bewirb dich jetzt bei Nürburgring TV.
Und starte durch mit einer Ausbildung oder einer Festanstellung
Im Bereich Medienproduktion.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen zur NLS.
Be another Phoenix win. So smiling up and down the pit lane. But at the moment, it is the final stage of the season. Has the dice been rolled for the last time? I don't think so.
Well, not yet, but the man that we wanted to see that gap come down just for the sake of challenging the Shearer Sport Team Phoenix Audi, the leading Kim Lewis-Tran number 16 car at the very front of the field there. 34.9 seconds it was. That gap is still exactly the same at the moment, so unable to take any time out of there. We'd seen Christian Krones on the previous lap take some fair chunks out of that, 8.17 and 8.12 laps respectively, but not quite on this occasion. So Schramm leading by 34.9 seconds currently. Their last two laps, pretty. In fact, if anything, the Christian Krones Valkenhorst BMW a little bit, tiny bit slower, running a few tenths, 8.12.3 and 8.12.8 for that. What is extraordinary is though that our leading Cup 2 car. So we've got three cars, SP9 Pro in the top three, then we've got SPX in the Matteo Cararoli in the 992 new generation Porsche, and hasn't that car fared well on its debut, with that one exception with Falcon Motorsport, where it had a water issue last time, but it's out again now in fourth place. Just bear in mind this car has to have 30 seconds longer on its pit steps each time delayed. Dynamic running that car this time out. But our number 120 entry, which is currently in 5th overall, which is extraordinary, just leaving the pits now. That's our Dynamic, sorry, my apologies, that's the car. Viva Porsche, currently leading in Cup 2. Very rare to see that. Klaus Abelin in the Fricadelli car is also, that's number 111, that's also out in second place in the class. But we've got a Cup 3 car as high as 8th now, 8th, 9th and 10th are Cup 3. And that Valkenhorst BMW M4 GT3 amateur entry we mentioned before, just sitting outside the SP9 AM, just sitting outside the top 10 in 11th place, which is hugely impressive entry there to get it that far up the order. It's done a great job with that into 11th. Cup 3, just as I mentioned, Klaus Abelin, he's popped into the pits there to the second place Cup 2 entry. No change at all, as I said at the top, Bruce, there with our gap on that lap. Didn't change at all, really. In fact, if anything,
half a second was the difference, and it went to the in the favour of the race leader Kim Lewis-Tran.
Yeah.
Now, of course, as they are running 34, 35 seconds apart, they can come face to face with other elements in this race that are always there. But actually, looking at the first two. Second gained by Valkenhorst Motorsport's Christian Krones, the first sector of this latest lap, but only a tenth of the second in the next one. Kim Lewis-Tran's got this one under control. Under control, what have we got left? We've got 20 minutes remaining, and in fact no change at all, under 20 minutes remaining. So quite clearly, whoever is leading their class at the top end of the field, which is Kim Lewis-Tran and his teammate Kuba Gimasiak, this one should be fairly safe. Vincent Kolb hasn't been able to match their pace, and so that elusive first win this year for Kolb and his teammate Frank Stippler taken away. But if you weren't with us at the start of the race, Frank Stippler started from pole position, but it was a bunch start. They effectively, about the first 5 rows, nearly clattered into each other because they were waiting for the lights on the gantry and the start for straight to change colour. They were slow in doing so, and we effectively had nearly 6 cars abreast coming down into the first corner, and there was contact, and Frank Stippler was pinged with a stop-go penalty. Otherwise, it could be another Phoenix 1-2. That would be 3 in a row. But for Valkenhorst Motorsport, they'd done all the hard work, hadn't they, to get into the lead of the race. Christian Krones doing all the hard work. Sami Matti-Trogen only doing one of the 4 stints. And it was all great until a refueling problem cost them a minute and a half. And that has really hit them, as you can imagine, where it hurts.
Yeah, it's one of those things you've got to take it on board. There's nothing you can do about it. In this case, they couldn't take the fuel on board, ironically. But it's so frustrating because you do all the hard work from a driver's point of view, which is very selfish, and drivers usually are, I've done everything. There will be doubtless an investigation very quickly as to what did happen there. And it did appear that it wasn't that the fuel company delivered from the fuel pump, but that the car couldn't accept the fuel being delivered. So other way round. And I was slightly surprised at Christian Kron's taking that car out and shaking it around. That was probably just a little bit of confidence thing for himself. And I'm sure the team was, what are you doing? There's 75 litres on board. Stop that silliness. But drivers, it's that you need that constant confirmation of everything's okay, which is part of the driver's sort of psyche, I'm afraid. You want to be told all the time. Sometimes you can be fed misinformation to make you feel in a more comfortable place, and that's the art of a team principle sometimes as well.
Yeah.
Yes, you've got fresh tyres on. Okay, fine, push. Right. Then the ending, by the way, they were old ones. It was just in your head.
Yeah.
I exaggerate for clarity, but that's the.
But I also think that Christian Kron's just wanted to do anything he could to help. And if you thought, I shake the car around to just make sure, yes, you've got a full tank of fuel. Or maybe he was just simply so angry and he thought, right, let's get heat into this new set of tyres as quickly as we possibly can. But certainly on that Grand Prix loop, or the part of it we use, he was jinking left and jinking right and really working hard. Great little battle out on the track.
Team principals don't want drivers that think for themselves sometimes. They want drivers to do as they're told. And I'm just laughing back to an occasion where I thought I was doing exactly the same and helping. I've just got to know, why are you doing that?
Yes.
I said, I thought you should stop it. Okay, sorry. It's like, follow the pattern. I interrupted your battle on track. Sorry,
well,
Bruce.
no, just looking. It's
511 and 500, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's our championship winner from last 2 weekends ago, 500, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Sindri Setsos, yes, and tucked in alongside. 511 has got sitting in front, but 500 tucked in behind. And these are the two BMW 330i's. And again, it doesn't matter what point in the race, you just try and pick off any car near you. If it's a car in your class, all the better. Sindri Setsos all over Connacht. Down the Dottinger Her they go, or along the Dottinger Her, then eventually up the Dottinger Her, because it does start to rise towards the end. And then, of course, there's a little left kink, easy for us to say, and a much bigger right-hand kink, and then you have to really hit the brakes as late as you dare into the sort of Tiergarten corner right at the end. And certainly Sindri Setsos having fun, still sitting behind in that black and orange BMW behind the yellow, green and grey number 511. Christian Connors sitting in front, and down the start-finish straight they look remarkably slow. Have we just checking if we've got any slow zone in particular? No, it's the foreshortening. It's the fact the helicopter is travelling at the similar speed to them. Now 34 in the pits, so this is from second place. We're getting more fuel. So maybe we will have a 1-2 for Phoenix Race. It's going in much faster this time already. We've got this is expensive. It is my local garage. So it couldn't make it to the end on the 74 litres that got in before. It'd be interesting to know what the figure was they needed to attain, but clearly didn't get what they wanted. I don't know why. Maybe they felt they could then sort the problem. Surely couldn't have been quicker to come in and get the remaining 20 litres you didn't put on board, because in and out would be slow, but who knows what the actual problem was within. But will that come back onto the track into second place? What have we got left on the clock? 15 minutes and, in fact, 14 minutes and a half is all that remains until the checkered flag can come down on the end of the 2022 season. Have we got away with a race in November without weather being untoward? So far, so good. 14 minutes remain.
Well, somebody needs to tell Adrenaline Motorsport and FK Performance that this is Danny Brink and is it Oscar Sandberg or Sindri Setsos at the wheel at that moment?
Sindri's in the black and gold one.
Somebody needs to tell them that the championship isn't decided. There's 14 minutes of this race to go as they go trying to go either side of an M2, which is completely confused him. But they're running not just all over the track, off the road. It's like the first race of a touring car race, the first lap of a touring car race. Never mind the last 13 minutes of the last round of NLS. They've had 4 hours to do this.
They don't want it to be over. I think
Clearly
it's a
not.
simple answer. This is the VT2R class, rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive in the VT2 class. There's a front-wheel drive version as well, but at the moment it is exactly as Peter said, like the first lap of a race. Not potentially the penultimate lap of the season. And Sindri Setsus in car number 500 is trying inside, he's trying outside, he's trying on the grass, he's trying back on the tarmac. But Christian Connaught in the yellow and grey BMW is happy to just keep his car where he wants it. But Sindri Setsus, surely the laws of physics and the way he's attacking this will be able to get past soon. But Christian Connaught is being very tough indeed. And this is a pair of cars fighting for, get this, 36th and 37th position overall. Doesn't matter. It's for first and second in class. Christian Connaught worked a back marker in a Golf very well indeed. Gained about a second there, so he's about a second and a half clear. But the momentum as he slows, certainly Sindri Setsus looks the quicker of the duo. Manna from the gods for the helicopter camera crew at this late stage in the race. As the light gets a little bit grey and a little bit grim, the racing is far from it.
And manna for us as well, manna from heaven for us. Absolutely brilliant racing. Never mind what's happening at the front and the fact that, you know, the second place BMW's had to come into the pits for more fuel, seemingly. This battle just, these two are absolutely slugging it out for the end of this race. Honours indeed. 12 minutes to go. Sindri Setsus once again all over the boot lid of its compatriot number 511 FK Performance Motorsport 330. These are 330i's, by the way. No wings, just look like a road car. Really do look very much like a road car.
Yeah, and Sindri doesn't have to do this at all, but he's a racer. Of course he wants to do it. He wants to round out a fabulous season where he, Daniel Zils and Oscar Sandberg have taken the outright NLS championship. To end it with another class win would be absolutely fabulous.
Does he have to do it? No. Does he need to do it? No. Does he want to do it? Yes.
Yeah, we are certainly thanking him and thanking our lucky stars that we have seen the sky, not just cloud today. It's been a cracking day. The trees, let's get poetic, have changed colour. That's not very poetic at all, but anyhow, they've gone from green to not green. They've gone to shades of gold. No. But you over-promised. No, hold on. It should be the other way around. Yeah. You see, he looked across thinking you're about to say something good, and I decided maybe not. Right, the leader.
Just as you say that, we're watching that battle of these
suddenly
2 330 BMWs duking it out, and all of a sudden an Audi just goes by at warp speed. Oh, that'll be our leader.
Yeah, well, in fact, that's Vincent Kolb, so he's the one that, with the drive, the stop-go penalty, the one in third place. But for Phoenix, it's been a phenomenal end to the season for them. The last few rounds have just produced the goods, and no win this year for Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. Would today have been a win for them without that stop-go penalty? They're 1 minute and 18 seconds down, so the answer is not quite.
I don't think so, not quite, no, not quite.
But it's been a great season for them. This should be, well, I actually want to see exactly where they are on the track relative to Christian Cronjes, because Christian had to serve that extra visit to the pits to get more fuel after the refueling problem at the final pit stop, or what should have been their final pit stop, which could have been their winning pit stop. But alas, when the fuel pumps or a refueling problem of some sort manifested itself, it suddenly snatched it from them. It wasn't a case of having to hang on the circuit. Christian Cronjes has done his all and more. For Kim Lewis-Schramm, no problems for him. No stop-go penalty like the sister car, like the number 5. No problems in the pits like there is for the 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, and that is why he should be heading towards his third win of 2022, which will be win number 4 from 8 starts for his teammate Kuba Gimhaziak. So it's been a phenomenal season, but for Shearer Sport Team Phoenix, they stay for the duration of the season. They do all the rounds. It's sort of the way they do things, and they take the rewards, just rewards for being here, using the expertise that they gain again and again and again.
Now, an added element to this battle for the VT2 class here is that Sindri Setsus in the Adrenaline Motorsport car, they've won every single class this year, race this year. So this will be the 8th consecutive one.
So it does have to win.
So it does have to win. So it does matter. FK Performance haven't yet won one. They've won it, obviously. They haven't done it yet. So that's why there's an added urgency to it. I'm not going into that final round and not quite winning it.
We saw one of the BMWs limping around. Sorry, neither of this duo. They've just overtaken it. There was a course vehicle protecting. I think it was the 1 series, or was it a 2 series? It was limping in slowly, but anyhow, they've now got past it, so that little battle can be rejoined. Cup 3, who is leading the way? It's Martin Rump driver from Estonia, car number 959, has the bragging rights at the moment, has to have them for another 10 minutes or 8 minutes if you want to be absolutely pedantic. But for Martin Rump, I've watched him race a lot out in Asia, based himself out there. He's showing with Philippe Mimoir and Fidel Leib, and that's Team Sorg Rennsport. And that is sitting 2 and a bit minutes clear of the crew that finished the overall championship in second place overall, and it's Kai Arima at the wheel of the 969 version. It's 959 ahead of 969 in the Cup 3 class for Porsche 718 Cayman GT4s.
So this battle still continuing for 500 and 511. They are coming towards the end of this lap now. They're going in towards Schwalbenschwanz as we speak, into the right-hander, and then the double long left, and then we'll sweep down through into Galbenkopf onto the Dottingerhöhe and try and get that toe there for Cindy Setson. Can't quite do it. He looks left, looks right, can't quite get it there. And can you imagine all that? They've won the championship. That's fine. That's done and dusted. They've won all 7 races so far. And you get to that final one. We wonder why there's that sense of urgency. Now we really get it. Now we get to the nuts and bolts of it, why it's so important. And can you imagine, I'm sure this is a very tight-knit community afterwards, and socialising of, we got that one, that bragging right, haven't we? We've got that one over, we finally did. And it sets the bar for next year as well, doesn't it? Of, well, you won all 7, you won the championship, but we're ready. Next year, watch us.
Right, going along the Dottingerhöhe for the penultimate time. This wonderful battle for 36th place. I don't often say that, right? It's the lead for the VT2R and four-wheel drive class. The difference between the two BMW 330i's is a quarter of a car length, an eighth of a car length. And Sindri Setsas pulls out alongside Christian Connoff. He's gone too early. Has he? He's got fully alongside the track ball, kink to the left, and he's just about making it worth. Connoff backs out of it.
Wow, I didn't see that coming. I thought he'd gone slightly too early there, and I didn't think Connoff would actually back out of that one. As a Clio just that's going to slow him up on the exit of Tiergold now. Can 511 Connoff get back through again? He needs to tow down the pit straight now. That does look like it's job done, but
should have done it next time around.
Yeah.
Then it meant the checkered flag. This is giving an opportunity now from being 4 car lengths back. Christian Connoff in the yellow FK Performance 330. Oh dear, unfortunately for them, that there's a car in front of them, a VW Sirocco, and in trying to get past it, it reduced the track width that Christian Connoff could have aimed at down into turn 1. So it reduced his chances, and that means Sindri sets us newly into the lead of the class on this, the start of the final lap. But let's see what Christian Connoff can offer.
Well, that will have put a smile on the team. Faces on the pit wall at Adrenaline's. That car came by finally in the lead, going on to its last lap. But there's still that lap to go as one of our... Is that
It's one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. It's the Pro-Am entry. It's the Alpecin liveried one. We haven't seen so much of that in the race. That's the sort of gunmetal and red liveried M4 GT3. Right, in confirmation, going on to the final lap of the race, Kim Lewis-Schramm leading the race for Phoenix. Second place, because of that extra pit stop, is now in the hands of the second of the Phoenix Audis, Vincent Kolb. He's maybe 1.5 minutes down on race-leading teammate Kim Lewis-Schramm, but importantly, he's 54 seconds ahead of Christian Cronjes. Poor Christian. It could have been his day today. It could have been Walkenhorst's day. Refueling problems of what should have been the final pit stop snatched that away, and cruel. They will equal their best result of the season, which is 3rd overall, but it could and should have been so much more. And now in that battle, as the cars we were talking about, 511 and 500, go through the Sabine Schmitz curve, it's all changed. Not only have we had Sindri Setsas take the lead in that class, but he has opened it out big time. And in fact, going through the second part of the Sabine Schmitz curve, it kind of ran wide over the curbing. It was like, oh, you know, when you suddenly decided, I'm beaten, you're suddenly not giving 100%, and you just become a little bit sloppy. I think that's what I was seeing there.
Yeah, that's all deflated bit, isn't it? Quite literally, I was going to say the adrenaline keeping you going, but unfortunately the adrenaline's ahead this time.
I got to sit next to this guy.
Life's full of choices.
Oh, thank goodness, it's the end of the season. Right. It's been a cracking season, though, hasn't it, Peter?
Oh, hasn't it just? It's extraordinary. I mean, we said it at the beginning of this race, down to the the first corner of the last race of the season, and with so many things are happening, and just cars being turned around, cars trying to virtually scrape down the pit wall.
But I think just one of the things
taken out.
Oh, I mean, just this was a race I thought would have less incident unless it was caused by the weather. We haven't had the sort of weather the foul weather we can get in the Eiffel Forest at the start of November. We very seldom race this late into the season. I thought that would be the deciding factor. And the smaller field than normal, so fewer cars that could potentially get in your way, interrupt the flow. And yet, this has had as much, if not more, incident. Not all down to driver errors, some down to mechanical errors, and so on and so forth, than you'd expect in a packed grid of cars. But what I love is the fact you can come into these races with a different mix of drivers and cars and teams at every single round, and really, you could never come and be confident that someone is going to win the race. Any particular person, of course, someone is going to win the race, but it's just such an enthralling championship. The backdrop couldn't be better, and the days where we can see the track, there's no fog, is better still. This is one of those days, and it's been a sparkling season. Each of the 8 races different, most of them 4 hours. The 6th hour and the 12, split between 2 days, provide something that drivers like more and more, which is more time on the track. That's why they race here. It's a challenge, as always. We've got just over 1.5 minutes remaining in this season. The race is led by, well, at the start of the lap it was 1.5 minutes. By NLS standards, that is a big, big lead. And it's not going to come down because it's also between sister cars from Shearer Sport who've entered these Audis, run for them by Team Phoenix, and they're going to pick up their third 1-2 in a row, third win in a row for Kuba Gimasiak, second of those in the last 3 with his teammate Kim Lewis-Schramm, who's bringing it home. But as ever with a race on a circuit as testing as the Nordschleife, things happen, orders change, incidents occur, and so to master those and come out top is never, ever an easy feat into the final minute. But of course, it only really counts. The end of the race can only be triggered when our race-leading car comes through for the final time. It'll put 28 laps on the board. It should be Kim Lewis-Schramm at the wheel of the number 16 Audi. But you know what? You never, ever here take anything for granted. Should be getting towards, where are they now? Coming towards Schwalbenschwanz. So just
onto Galbenkopf now.
So all they have to do is drive home. Simple.
Oh,
the straights are longer. In the background, high shot shows all the factories and the team units that have set up in recent years at Moyes Path. It's a whole hub of industry, which in many ways is valediction for the circuit being set up here just short of a century ago. Yes, they built this circuit as something to employ local people at a time of very little employment in this rural district, and now it's almost come to pass, and we have all the industry that goes with it, and it's a world famous circuit used all year round. And for Kuba Gimasiak, he'll be smiling on the pit wall because his teammate Kim Lewis-Schramm is coming through to take the final victory of the year, and do so handsomely. Smiles for Kuba Gimasiak and the team chief at Team Phoenix. Oh yes, that gives him 4 wins from 8 races. Unbelievably good form in 2022 in the NLS for the number 16 crew. It's changed the personnel from race to race. Last time out, Kuba Gimasiak shared victory with Kelvin van der Linde. This time around, he had Kim Lewis-Schramm back on board. Job done for the green, white and red Audi. And a minute or so will pass, a minute and a half, it matters not. Vincent Cole will go for yet another second position. That will be his 4th second position, shared with his teammate, his trusted teammate, Frank Stippler. They had a stop-and-go penalty, but they wouldn't have had overall the pace to quite match Kim Lewis-Schramm and Kuba Gimasiak. And only now, sweeping onto the Dottinger Höhe through Galgenkopf, comes the second of those Audis. Along the straight, through the compression, along the Dottinger Höhe, up towards the final kink they come, and then the final sequence of corners. Lights ablaze, but again, as Vincent Cole points out, this is his weekend job, his weekday job. pays the bills. He goes to an office and does the hard yards that so many of us have to do. But he comes racing for pleasure. And another second place, yes, he'd have liked victory, but what a season he's had alongside Frank Stippler. What a mentor to have. Today, stop and go penalty hit them, but they still come away with second place overall. And then, of course, we will look and we will wait, and it should be about 30 seconds in arrears, I think. I can't remember precisely, but with that extra pit stop after a slow, planned final pit stop when the fuel wouldn't go into the 34 Walk-and-Horse Motorsport BMW, Christian Cronjes had to come in a further time to get more fuel. So that in all will have cost him about 2.5 minutes. So cruel. So to be third place, providing, of course, it gets to the finish. Do we know where on the track the third end is coming up to start-finish line now out of the final corner? There is the answer to the question I just posed. And for Christian Cronjes, drove 3/4 of the race, but a slow pit stop and then an extra pit stop means eventually finishing 34, 35 seconds down on Vincent Kolb, who took second, and more importantly, 2 minutes and 10 seconds down on the race-winning car of Kim Lewis-Schramm. I'm afraid, take away the extra refueling pit stop and the 1.5 minutes I reckon it cost them. That was their race that they lost.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just down to that. Unfortunately, not getting enough fuel into that car, even belatedly. That splash and dash just did fool them, unfortunately. And in fourth place, we've got the Dynamic Motorsport 992, the new Porsche. So that's washed its face pretty well in its.
Has it ever? 2 third places.
Exactly, and it's with one DNF, we know, which I've got a feeling that was something fairly minor. I've just got to think it's been too good otherwise, allowing for its extra pit stops. This is the new generation car that's yet to be homologated properly this winter, which it will be now. That Falcon one, I'm gonna put an asterisk by that one and just say it was something like metaphorically a hose popping off. It wasn't any major fault of the car. There's nothing wrong with its efficiency. Just something happened that event. Look at all the ticker tape on the track already for 8th win for Adrenaline Motorsport there. 8 out of 8. We're talking about Kuba Gamaziak winning 4 out of 8. Well, Adrenaline Motorsport number 500 in their 330i with Zils, Sanders and Setsas in the VT2 class. They, the rear-wheel drive as well, four-wheel drive as well. Number 500, they complete 8 out of 8. And I've got a feeling they won the last round of 2021 as well, therefore technically 9.
Whoa. Well, a bit like Alberto Ascari, 1952 to 1953, carrying that win streak over. But Kim Lewis-Schramm, he's out of the car and smiles all round. And already he'd practiced his smiling. Kuba Gamaziak did the second half of the race in the pit garage, leaving his young teammate to do the rest. So they will take the win. But today they know they rode their fortune a bit simply because they didn't have problems. The 2 cars around them, their sister car, and most notably the Walk-and-Horse Motorsport BMW, most certainly did. A stop-go penalty for the number 5 Audi, that took them out of the equation. But really today it looks like it's going to boil down to a 2-horse race. Misfortune with the refueling problem, and then an extra pit stop to try and get a bit more fuel on board for the 34 car of Sami Matti Trogan and the driver who did the lion's share of that, Christian Cronjes. Cruel for them to end up in 3rd place, but smiles all round from Kuba Gamaziak, his best season of his life by far, and he took the SP9 title last time out. He was so good already, but today the icing on the cake, win number 4, round number 8, season completed, and he'll take that all night long.
Thank you very much, Kuba. So jetzt müssen wir aufpassen.
And as they speak, they can look across. Kuba Gamaziak, he saw a movement in the corner of his eye, and he looked across just as Kim Lewis-Schramm was about to be interviewed and spotted a car coming in the background. And let's see if he walks across, because it's the Walk-and-Horse Motorsport BMW, and poor Christian Cronjes did everything required to take the team's first winner this year, and unfortunately the car was the thing that fought against him and counted him out, because 3rd place still a good result, but don't forget it should have been 1st. A refueling problem for the 34 Walk-and-Horse Motorsport BMW, and that's motor racing, Peter.
It is. I say unfortunately, it's still a great result. You know, you come to the Nordschleife, you do a 4-hour race, and you're on the podium. It's some people would just say that's great, you're on the podium, but no, should have won it.
Should have won it.
Race makes pace, and they should have won that.
And let us just record for the final time, worthy of mention, 7 minutes 49.578 seconds. The fastest lap of the race for Christian Cronjes, the fastest lap of the season, unless we missed something. And rather sweetly into the Parc Fermé area. We're accustomed to seeing the SP9 class cars, but the champions outright for 2022. They make a habit of winning. We've had 8 rounds, and Peter assures me this is win number 8, but it only was taken coming into the start-finish straight for at the end of the penultimate lap. And out steps Sindri Setsus, the Norwegian flag proudly atop his helmet. What a year the crew have had from the number 500, and it's an outright victory in the championship, and every reason to be interviewed.
And 2 lovely little touches there, that that winning car gets to go and sit next to the overall winning car. And what happens is Kim Lee-Shram walks by and pats him on the back. As in, yeah, we might have won the race, you've won all 8.
I saw his lips move. He said, "Are you after my job, mate?"
Yeah. What should I say? You want to try one of these?
If you weren't watching carefully or just listening in, Sindri Setsus has just taken his helmet off. He thinks he's about to be interviewed, and one of his teammates, I haven't identified which, leapt over the bonnet of the car and jumped straight onto him. So huge amounts of delight down there. And Oscar Sandberg and Daniel Zils wanting to get in on the act. But Sindri Setsus, that was he'd have enjoyed that little chase at the end, because it was cracking racing, working so hard against the number 511 FK Performance Motorsport car driven by Christian Connorth. He did the hard work, got to the front, but only with a lap to spare. So that's fun. I think he's going to sit down and stop fizzing in about an hour.
I think it might take a bit longer than a mere hour.
So, but you know what? The Nürburgring Langstrecken Series provides incident, action, overtaking galore, multi-class racing on the best circuit in the world. And when you see the smiles like we've just seen on the face of Sindri Setsus, one of 3 drivers who won the championship this year, the number 500 crew, he cannot stop smiling. That is what it's all about.
Well, our intrepid pit lane reporter there, Lucas Gajewski, nearly getting interview bombed as opposed to photo bomb there. And I was expecting a driver to come across the bonnet of the car.
No, it's Oscar Sandberg takes the plaudits.
It was an entrance, wasn't it?
It was, and he just had another go. So Lucas Gajewski, very bold, but Oscar Sandberg, so full of smiles. And, you know, as we've said time and time again, it's easier to make a mistake than it is to win these races by a huge margin. The circuit is here to challenge. The weather is often here to add to that challenge. There's normally another 150 cars around you on the circuit. It's multi-class racing. So to win every round, to win the overall championship is a mark of excellence for the teams, the drivers, and all who achieve it. But it really has been absolutely fantastic. That is it now for the end of 2022. And this race alone has whetted my appetite for 2023. We will be back. My name's Bruce Jones, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this season with my mate alongside me, with Peter Snowden. So that's it from 2022.
Multiclass Racing in der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie und allein das Bild so ein Serienfault